Sports 56 Middays is delivered by FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to learn how FedEx can help your business thrive online. The first hour of Sports 56 Middays is also brought to you by Action247.com. Now, here are your hosts, Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
I got a piece of land out in the countryside. Lay back and smell the sun. Warm up the Georgia pie. It's so good to be taking it easy. Why would I ever leave? 'Cause I know I got some good friends.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome into the final show of September for 2020. The best month of the calendar year begins tomorrow, and the weather is changing for the better. It's getting a little cooler out, a little less humid, a little more crisper. No question, from a sports standpoint, from a weather standpoint, the best time of the year is approaching. Let's just hope everything else falls into place because not much else happening that's positive here in 2020, unfortunately. Greg Gaston, Eli Savoy, Gabe Kuhn. It is the Wednesday, September 30th, 2020 edition of Sports 56 Middays. We are in the Family Leisure Studios where family and fun come together. Family Leisure, 2120 Whitten Road, just north of I-40. Sports 56 Middays is delivered each and every day by our title and presenting sponsor, the great folks at the FedEx Corporation. COVID-19 has changed the world and our way of life. But rest assured that FedEx is still here, open and ready to deliver for you. Learn more at FedEx.com/coronavirus. Also, the first hour of the program is brought to you by Action247.com. Coming up on the program today, we got the NBA Finals beginning tonight with Miami and the favorite Los Angeles Lakers. We will discuss. Major League Baseball playoffs got underway yesterday, but today, all 8 series in the wild card round going to be played. All 8 series, 8 games of postseason baseball. It's never happened before. We've never had 16 teams in the postseason, and it's going to be a heck of a day. We'll also talk some college football, NFL as well, as Week 4 will begin mañana with the Broncos and the Jets. Boy, we can't wait for that one. Anytime Denver and New York gets together, you know it's going to be a great one. Pete Medhurst is going to join us at 10:25, our buddy from Washington, D.C. He's the voice of Navy Athletics. Navy gets set to play Air Force this weekend, but we'll talk to Pete about a number of things. Jerry Palm at 11:05 on college football. He's also made some picks at CBSSports.com that we'll discuss with him. At 11:30, we'll have our 5 favorite songs, so make sure to text in as early as you can. 67129 is the First Bank text line. If you are watching us live, hello to you. You can message us with those lists at Sports 56 WHBQ on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, and Instagram. Today, the topic is musical instruments. So a song that contains the name of a musical instrument would qualify for today's list. At 12:05, Sigmund Bloom will answer all your NFL fantasy football questions. You could text them in as early as you like at 67129. You could also call and talk to Sigmund, ask him questions on the First Bank phone lines at 360-8255 when he joins us at 12:05. And then at 12:25, Brooks Hansen, our good buddy from 24/7 Sports covering the Memphis Tigers, CBS Sports as well. And it could be a really big week for Memphis Tigers men's basketball recruiting. We'll talk to Brooks about that. So it is a loaded show, as it always is, here on Sports 56 Middays. And I know Mr. Savoy is ready for his Cubbies. Now, if you were a Wolo, you'd already be ready for your White Sox and then now getting ready for your Cubbies. But I know that you are the true fan of Chicago. Sorry, Wolo, because you only like the one team, which is the way it should be. So I wish you good luck with your Cubs. We'll get
Got me now.
There we go.
I'm excited about this one today. I actually think they have a chance to beat the Marlins. I don't have high hopes for anything after that, but I do think they have a chance to beat the Marlins in this series.
Well, yesterday you asked me about some of the predictions for the baseball playoffs. In fact, you asked me about all the series in 2.5 questions. And while one game does not make a best 2 of 3, if it was the old system, I'd be golden right now, except for a pick that you and I both agreed on, which was the Astros-Minnesota. Minnesota winning game number 1. But I took the Yankees, you took the Sox, I took the you took the Indians, I took the Yankees, and then I took the White Sox over the A's, and the White Sox won game 1. And we'll discuss that in just a few moments. So the point being is I took the Cubs over the Marlins. So I feel good about your Cubbies, even though I don't know much about the Marlins. We talked to Dave Sampson yesterday, the former president of the Marlins. I do know they have a great pitching staff. Other than that, not much at all. Other than Derek Jeter is the owner of the team.
Yeah, I mean, that's we were talking today. That's the thing that's weird about this year is that normally, at least during the season, I would have seen the Cubs play the Marlins a couple of times, have an idea. But with this whole you only play your own division season, and it's not like the Marlins are on national TV a whole bunch.
Right, right.
I would guess they probably were not on national TV one time this year. I don't know why they would have been. So I literally, this is the most unknown team I've ever, I have no clue other than Starling Marte, who they acquired at the trade deadline. I don't know anything really about anybody else. I mean, the starting pitcher they're throwing today, Alcantara, I've seen him pitch, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. That's been a couple of years ago. I'm sure he's a different pitcher now, but I don't know a darn thing.
What's his name?
Today is Alcantara. Is it Sandy Alcantara? Can't remember his first name.
Sandy. It's Sandy.
Yeah, Sandy.
Sandy
Right?
Alcantara on the hill for the Marlins. But again, that's been their bread and butter. Has been their pitching staff. So yesterday, as I mentioned, the American League playoffs got underway with the 4 series. Today there'll be 8 games, and I cannot wait. Of course, last night, you know that the nation was tuned into the obvious last night, and that, of course, was the Yankees and Indians. I don't know what else was on television last night. I have no idea, but I will be shocked if 80% of the audience was not tuned into the Yankees and the Indians. The problem is they probably couldn't keep the audience because it was such a blowout win for the Yankees, winning 12-2. But then again, I would imagine that once it became out of reach for the Indians, most people turned their television off because there was nothing else to watch last night.
I know I watched the entire game.
And what do you think about the Yankees?
That was shocking. That was shocking to watch what they did to Shane Bieber. I mean, Shane Bieber had not allowed more than 3 runs in a game this season.
But here's the thing.
And 4 pitches into the game, he had given up 2. And then ends up just getting shellacked for 7 runs and doesn't even get through 5 innings. That was an impressive performance. What that Yankees offense did to him.
There is a big difference between regular season and postseason, and Bieber had not pitched in the postseason, and so his breaking pitches were up in the strike zone. The Yankees are healthy now. They have a lot of big bats, and they showed it last night. And even though I didn't expect that last night, as far as Bieber being blitzed the way he was, I was not shocked that the Yankees won Game 1. I have them winning the series. It's tough to come back from an 0-1 deficit, win the next 2, and win the series, although it's certainly doable. We've not had this 2 out of 3 wild card.
Nobody's ever come back from 1-0 down.
Nobody's ever done it.
Somebody could be making history coming back from 0-1 down in a wild card series.
Well, history is being made all over the place. But no, in all seriousness,
nobody's ever won a series up 1-0 either, though.
A lot of history will be made over the next few days. But there is something to say about losing Game 1 in a best-of-3 series. So the Yankees went out there, and they beat Bieber. I'm not shocked, but I am shocked at how they tattooed Bieber around. But now the Indians are in deep trouble, and the Yankees bats, which has been their bread and butter all season long, except for the last month, basically, when they had all the injuries. But now the guys are back. You had Judge hitting a home run, Stanton's healthy, Torres, Sanchez, all these guys, LeMahieu, they have so many bats and enough pitching that I do like the Yankees a lot. So last night, again, I'm sure the whole country was tuned in to the Yankees win over the Cleveland Indians 12-3. I think I said 12-2 earlier. 12-3 was the final if you're scoring at home.
Yeah, I don't think if you were putting odds on things, if you would have guessed that the only game yesterday that would go over the total would be the Garrett Cole-Shane Bieber matchup.
Exactly.
and it went over in the third inning. I think they were already over the total. And the other ones, which were all good games going into the late innings, Astros winning in the 9th. The White Sox kind of cruised after they got the early lead because Giolito was just fantastic. But yeah, some good stuff. But I just would have never expected that Shane Bieber could give up 12, or they would give up 12 runs in a Shane Bieber start. That's
exactly.
And I do agree. It's what David Sampson said. The Yankees had to win yesterday.
The
I don't
Yankees
think the
win.
I don't think the
Yankees
Indians
win.
had to win yesterday because I think if you look at the pitching going forward now, there's an advantage for the Indians for sure. Obviously, Garrett Cole for the Yankees, I think they have to win his starts.
So last night, the Yankees trumped the Indians, and after the game, the Indians just, they're basically biding their time until today's game 2. See what I did there? Yankees win 12-3 on the road. Also, on the road, the Houston Astros beat the Minnesota Twins 4-1. And this blew my mind, Eli, when I saw this stat because I did not know that the lookalikes have lost 17 straight postseason games.
Yep, last time they won a postseason game was Game 1 of the ALDS in 2004. It is really like the Indians lost their 7th straight playoff game last night. You can kind of see that. Okay, you've lost 7 straight playoff games. That can happen. You get swept here, whatever. To lose 17 straight postseason games in baseball, that's impossible. Like at some point, a starting pitcher has to go out and throw a good game.
You would think.
Like there's something happens. You shut somebody out for goodness sake, so you win a game. That's almost. I don't understand how you could even do that. If you're good enough to be in the postseason, how are you not ever good enough to win a game over all of those series?
So maybe this is obvious, but that is the longest playoff losing streak in the major American sports we watched. NHL, MLB, NFL, everything like that.
Wow.
There's just no way you can lose that many in a row.
Longest ever now.
Like there's just think about it. In any other sport, you're getting swept basically 4 years. The Grizzlies, when they first got to the playoffs, they lost 13 straight before they ever won a game. Mm-hmm. And you thought like that was like, oh my gosh, this is just.
But they were not even established yet in Memphis. They were still young in their infancy in the NBA. They had played in Vancouver, but for not that long. They don't have the talent, and it's a whole different ballgame. Minnesota's established. They had a great regular season record.
It's harder in baseball because, like in the NBA, you can go into the playoffs as the 8th seed every year and play the 1 seed, and you're not supposed to. Like you could just get swept every time. In baseball, I mean, they're getting in. There was a select few that get in, so you're either winning your division to get in, or finishing second in some of those. But you're obviously really good in order to be able to get into the postseason. And again, usually you would just think that at some point in a 17-game stretch, a starting pitcher would go out there and just give you one great performance, or your offense would just rough up the opponent's starting pitcher one time out of 17 attempts, and you would win a game.
You would think. Again, when I saw that stat, I thought for a second there, I did a double take that it was 7 and not 17, that it was a mistake. But then I found out, no, it's real. And Minnesota's now 0-1 down to Houston, which got a bases-loaded walk in the 9th, Jose Altuve walking, and that pushed across the go-ahead run. They scored 2 more, and they win it 4-1. Also yesterday, the White Sox winning on the road. So 3 of the 4 teams won on the road. Again, does it make a difference? They're playing in front of nobody. So obviously home field doesn't make that much of a difference. I mean, the intricacies of your stadium and all that crap, but really it negates the home field. The White Sox go to Oakland and win 4-1. And look, we were talking about this game yesterday when Dave Sampson was on and this series. And I said the White Sox, even though they had just slumbered the last couple of weeks going into the postseason, I still think they have enough to beat the A's. And you disagreed with that. And it's only 1 game. But I'll give credit to John Harden because he texted in right away to me and he said, I'm all over Lucas Giolito. He said he's going to be tremendous tonight. Well, he was tremendous last night. 7 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 8 Ks. He dominated the A's.
Yeah, he was great. And, had the no-hitter, or I guess perfect game going, I guess, what did he lose that in the 6th inning? I can't remember when he lost the perfect game.
I think it was in the 6th, and Snell had a perfect game, did he not, as well going for Tampa?
I don't know if it was perfect. He had a no-hitter at least through 5. I don't know if I don't know if this was a perfect game or not. The thing you talk about the whole home field advantage, and there's no fans, so what does it really matter? And you would think that. But if you look at some of these teams, their home road splits during the year are huge. Like the Yankees were 22-9 at home, 11-18 on the road.
Wow.
The Astros were 20-8 at home, 9-23 on the road.
See, I don't understand because you play series in baseball. And maybe that first game, if you don't have your stud pitcher or one of your two stud pitchers, if you have those, that you have to make the travel, you have to go into the hotel, and that maybe it puts you off kilter a little bit. But once you've settled down for games 2 and 3, if you're the better team, I don't care where you're playing in this day and age with no fans, you would think it negates the advantage. But the split you're telling me is pretty incredible, at least for the Yankees.
The White Sox and Indians are the ones they basically had the exact same records, home and away. Mm-hmm. But pretty much all of these other teams that are in the playoffs in the American, and Tampa Bay was their record was essentially the same home and away as well. They were really good in both. But yeah, like the rest of these teams in the American League, like they have massive splits between home and road, and you just you would wonder why would you be so good at home and so bad on the road?
Right. If
there's no fans there, the only difference is you're in a different ballpark than what you're normally playing in. The National League is not nearly as bad. There's not too many that have big time splits among these playoff teams. Mm-hmm. As far as that goes, the American League, the biggest one in the National League, it's actually the Marlins, who are way better on the road. So this is to their advantage. They're not. The Marlins were 11-15 at home and 20-14 on the road.
Well, even during a normal season, they're used to not having fans at their home park, and probably in times when they play the Yankees and some Red Sox, there's probably more fans for the visiting team. So they're used to it. Tampa Bay beat Toronto 3-1. We mentioned Blake Snell. He had his thing going and had a no-no, I think, into the fifth is what you said. So Tampa Bay winning that game in a low-scoring game. I mean, fairly, for all the runs that are scored in baseball during the regular season, other than the Yankees' 12, pretty low scoring. Houston wins with 4, White Sox win with 4, Tampa Bay win with 3.
That's generally what happens in the postseason, especially game 1 of series. I mean,
because of pitchers.
You're trotting your ace out there, and they usually can take care of business, but and for the most part they did, other than the best pitcher in baseball this year in Shane Bieber, who was the one who did not take care of business yesterday. But I am pumped about today. This is going to be...
Who's throwing, Hendricks?
Cubs are going with Kyle Hendricks, yes. But today, just 8 games. I mean, it's just... in the middle of the afternoon, there could be 4 or 5 games all going on at the exact same time.
Well,
this is going to be so much fun today to have 8 playoff games, and then you got the NBA Finals starting tonight. This is cool stuff.
And no debates tonight, which is a good thing. Baseball euphoria. It's baseball euphoria, and it reminds me when we get to these afternoon games and we wrap up things, and I get to go home and watch some baseball. It reminds me when I was a kid. In the postseason, the postseason games would mostly be in the afternoon. I'd come home from school. I remember one time the teacher brought out the little TV, probably a little black and white TV, and we watched the start of the World Series. It was Orioles-Pirates. Was that 71? I think it was 71, and we watched some of the game.
Orioles-Pirates was 79.
Well, I think they also played in 71. Gabe, could you look that up? Was it 71 with Clemente and all that, and Palmer and those guys for Baltimore? I'm pretty sure that was what it was. Even though I'm in South Jersey, and we're all about the Phillies, but they brought it in to have fun, to enjoy the afternoon baseball.
Pirates-Orioles, yeah,
that's exact. And I remember that. It's a vivid memory. And then they started to go to strictly night games to try to get primetime numbers for the TV networks, and certainly understandable. But I think daytime baseball is great. So you have Cincinnati and Atlanta, which will begin at 11. That's your first game. Cincinnati, Atlanta, game 1 of their series. Then you have Houston, Minnesota, starting at 12. Miami, Chicago at 1. White Sox and the A's at 2. Toronto and Tampa Bay at 3. Cardinals, Gabe's Cardinals and the Padres at 4. Yankees and Cleveland at 6. And then Milwaukee and the Dodgers at 9. And that's incredible.
Yeah, I mean,
I got a tear in my eye looking at that.
You got a game starting every hour from 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. That's cool. That's if anybody thinks that this expanded playoffs is here temporarily, no, this is here to stay.
Do you think so?
100%. Why would they not? It's more TV games, more TV money, and plus it's going to it gives more teams a chance to sell postseason tickets for a 2 or 3 game series in their home park.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, why don't you have 20 teams or more in every sport? I mean, what you're saying makes sense. I understand that, but I mean, I'm not sold at 16, but you may be right. Pete Medhurst is going to join us next. He covers the Nationals. In fact, he's part of the Nationals radio network, the defending World Series champions who did not get the postseason. I'll ask that question to Pete if he thinks so. But I think there's a good chance it could happen in baseball. Got one NFL note before we take our first time out. An additional Titans player has tested positive for COVID-19. They're not releasing names. Meanwhile, all other Tennessee players and members of the Minnesota Vikings, remember the Titans played Minnesota on Sunday, have returned negative results. Now, these are the latest tests that they took yesterday. There's still more tests to be taken. The NFL still plans right now to have the Steelers fly into Nashville and play the Titans on Sunday. But there was a report. Has it been moved?
They've postponed it, according to, I think, I don't know if it's Ian Rappaport that had it first, but they're postponed it. They are still there's a possibility of Monday. There's a possibility of Tuesday. They are looking at all rescheduling options.
So it's definitely not going to be played Sunday.
That's what it looks like.
Okay,
yes.
I was going to get into the Monday, Tuesday options because I saw the report on ESPN last night from Diana Rossini that said it could be Monday, it could be Tuesday, but at that point, they had not said it wouldn't be Sunday. So now no Sunday. In fact, here's Rossini tweeting it out. Sunday's game between the Steelers and Titans being postponed per multiple sources. They are considering all options to reschedule. Monday night is one of them. This will all be based on test results. Oh, if we have Monday night, we'll have 2 games. That means we'll have Fowler and Herbstreit again, who are much better than Levy, Greasy, and Riddick, in my opinion.
Or NFL all the way till Tuesday. I'm okay with that.
We can replace the Maction with the NFL on a Tuesday night. You can't get any better than that. You get NFL Thursday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So you get NFL Thursday, college Saturday, NFL Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. You're mixing in baseball playoffs and the NBA finals during all of that. I mean, this is this is good stuff. We got good stuff going on here.
Absolutely. All right, we'll take a time out. Pete Medhurst joins us next. This is Middays on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56. That's AM 560, 96.1 FM, 87.7 FM, and 98.5 FM.
Sports Time on Sports 56 with Wallow and Stats. Weekday afternoons from 3 till 6. Right here on Sports 56, 96.1 and 87.7 FM.
Bartlett Small Engine has been serving quality power equipment since 1970. They have a full line of power equipment, parts, and services for most makes and models. Bartlett Small Engines has the best brands in the power tool industry: Honda mowers, trimmers, and generators, Steel blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws, Echo trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws, plus quality products from Red Mat and Shindawa. And they're all American made. Bartlett Small Engine is your can-do store. 6780 Summer Avenue. Call 901-386-9779.
Hey Tiger fans, this is John Stacy of the Wolf Chase Honda Blue and Gray Show. You can hear Drew Barrett and I talk Tigers with Tigers every Sunday night at 5 right here on Sports 56, 96.1 and 87.7. You never know which Tigers great we'll have in the studio with us either. We'll get them to call in too. We are your go-to show for Memphis Tigers football. That's the Wolf Chase Honda Blue and Gray Show right here on Sports 56, 96.1 and 87.7.
Hey, we understand. With everything that's happening and with all the new regulations, maybe you're not ready to come and hang out at Sweetgrass to catch a ball game. We want you to, we really do, and we're open for you to do just that. But we're also offering the next best thing, the new Sweetgrass Tailgate Party Packs. Whether it's wings, house-made dips, sliders, or other Sweetgrass tasty treats, all you have to do is call us or go to sweetgrassmemphis.com to order just what you're dreaming of when you're dreaming of watching sports and enjoying some sweet, sweet Sweetgrass.
Chris Price here for Brian Elder Roofing. The storms we've had over the past several months have been devastating to our communities. The rainy season is ahead. You may have not even noticed the dripping in your attic, water stains throughout your home, or even worse, mold and mildew. Please call Brian Elder Roofing and we will send out our project managers to assess any damage. We will not try to sell you a roof if all you need is a repair. We will measure your roof from outer space. 0% for 60 months, even no payments till 2022 are available with approved credit. If you've noticed missing shingles, water stains, leaks in your roof, call us before you call your insurance company at 867-0303. That's 867-0303, and we will provide a free, thorough inspection of your roof's condition.
Call 867-0303. Brian Elder's Roofing Solutions. A good friend of mine often says that golfers are the best athletes. This is Sheldon Rosengarten with Marks Bensdorf Realtors. Now, I don't want to embarrass Ed by mentioning his name, but if you stop and think about it, he may be right. Just like the best real estate agent may not be who you think. Like a left tackle in football, a golfer hits it hard off the tee. Like a sprinter, the golfer walks down the fairway to reach his ball. Then like a quarterback who wants to connect with a distant target, the golfer hits the ball again, and in my case, again and again and again. So if you or someone you know is thinking of selling a home, draft your team by interviewing the players. Find out who will block that offensive lineman from knocking your deal down. And find out about the Shell Bucks option play. When interviewing, call or email me to find out why people often say, when you want the job done, call Shell Done. You can reach me at 483-0546 or memphisrelocate.com. That's 483-0546 or memphisrelocate.com. Do it now and don't fumble that ball.
Progressive Motorcycle presents Road Wisdom from the Motor.
Half man, half motorcycle.
The road is everything you want it to be.
Everything.
As long as what you want is road.
To ride your motorcycle on.
Progressive Motorcycle also presents basic policy starting at $75 a year. Progressive Motorcycle, for those who were born to ride. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Annual premium for basic liability policy is not available in all states.
It's fall, y'all, and Sports 56 is hitting the road. This Friday, Sports 56 Middays with Greg and me will be at Frontier Western Store at 5880 Goodman Road in Olive Branch. Family owned and operated since 1967, Frontier Western is your leader in selling Western apparel and footwear, as well as workwear and gear. Join us for food, prizes, and a chance to win Ole Miss Alabama football tickets. Lunch will be catered by Moe's Southwest Grill of Olive Branch. That's Sports 56 Middays at Frontier Western Store this Friday, October 2nd.
Now, back to Sports 56 Middays delivered by FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to learn how FedEx helps small businesses grow every day. This hour is also brought to you by Action247.com. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
'Cause I'm a picker, I'm a grinner, I'm a lover.
This hour is indeed brought to you by Action247.com. Looking at the website right now, the free games they've got going on right now. They've got a Game of the Week contest for $1,000 cash. And again, these are free to play right now. These are absolutely free. They've got their SEC Do They Even Play Football Up North accumulator for $100 cash. They've got a NASCAR contest, NFL, Major League Baseball, which, of course, you got to get entered in that before 11 o'clock, so you don't have a whole lot of time to get entered in that one. But it's all at Action247.com. This is a website by Tennesseans, for Tennesseans. And sports betting can be legal very soon, but right now you can still win cash by playing for free. All you got to do is go sign up at Action247.com. I talked about that, the home road splits for some of the teams in the American League, and I mentioned the Astros as one of the big ones. And somebody texted and said on the First Bank text line at 67129, said, well, the Astros were probably cheating at home. So I guess that is a possibility. Maybe they have found a new way to cheat this year on their home field, and that would explain their big differences.
So before we bring Pete on, I thought originally Eli had his Cubs cap on backwards, but he has what they call a gator, and he had to explain that to me, that the gator is what you can use as a bandana, kind of use as a face mask here during our COVID-19 times. So I'm looking at him with his bald head now with a gator on. I said all he needs now is like the one earring and then drive around in a motorcycle, because I think you're going in that direction. You're going to have a Harley Davidson in the next year, I think, man. You're going to become a man of the road. You will never find me on a motorcycle, but I did have an earring back in the day. No, you didn't. I did. No, you didn't. I did. I had a, was I in, I guess I was probably in college maybe at that time. Oh, my gosh. I'm sorry. We got to bring Pete on, but I'm getting back to this later on. He is our good buddy, Pete Medhurst. He's the voice of Navy Athletics. He does on-air work at 106.7 The Fan in D.C. He's part of the Nats Radio Network. He does harness racing and all kinds of stuff. He is Pete Medhurst. You can follow him on Twitter at Pete Medhurst. Pita, how are you today?
Thanks for answering the question, because my first question was going to be, after watching the opening segment, what the hell was Eli wearing on top of his head?
See, you didn't. I thought for a second it was a Cubs cap backwards, but then I realized it wasn't. I thought he was inspired by the clown show we saw last night, so he wore a clown show bandana on his head
today to celebrate that.
No, this is all Cubs. This is all Cubs, man.
It's definitely deserving because they have a shot in this wild format. What a great year for David Ross to start out there in Chicago. So we'll see. I mean, this thing is wide open, dude.
Pete, do you think, and we were talking about this before the break, do you believe that this 16-team expanded playoff format and field is going to be something that we'll see for future years, or is this a one-time shot?
Can we make more money at it, Greg? As long as we can make more money, get more networks involved, and look what Turner just paid to re-up their package. Look at what they're doing with the baseball playoffs and how they're staggered. I mean, today and tomorrow are going to be even greater than yesterday.
Yes.
If you're a baseball fan. So if we can get baseball on ABC and then ESPN and TBS, I mean, we got it left and right. Over the course of 7 to 9 hours, 10 hours, depending on how some of these games go. Greg, if we can all make more money, if the players can get a bigger share of the pie, if the owners can get a bigger share of the pie, by all means, if this tournament goes well and there's drama and excitement, I think it has a chance to go forward because we all know now we're going to be chasing the dollars that we did not make this year. So if you can make more money at it, get more networks involved and bid this thing up, by all means, it's got a chance.
I don't think there's really any chance of them going back down because it's just the way of the world in sports, as you said. If it makes you more money, why would you get rid of it?
Right, but baseball was always the sport that just kept tradition, and they didn't give in to all of that. Now they did at times. There were certain things they did from a money standpoint because that's the bottom line. But they didn't want to water down the product. And I think when you have too many, like hockey, I love to watch hockey every once in a while, Pete. We don't have it around this area, but you do in D.C. And it's a fun sport to watch. But, gosh, everybody and their mom makes the playoffs. I don't like that.
Greg, it's a great sport to watch in person. I still believe the TV product is a little it's a little behind the rest of the sports in terms of a TV product. Hockey's just something I think you gotta ingest in person. To be completely honest with you. But look, it's all about, it's 2020 now. The people that care about all those traditions are either dead, 75 or older, in terms of Major League Baseball, because this is a sport that has needed to evolve for years. I know people are kind of taken aback by the international tiebreaker, but we don't want to watch 18, 19 inning games where Brock Holt is pitching by game's end and things of that nature. You have to evolve the sport a little bit. Will the DH stay? I think the DH is one of the biggest things headed into this free agent season in Major League Baseball. If it stays, I think you're going to have a couple of guys, most notably with the Nationals, who stick around for another year. If it doesn't, I'm not sure they come back and play another season. So, they've got to examine, how they thought the DH operated in the National League this season. The Nats, look, they had a couple of those 4-hour-plus games, 4-hour-plus 9-inning games as a result of the DH being part of the game. But yet, as I say all along, how do you speed games up? You throw strikes. Look at what we saw with the better teams playing yesterday. Lucas Giolito, perfect through 6 innings. Another no-hitter through
Blake
5
Snell.
innings. So, with Blake Snell. So, look, when you have better people, and we've expanded the product so much, the pitching is so spread out, that when you get past the top 2 or 3 guys in every rotation and the top guy or 2 in each bullpen, it's a crapshoot. The Twins bullpen's been as good as anybody this year, and yet they couldn't get anybody out at critical times against an Astros team. That when you look at the numbers, a lot of those guys are literally 50 points below their average from a year ago. Take it for what it's worth, but, the Twins bullpen was as good as anybody, and yet they couldn't get anybody out at critical times yesterday, and it just goes to show you, how watered down the rosters have had to become because we've expanded to so many teams in the game.
Yeah, I think the playoff format will stay. I think the DH stays, and I think some form of the extra inning thing stays for the regular season. I think pretty much all of these things they're trying this year stick around in the game somehow.
No, I agree. It was funny. My 12-year-old plays travel softball, and the first time we saw it, she goes, "Hey, that's what we do when we go past the time limit or whatever." So, some kids, believe it or not, can identify with it. The traditionalists can't. I thought I thought it made for some drama in some games.
I actually loved it at times.
I mean, and you know what it also showed us? It also showed us that a ton of Major League guys don't know how to bunt. I mean, we saw some terrible exhibitions of bunting from some people. It's crazy how much that skill has just been defeated at the amateur level before they even get here. Because, I mean, some of these cats look like they had never figured out how to bunt a baseball before. Even the fundamental thing of how to hold the bat while bunting a baseball seemed to be beyond some of these guys at critical times this season.
Pete Medhurst joining us, the voice of Navy Athletics. You can follow him on Twitter at Pete Medhurst. Speaking of Navy, back in action this weekend at Air Force. I know Ken Niumatalolo does not like the Commander-in-Chief's trophy battle this year because it's not a true round robin, and he made his feelings felt. You have had some interesting calls already this year. In that first game for Navy, it was them getting demolished. They had not hit in practice, and it just didn't seem like they were ready. And then, lo and behold, you get this crazy Tulane game in which Navy's getting blitzed again in the first half and make a miraculous second-half comeback, and you were on the call of that. What's it been like for Navy this year?
Just what you said, crazy, a bit miraculous. And this week, who the hell knows who you're going to see from Air Force? I mean, they've had no roster. They finally put a roster up. It's a bunch of people, in some cases, especially on the defensive side, you've never heard of. Outside of the one, there's a local kid who played at DeMatha here who's starting on defense at linebacker, and that's how we know him. He was a backup for them last year. A lot of these defensive players have taken these, quote, turnbacks, and this has become a real controversial deal. Navy and Army's kids aren't doing that. They're playing. They're showing up on the roster, playing as scheduled. And Air Force, because the Mountain West was originally going to play a full conference schedule in the spring, well, now the Mountain West, like everybody else, is coming back. So this thing has really gotten a smidge convoluted for Air Force. But yet now you're talking as many as 30 to 40 players who are taking these turnbacks where they essentially leave school this semester. They will come back in a future semester,
Jeez.
And I'm assuming for next year have a full year of eligibility. That's not what the service academies are all about. We lost, case in point, we lost Tongo Smith, great quarterback, first drive 2 years ago. It was the game Malcolm Perry came out of the stands where he was dressed with his midshipman classmates because he wasn't dressed for the game. And at halftime, they went and got his equipment, and he ended up playing in the second half of that game. Well, Tongo had played one half of football. Our staff made a case to the superintendent of the Naval Academy to allow him to come back and play the following season. And they turned that down. And that just goes to show you the ultimate mission of the Academy is to turn out officers, Marines, SEALs, and other folks. And, you know, what Air Force is doing just slaps in the face of what the ultimate mission of the service academies is all about. But if no one is going to keep Troy Calhoun in check there, then you can't blame Troy for trying to exploit the rules to his benefit. So, I mean, look, Troy was a former NFL assistant. I'm not saying Air Force is going to come out in the air raid or anything this weekend, but you don't know what you're going to see from Air Force. They could literally come out and do anything this week. You got no film. You got no film on half the people that are playing. If Navy wins this game this week, they will have certainly earned it because the adjustments they will have to make on the fly are going to be pretty impressive depending on what Air Force comes out and does. Now, if all of the guys that allegedly are not on the depth chart have taken these turnbacks and they are not playing defense, and, you know, I fully expect Chad Hennings to suit up for Air Force this week, the former great Dallas Cowboys defensive tackle. But if those guys aren't playing, then I do believe Navy has a great advantage, at least from that standpoint, going up against a defensive unit that will have a real lack of inexperience playing for it for the guys in Colorado Springs.
Is Navy going to go? Is Dalen Morris going to be the quarterback? What are they doing at the quarterback position now going forward?
Certainly his play in the Tulane game has earned him the opportunity to continue as the quarterback until further notice. Kenny said that, and you know what a great job by the kid, first of all, and what a great job by his teammates. You know, the Memphis native Cameron Kinley, who many people on Twitter last night were tweeting, please go to the debate stage right now because we need you to save us. Because he's going to be the mayor of Memphis one day. He's going to be a senator in Tennessee, maybe run for president at some point. But it's Cameron, it's Miles Fells, it's Jackson Perkins. It's all these guys in the senior leadership group there that, propped Dalen back up and said, hey, man, you can do this. We need you. And the young man really showed a lot of promise, native of Alabama. And he came back out. And, look, a lot of kids we know in this sport now, the first sign of adversity, they turn tail, leave school, let's transfer somewhere else. Mm-hmm. This is a kid that has stuck it out to his senior year. Had a terrible first half in his first game, and instead of whining and crying and pouting to the coaching staff, he went back to work. And when his number was called again, he came through with flying colors, and he showed exactly what we all thought of him. He gives us an element to throw the ball. I told you all, but before the season started, we had our best depth at wide receiver we've ever had, and that showed in that Tulane game because Mark Walker and Michael Cooper were running by people. And that is something that I think when people prepare for Navy, they're not used to us having that kind of skill set at the wide receiver position, and they're not used to a guy standing back in that pocket who's got a cannon for an arm.
Pete, final thing for you. I have only about a minute or so. I wanted to get your thoughts on, so far in college football, we've seen Cincinnati play really well. We've seen UCF play really well. Memphis in their one game against Arkansas State. The American Conference was in position without the Big Ten, Pac-12 to possibly get a team, if they ran the table, into the playoff. Now you have all these conferences returning. Some may not play more than 7 games, 6 games, 7 games. Do you think there should be restrictions from the committee on who's eligible to make the playoff, or do you think because everything is so crazy this year anyway, whatever happens, happens?
I think, unfortunately, it's going to be whatever happens, happens. If Ohio State runs the table in the Big Ten, they're probably certainly going to get a playoff berth. But, I mean, look, I look around at a lot of other places, though, Greg, and with what I saw this past weekend from the Big 12, UCF, in my mind, hasn't even played a complete game yet.
Right.
And yet they've looked like a juggernaut. Dylan Gabriel's the real deal. That young fella can play. He can spin the ball. If Ryan's kids can ever play another game, they have the wherewithal, even without Kenneth in the backfield to really be a factor. I look at the American every year. All they do is prove themselves. Just go ask Georgia Tech what they thought of UCF. And like I said, I don't even think UCF played the perfect game, but I do believe that an unbeaten American Athletic Conference team will get significant conversation. Certainly right now, if nobody runs the table in the Big 12, I think they've got a chance. I really do, because, I mean, this league just proves itself year in and year out.
Yeah, I agree with that. Pete, thank you so much. As always, he is the voice of the Navy Athletics on air at 106.7 The Fan in D.C., part of the Nats Radio Network. He's Pete Medhurst. You can follow him on Twitter at Pete Medhurst. Thank you, my friend. We'll talk soon.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Take care. All right. I don't know if that will come to fruition, but he's right about them being a not only competitive league, but if you have one team, Eli, like UCF or Memphis or Cincinnati, and they happen to run the table and this conference as competitive as it is, they should at least be in the conversation. I don't know if they will be, though.
Yeah, I mean, again, it just depends on all the other things that happen around with all these other teams and conferences and how many losses teams take and all that. But yeah, I mean, the fact that you have 3 teams that are in those rankings and kind of highly thought of, if one of those teams can come out of that unscathed, beating the other 2, and those other 2, maybe that's the only loss kind of they have, is that those teams only lose within that group. Yeah, I mean, you could get in the conversation. I don't think you'll ever be in the playoff, but you might be at least in a conversation about it.
All right, Titans head coach Mike Vrabel on a Zoom conference call. We'll get his thoughts on what's happening with the positive COVID-19 tests. This is Middays on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56, 96.1, 87.7, and now 98.5 FM.
Take Sports 56 with you on your phone or tablet. Download our official Sports 56 app today.
Get your gun, Nelly, and saddle up Penelope as Western Trading Days at Sunrise Buick GMC. Old-time trading prices on over 800 new Buicks and GMCs, and the Sunrise Used Car Corral has over 150 in stock. Sunrise has rustled up a good-looking herd of cars and trucks under $99.95. Ranch managers have been told to cut prices to the bone. If you're a good person with bad credit, SunriseMemphis.com will help put your brand on one of these little fillies. Come on in and save some money during Western Trading Days at Sunrise, Covington Pike, Wolf Chase, and Collierville. Cars cost less at Sunrise, partner.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Men over 40, is your body feeling soft and not as lean? Are you losing your energy, drive, or even your passion? If so, you could be feeling the loss of growth hormone. The reality is, as early as 25, your natural production of GH begins to significantly slow down, which means you start slowing down. Well, listen to this. New GH Boost from Nugenix is the world's first and only non-prescription supplement that safely supercharges your body's GH production at night when it naturally occurs. Clinical studies show the ingredients in GH Boost can increase your body's own GH levels more than 100% in just the first 90 minutes. And right now, Nugenix is letting every man in America try a complimentary 2-week sample by texting WATCH to 231231 now. Get GH Boost and get your swagger back at the gym and in the bedroom. It's killing it at GNC, but you can only get your sample by texting WATCH to 231231. That's WATCH to 231231. Text WATCH to 231231.
Case IH is a proud supporter of the Mississippi Farm Bureau, and thanks to a membership benefits partnership, Mississippi Farm Bureau members receive a discount of up to $500 on every qualifying Case IH tractor and piece of equipment you purchase. This discount may be used with other promotions, rebates, or offers. So join Mid-South Ag Equipment and the Mississippi Farm Bureau and pocket up to $500 in savings. Call Mid-South Ag at 662-890-3141 to get your discount today.
I'm here with the outstanding team from Lexus of Memphis at 2600 Ridgeway. They're online at lexusofmemphis.com. Gary, tell everyone how they can experience the Lexus of Memphis satisfaction.
Come in and be a part of our family at Lexus of Memphis. Experience the customer service that we provide to each guest like a member of our own family. If you're on the side of the road and you need us, we're there. If you need help with anything with your car, technology, Bluetooth, the app suite, we have a dedicated team to help you with this in your journey with your Lexus.
That's how they do it at Lexus of Memphis.
Now, back to Sports 56 Middays delivered by FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to learn how FedEx helps small businesses grow every day. This hour is also brought to you by Action247.com. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
Titans coach Mike Vrabel right now appearing on a Zoom conference call. He said, look, nobody's to blame. Things happen. We are in a pandemic. We have followed the protocols by the letter. This is a very unfortunate situation, but one that we're confident that we'll be able to handle safely. In other words, it is what it is. Nobody expected the NFL to go unscathed through this entire season.
Yeah, this is how they end up dealing with this when they play this game, how they reschedule all of that. This is going to kind of set the precedent because this is going to happen again at some point this season with some other team, I'm sure. This is not going to be a one-time deal. So working through this and figuring out how they're going to handle these situations will determine a lot going forward.
So I just saw this tweet, and it's staggering numbers, but I guess not that surprising. You, of course, talk about Action247.com, and I talk about FanDuel, and these are gambling sites in Tennessee. Before too long, we'll have it activated where it's legal to gamble in the state. And the legal gambling, again, this does not take into consideration, obviously, things that are happening below board. More than $2 billion in sports gambling in the United States in the month of August, the highest monthly total ever. People are bored. They like to gamble on things. Sports obviously really started to heat up in August and now here in September and into October. Those numbers, while staggering, still, I guess, are not overly surprising.
No, people like to bet. I would bet that September will beat that number.
There's a good chance. Think about it. NFL, college football, Major League Baseball, NBA Finals. The only thing that's done now is hockey. I don't know how many people gambled on hockey, but I'm sure a lot have bets were made on hockey. And college basketball does not get started until around Thanksgiving. Speaking of college basketball, as I mentioned later in the show, you'll want to tune in for Brooks Hansen, the latest on Memphis recruiting. And it could very well be a banner week for Memphis Tigers men's basketball recruiting, as there's a couple of guys that are set to announce their intentions. The NBA Final begins tonight, Game 1 from the bubble. The Lakers and the Heat. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. I like the Lakers in 6 games. And you said the Lakers in 5. Gabe, I think you echoed Eli's sentiments, correct? All right, so how many former – I know, Gabe, you're looking this up. I'll ask Eli. I'm sure he has the answer to this. But how many former Grizzlies, whether they played a game with the Grizzlies or not, are on these 2 rosters, are technically on the rosters? And I say technically because there's one guy that's not playing. He's opted out.
Well, you got Jay Crowder, Andre Iguodala, who else is on the Heat? I need to look at the Heat roster.
Think about the trade.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Who was the other one in the trade? Got Dwight Howard on the Lakers. Is there anybody else on the Lakers?
Yes. One guy who opted out, I know that. He's not playing in the bubble, but he's on the Lakers roster.
Solomon Hill, that's right. So you'd have those are the only 3 in the Heat, right?
Right, I think. Gabe, you double-checked?
Yeah, those would be the only 3 in the Heat.
And then you mentioned Dwight Howard. So Iggy never played a game. Dwight Howard never played a game, but technically they were part of the Grizzlies. Hill and Crowder both played this year. And then there's one guy who's opted out for the Lakers. But he's on their roster, and if they win, he gets a
Avery
ring.
Bradley.
Avery Bradley. Is there anybody else? I'm not looking at any of the rosters, but that's the 5 I came up with.
Yeah, that would be the only ones. That would be the only guys.
But a little Grizzlies flair in this NBA final. By the way, LeBron James, if you're into the gambling, I don't know if this will hold up, but in Game 1 of the NBA Finals, in his past 9, he's 1-8. His team has lost 8 of the 9 Game 1s in previous NBA Finals.
They are a 4.5-point favorite tonight. They're a minus 325 favorite for the series. The Heat at plus 270 for the series. If you want to get a little money down,
get a little action in.
What if the Lakers do win this? What was the odds you think that you could have gotten?
The best odds
before this season that Kostas Antetokounmpo would be the first in the family to get a ring.
Oh gosh. Well, if people knew and realized that he was on that roster, I don't know, because the Lakers were one of the favorites going in, but the Bucks were also a favorite going in.
How funny would that be for him to be able to go up to his brother? Look at dude, I got a championship ring. I don't know what you're waiting for. Like I've got a championship ring.
See, that's a really cool thing. That's a good point too, because here's Giannis, who has said openly that he wants to get it done in Milwaukee and plans to stay here in Milwaukee. We'll see if that happens after this next season that he's under contract. But when the brother comes over for Thanksgiving or whenever they get together and he flashes the ring in front of him, he might think, you know what? Maybe I should leave Milwaukee. I don't know if we could truly win an NBA title here. Maybe I should go somewhere else where there's a couple of other stars. Let's team together because that's what everybody else is doing.
Maybe all the brothers could just get to maybe it wouldn't. Giannis will need some better players than that, but if he can get together with his brothers and form a little team.
Yeah, him and the Balls. Get the Balls and the Antetokounmpos together and form a team. Major League Baseball.
Throw in the Morrises, throw in the Lopezes. Just throw all the brothers.
All the brothers.
Any combination of brothers. Any combination of brothers that's in the NBA, just throw them together and let's see what kind of a team we can come up with.
I think they can come up with a pretty good team. There's a lot of brother combinations in the NBA. I'm not saying they can win an NBA title, but they could be in there. There's a lot of brothers that are playing in the NBA. Baseball news, San Diego Padres right-hander Mike Clevinger, unlikely to pitch in the wild card round. and could miss the remainder of the postseason with an arm injury. And he was one of their big pickups. They got him from Cleveland at the trade deadline. Could be a factor for the Padres. They're getting ready to play the Cardinals game 1 later today. From the NFL, Brett Rippon has been announced as the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. How about Brett Rippon, who started the season third string? Not even sure if he was on the active roster. He probably was not. Brett Rippon, the former Boise State Bronco, will now start for the Denver Broncos. So he goes from the Broncos to the Broncos. Brett Rippon will get the start. Albert Hainsworth, former Tennessee Vols star, former NFL defensive lineman, arrested on Monday, charged with assault, although not physical assault. It was verbal assault. He drove from Nashville, where he lives, or Franklin to be exact, to Cleveland, Tennessee. I think it was an ex-girlfriend who was with her boyfriend, and just went off on these two. But again, nothing physical. So I didn't know you could be charged with verbal assault, but it said assault in the story. And that's Albert Hainsworth arrested yesterday for that incident.
Albert's got some issues. Has had some issues in his life.
He really has. I wonder if Albert was able to save his money. Made a lot of money. Lives in Franklin. That's a pretty
So if he's living in Franklin,
area,
I think
right?
he's probably doing all right.
You would think so. LSU star cornerback Derek Stingley Jr., who was hospitalized on Friday, practiced yesterday, and is expected to play this week against Vanderbilt, according to Coach O. That's bad news for Vandy, as LSU will travel to Nashville. When we come back, we're going to talk college football with our buddy Jerry Palm from CBSSports.com. Then we'll have our 5 favorite songs at 11:25 or thereabouts. So make sure to text in your lists. 67129 First Bank text line. The topic today, musical instruments. The name of a musical instrument has to be in the title of your song. If you are watching us live, you can message us with the lists at Sports56 WHBQ on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, and Instagram. This is Middays on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56, 96.1, 87.7, and now 98.5 FM.
Hey everybody, this fall is going to be the best, and I am loving these new All-Star Chevys. You will not find more Silverados anywhere, and for a lot less. If it's a new Chevy you want, Olive Branch is where you want to be. Come drive one of these new Tahoes. I just did it, and I'm telling you, I want to go on a road trip right now. Drive a new Traverse or a new Camaro. Wait, here is the new Chevy car to drive. One of these Impalas that has all the awards. All-Star wins on the low prices. We're talking 20-something. You could even get thousands in cash back. And don't forget to check out the certified pre-owned Chevy deals. The lot is full. Tahoes, Malibus, Impalas, Suburbans. Just don't forget, it's not the Pike, it's not South Haven, not Mount Moriah or Collierville. It's gotta be Olive Branch, people. And everyone at All-Star has one job, just one job, to make sure you get the best deal and have more fun and in record time. So find new roads to Kraft Goodman Road in Olive Branch or go to allstarautogroup.com.
I want to invite you to come by the Spirit Shop. You know, that little log cabin on Poplar, your liquor and wine oasis. The Spirit Shop has been providing sports fans their beverage needs since way back in 1969. So come in now and get ready for the big game. Whether your favorite team wins or loses, the Spirit Shop will help you celebrate or ease that pain away. The Spirit Shop is open every day, and they're located perfectly at 4848 Poplar. That's the corner of Poplar and St. Nick.
At Jason's Deli, you can stuff yourself full of great deli food that's healthy, fresh, and best of all, it's not expensive. Jason's Deli is all about choice. Whether you're looking for a gluten-free menu, vegetarian sandwiches, healthy kids' meals, or if you'd like to invent your sandwich via the build-your-own selections, Jason's Deli has you covered. And they only use fresh, wholesome ingredients. Choose from the club and specialty sandwiches, paninis, wraps, soups, salads, pastas, and much more. I love the cleanliness in the restaurant, the hospitality, and of course the cost. They have a huge salad bar and great soups, including Southwest chicken chili, fire roasted tortilla, organic vegetable, tomato basil, and many, many more. And if you're planning an event, their catering department is fantastic and can handle any size party. Go check out Jason's Deli's 4 locations. On Ridgeway in the Park Place Center, that's my favorite, on Germantown Parkway in Cordova, at Poplar and Highland, and on Goodman Road in Olive Branch.
Have you thought about the holidays yet? Our friends at Window Genie not only clean windows, gutters, and concrete, they also hang holiday lights. Window Genie has a Christmas light rental program that includes custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage for your home or office. The best part, they're offering 15% off if you book by November 1st. Spend more time with friends and family this year and less time on the ladder. Call today for a free estimate, 901-424-4100. Window Genie, 901-424-4100.
Hi, this is Rob Brown. Join Pete Cordelli and me for Sidelines, Saturday mornings, 8 to 10 a.m. on Sports 56, 87.7, and 96.1 FM. We'll cover the Memphis Tigers, the SEC, recruiting. Hey, if they keep score, we're covering it. Check us out on the website at sports56whbq.com and sidelines.live. Sidelines is brought to you by Duncan Williams Asset Management. Saturday mornings, 8 to 10 a.m. Get up and give us a call.
It's fall, y'all, and Sports 56 is hitting the road. This Friday, Sports 56 Middays with Greg and me will be at Frontier Western Store at 5880 Goodman Road in Olive Branch. Family owned and operated since 1967, Frontier Western is your leader in selling Western apparel and footwear, as well as workwear and gear. Join us for food, prizes, and a chance to win Ole Miss Alabama football tickets. Lunch will be catered by Moe's Southwest Grill of Olive Branch. That's Sports 56 Middays at Frontier Western Store this Friday, October 2nd.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, W253DF Memphis, WPGFLP Memphis, and WIVG Tunica Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Now, back to Sports 56 Middays delivered by FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to see how to turn browsers into buyers. Learn how FedEx can help take your business to the next level. This hour is also brought to you by the Window Genie. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
Living on a lighted stage approaches the unreal. For those who think
It has already been a very busy week here on Middays. We've had some amazing shows. Yesterday we had Mayor Jim Strickland joining us and Deputy AD Jeff Crane from the University of Memphis. You just heard the spot, I'm sure. We got the show on the road on Friday. We'll be at Frontier Western Store on Goodman Road in Olive Branch. It's been rare that we've been able to get away from the studios with COVID, but we've been down to Frontier Western Store. This will be a couple times now since the outbreak, so we're very happy to be out on the road. We hope you'll come and see us on Friday. You know, wear the mask and the social distancing, but we'll be there. We'll be broadcasting our show live. Tomorrow, by the way,
giving away Alabama Ole Miss tickets, too.
Are we really?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Alabama Ole Miss tickets? Well, you better get on down there. And then tomorrow, we'll have the full slate as we always do with Harold and the AutoZone Liberty Bowl Inside College Football Hour. Tiger Football Report returns tomorrow. But here, we're, again, just it stands out, man. It stands out. In our second hour tomorrow, not only will we have the Tiger Football Report, and then we have Ryan Silverfield, but we also will have Sonny Dykes on, not at the same time, but the SMU coach. So we got SMU in Memphis this Saturday, the Tigers return, and we'll have Sonny on earlier in the hour, and then later in the hour, of course, Ryan Silverfield at 11:45. Sports 56 Middays is delivered each and every day by our title and presenting sponsor, and that is FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to see how FedEx helps small businesses grow every single day. Second hour of the program is brought to you by the Window Genie, a trusted name in window cleaning, but they do so much more. They do pressure washing and house washing. They clean gutters. They can seal and clean and seal concrete, brick, and natural stone. They do window tinting, and right now they are offering early specials on your holiday lighting. They will customize your lighting, install it, maintain it, and store it away for one low price, and you don't have to lift a finger. Install by November 1st, or at least order by November 1st. You'll get 15% off. So call Kate Robertson today. Get a free estimate from Window Genie at 901-424-4100. Ask about the Sports 56 special. And again, we're in the Family Leisure Studios where family and fun come together. Family Leisure, 2120 Whitten Road, just north of I-40. It's Wednesday. It's time for JP.
For Sports 56 Middays Weekly Chat with Jerry Palm, college football and basketball writer for CBSSports.com. Here are Greg, Eli, and Jerry.
Bicycle, I want to ride my bike. I want to ride my bicycle.
He is Jerry Palm, CBSSports.com. You can follow him on Twitter at JPPalmCBS. You can catch him every Wednesday during both the college football and basketball seasons, as he's joined us for years and years, and today is no exception. Hi, Jerry.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. Got a chance to peruse over the website, and I saw that your picks has returned. And I noticed right off the bat you're talking Arkansas, Mississippi State, and you got Mississippi State laying the 18. So my question to you is, after that first week performance, are you sold on Mississippi State, or is it that you're not sold whatsoever on Arkansas?
Both. I just feel like, Mississippi State's offense, which you figured would probably take a few games in to, sort of settle in with a very different offense than they've run before.
Mm-hmm.
Took no time at all. Absolutely lit up at OSU. And, if they're able to do that, they ought to be able to beat Arkansas, just not ready to be competitive yet in this league. And, so 18 points doesn't seem like very much for Mississippi State in that game.
The with now more conferences, I guess, involved since the last time we talked to you, I think. I don't even remember anymore when these all make these announcements.
The SEC is the only new one since the last time we talked.
So the Mountain West and all those had already decided to play, though? I'm saying making the decision
I'm sorry.
to play.
No, I just meant actual game. No, everybody did now. Yeah.
But
right.
Have you changed your? Have you had to make what has made changes in your bowl projections based on now everybody being available?
Yeah, well, I had to kind of kludge it. The Pac-12 and the Mountain West and the MAC have not released schedules yet, so I kind of went with. I mean, I've got to have records, so I can rank these teams. I mean, bowl eligibility doesn't matter this year; everybody's already eligible, but the teams with the better records are still going to get picked. So I had to put in division games for those three conferences, not knowing who the cross-division opponents were going to be. So it's kind of a clue this week until we get some schedules. But yeah, I had to come up with something in order to include those teams. And so now we've got 127. Connecticut, New Mexico State, and Old Dominion are the last holdouts. And I've heard talk that New Mexico State may try and play. So we'll see.
And, I'm sure you would have had one of those in your playoff had they been eligible.
But since we have all those teams back and playing, and even though they have changed the rule as far as the record is concerned, I don't think we'll be seeing a 2-8 team more than likely in a bowl game. We could, but I doubt it.
Well, but here's the thing: in a normal year, the Power 5 conferences are not going to have. I mean, not all of them are going to be able to fill all of their spots with bowl eligible teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Big Ten and the SEC in particular have trouble doing it because they put like 3 teams in the New Year's Six of their eligible teams, and then there's just not enough to fill all of the bowl spots that they have.
Right.
So those get filled by Conference USA teams or Sun Belt teams or MAC teams or whoever, right? Well, this year, since there's no eligibility restrictions, you could have a 2-8 SEC team or a 2-8 Big Ten team fill a Big Ten spot in a bowl game because they'll have enough eligible teams to do that.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So,
yes.
And then you might see a 500 MAC team stay home because there's nowhere for them to go because the MAC only got so many bowl spots. Right?
Wow, that's right.
Yeah.
Because of the affiliation with those bowls with that conference. Yeah.
Yep. So it's like it'll be the first year in probably ever that I've been doing this, or certainly a long time, where all of the major conferences are going to fill all of their bowl spots.
I like your looking at your latest bowl projections here. I like your Birmingham Bowl matchup of UCF and Ole Miss. There could be some points scored in that game.
Yeah, to say the least. That's I'm trying to do. There's the ESPN bowls in particular, the ones that they own, but there's some others too, where they've got sort of this pool system among not the Mountain West, but the other group of 5 conferences are basically anybody from any of those four conferences could end up in some of these games. It's like 16, what they call pool spots. And so I'm trying to think about, let's get some of the better teams that don't fit somewhere else. Let's get them together in a game. And so that was one of them. I was like, let's get UCF a pretty good opponent. Let's get, maybe Memphis. I don't know where I put them off the top of my head, but let's get them a good opponent. Let's get the better Conference USA teams, good opponents, so that they've got better games, and that's what that flexibility was done for. That's why that exists.
You've got Memphis against Virginia in the Military Bowl.
Oh, okay, and that's an American Conference slot.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Well, about UCF, and I know they haven't played Murderers Row opponents yet, but boy, they look really, really good. And I would be, I think, surprised at the end of this season if they were in the Birmingham Bowl. I think they're one of the better teams I've seen so far in football. I don't know if that's saying much, but they are.
Well, I mean, I thought East Carolina played them pretty good for 2.5 quarters.
Yeah, but it ended up, it still ended up by, what did they win, by 4 touchdowns, something like that?
They gave up 28 to East Carolina, I think it was. They scored 51, right?
Right,
so,
right.
They weren't really threatened in the second half. I think I picked Cincinnati to win the league, I think, and I've still got Cincinnati winning the league, and, we'll see. But those three teams are going to play each other. We're going to find out about them. But I think Cincinnati, Memphis, UCF are a step ahead of the rest of the league. But we'll find out, because I think probably the fourth best team is SMU, and Memphis is going to play them this week after having a couple of weeks off. So they're going to have to come out firing. I don't think that they have the luxury of being rusty this week.
Now you have in your group of 5 team, you have Boise State being that group of 5 representative.
Yep. Yeah, because I don't think the American's going to produce an undefeated team. And I think Boise can finish undefeated. And undefeated always matters to this committee.
And how many games does the Mountain West plan to play?
Are
they playing 9?
No, they're going to do 8.
They're going to do 8.
They're going to do 8. They're going to start the same time the Big Ten does. So they're going to schedule 8. Now, I don't think they're doing the cross-division thing on championship weekend like the Big Ten is. Pac-12 will do that. But I think they're playing 8 regular season games in their conference championship.
What did you think of, and again, I know you're not a big poll guy, and the polls are basically there. They kind of base things. It's not the end-all, be-all. But what did you think about the return of all these other schools who have not yet played a game into the polls when you have a team like Mississippi State looking so impressive at knocking off LSU, and they're sitting there at like 16 or 17, and then they throw Ohio State back into the top 5 or top 10, wherever they are?
I don't know. But I thought that was, that like the AP tells you who your list of teams are that you have to vote for, and they said that the teams that haven't started yet were optional. You could vote for them if you felt like it, or you don't have to. And so you had kind of a mixed bag. Ohio State was in the middle of the top 10, I think, and if everybody had, Ohio State as an option where they, had to really consider them, not sure that would be the case, but I don't know. I mean, I don't see any point, in the middle of a season like this, starting to vote for teams that haven't played yet. Preseason, sure. But now that we're into the season, teams that haven't played yet probably shouldn't be in the poll.
I'm with you. And again, it's not the end-all, be-all the polls, but I'm absolutely with you. But
you're right. And the polls, to me, they mean completely nothing. So I'm not even looking at them, really. But that's typical of every year.
Was there anything other than Mississippi State and their performance that stood out to you about Week 1 in the SEC?
No, I mean that's really it. I mean how good they were, and obviously LSU. We figured they'd probably take a step back this year with just losing all the guys they did to the NFL, and then the guys that opted out. But then they get the news on game day morning that Derek Stingley's not going to be available. Because of an illness that wasn't COVID related, but still, so it's like, all right. So now you're coming out against this air raid offense, and the best cornerback in college football is not available to you, and that's just asking too much. I think LSU is probably better than they showed, but they are going to struggle this year. I mean, they're in a good division. They have a tough schedule. LSU may have a record that doesn't reflect their talent.
Last year, Oklahoma lost to Kansas State, still got into the playoff and didn't do anything. Now they lose to Kansas State in this wacky year. I think it's really, really gonna hurt them. Obviously, it didn't last year. What do you think?
It depends on the competition for the spots, right? So, and it also depends on how K-State does the rest of the season, because not much was thought of K-State this season, and then they go out and lose to Arkansas State, who's not a bad team, not one of the better Sun Belt teams, but still, if you lose that game to the start of the year, you come back and beat Oklahoma. If K-State ends up 7th or 8th in the league like they were originally predicted to be, that's a disaster. That's really hard for Oklahoma to overcome. But if K-State ends up having a surprisingly good year and Oklahoma wins out, which they have to do for this conversation to matter at all, and they've beaten Texas twice probably, Oklahoma has, then, maybe it doesn't hurt them so much, but it'll depend on who the competition is. And that's, we don't know. But if the other 4 conferences produce an undefeated champion and the Big 12 doesn't, then they're out.
But isn't it human nature, and I'm not sure if the same exact committee members from last year are on this year's committee?
Oh, there's always a little bit of turnover.
Yeah, there's probably a little
turnover.
turnover.
The basketball committee.
But for the most part, it's probably the same people. I still think it's human nature to get into that room when they're talking about the playoff teams and go, all right, Oklahoma, they had the loss last year that we put them in there. They got beat up. Now they lose again to Kansas State. The Big 12 is a disaster. They all lost these games. I mean, there's no way we're putting them back in, right? I mean, that's what I would say in the meeting. That would be
why you're not on the committee.
I know, but I would say that. I go, come on, we just did this.
They would throw you out on your rear if you said that in the committee room.
I'm a rebel, buddy. I'm a rebel. I would say that.
You're a rebel, but you'd be an ex-rebel.
I know.
Well, unless you're a Mississippi rebel.
But in seriousness, I know they won't do that. I know they don't do that.
But they don't think that way.
But they should think that way. They should think that way.
No, why? Well, last year doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, but it's
last year was last year.
But this year starts the same way. They lose to Kansas State. Like, I'm not putting that team in there. That team's going to get in there and play Clemson and lose by 30 again or whatever.
Maybe. Okay,
right.
But we don't know that anybody else they throw in there isn't going to lose by 30 to Clemson.
Auburn, Georgia this week. You like Auburn. Tell us why.
I like Auburn to cover. I like Georgia to win.
Oh, okay.
I think it's going to be a good game. And I think that I'm kind of curious as to what Georgia's going to do with quarterback. Is J.T. Daniels going to be available? Is he going to play?
Right.
They're going to need good quarterback play. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game because I think the defense. I mean, Georgia scored 30 and Auburn. What did they get? 29 against Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
I still think that these are better defensive teams than offensive teams. So I just think it's going to be a low-scoring game, maybe in the low 20s, within about a field goal. But I think that Georgia's better, but I don't think Georgia's a lot better. Home field doesn't mean anything this year, right? Because they're not playing at Georgia in front of 90,000 people or however big that stadium is. They're playing in front of whatever Georgia's allowing in, but not more than say 15 or 20,000, and it's just not the same. So it'll be interesting to see how home field advantage works this year, but I just think this is an evenly matched game. I think Georgia's slightly better than that. So that's why I picked them, but I think Auburn covers a touchdown.
What do you think about Alabama and A&M, which is a top 10 battle, although after A&M's performance last week, this does not seem like it would be a top 10 battle?
Yeah, I probably have told you guys this before. I don't get too worked up about teams that kind of struggle with their opener as long as they get the expected result, and that's kind of what happened with Texas A&M. But they bring that to Alabama, they're going to get run. That's not going to fly. They're going to have to play a lot better than that if they're going to hang with Alabama. I don't know, Alabama's like a 18-point favorite or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're good enough to cover that. That's a really good team again this year, and A&M's got to show up a little bit better, in fact, a lot better if they're going to hang within 2.5 touchdowns.
I think if my memory serves me correctly from just this past weekend, the SEC road teams were 5-2. Is that correct?
I haven't got it in front of me.
Auburn won at home, and
Alabama won at the Zoo. A&M won at home, didn't they?
A&M and Auburn were the only two to win at home, right? Florida won on the road. Mississippi State won on the road. Tennessee. No, exactly. I mean, it all depends on who's coming in to play at your place.
South Carolina was a pretty even game on paper. He was favored, though. But I think I think favorites won, right? We didn't have any upsets other than Mississippi State.
No, I mean, if you're looking at the spread, Bama didn't cover, A&M didn't cover.
No, I'm talking about
straight
the
up.
One, right?
No, you're right.
We didn't have to call it upset.
Yeah, no upsets. I think the darling
Mississippi State, LSU.
Right. I think the darling pick going in was Kentucky, and they still lost by 17 when it was all said and done. So, all right. Well, we'll see what happens here in week number 2. Again, the marquee game, at least on paper in the SEC, is Auburn and Georgia. Check out Jerry's picks
nationally too. I'm
yeah,
sure.
It is, isn't it? There's not really that much on the national schedule, but sooner than later, we're going to have other conferences involved and much more activity in the college football world. But to find out what's going on, to keep up with things, make sure to keep up with Jerry on Twitter at JPPalmCBS and at CBSSports.com. Again, his picks are back up for another season, so check them out and catch them every Wednesday right here on Middays. Jerry, have a great week. Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
You too. There are more ways to win than ever before on the FanDuel Fantasy app. From daily fantasy to new season-long contests, you can play for free or join paid games to compete for real cash prizes. Right now, FanDuel is giving new players 20% on their first deposit, up to $500 in bonus credit added instantly into your new account. Use your bonus to try partial season best ball, FanDuel's newest way to play fantasy football. Best ball contests are the simplest way to play season-long fantasy. There's no lineups to set, no waivers to claim, and no trades to make. Just draft your team, and FanDuel will do the rest. Enter now before October 1st to get in before this round of best balls ends. Your old favorites are still available as well, including Gridiron Pick'em. Just pick the winners of Sunday's NFL matchups correctly for your chance to earn up to $5,000 every week, absolutely free. And when you win, FanDuel pays out your winnings in as little as 24 hours. If you haven't tried FanDuel yet, what are you waiting for? Simply download the FanDuel Fantasy app today to get started and claim your deposit bonus of up to $500. Again, you have to be 21 years of age here in Tennessee. Restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com. We'll take a timeout. More Middays when we return, including our 5 favorite songs. So get your lists in. This is Real Sports Talk, Sports 56, 96.1, 87.7, and 98.5.
Broadcasting from the Family Leisure Studio, we are Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7.
Get ready to fall in love with driving again in your new Kia from Gossett Kia on the Pike. Get everything you want with the 2020 Forte, just $131 a month. Or hit the road in 2020 Soul, $148 a month. And transform your driving experience this fall in the all-new 2021 K5, now $189 a month. All 36-month leases in just $3149 due at signing. And you'll get peace of mind you can trust with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. It's time to get your Kia on at Gossett Kia 1900 Covington Pike, or shop 24/7 at KiaCovingtonPike.com. Ask for Bobby J. He'll put you in a new Kia today.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 36-month leases, $3149 due at signing, 0 security deposit, excludes acquisition fee, 10,000 miles per year, 20 cents excess mileage, $650 acquisition fee, Forte LE 2249.63, Soul L7120906, K5MG 0031199. Warranty is a limited powertrain warranty. See Kia.com or retailer for details. Includes all rebates and incentives. PF 598.75. Excludes tax title and license. See dealer for complete details. Not all customers will qualify.
For over 8 decades, America's farmers have counted on the Little Red Tractor from Case IH, the Farm All, to help them make short work of their demanding chores. Well, Mid-South Ag can show you they aren't just for farms anymore. With horsepower ranging from 30 to 105, plus an army of attachments, they can tackle every chore on your to-do list, from hauling and mowing to loading and towing and then some. Stop by Mid-South Ag Equipment or call 662-890-3141 to find a Case IH Farm All that's right for you.
With so many new pet owners, Kezia's Grooming can't keep up.
Kezia's Grooming? Sorry, we're booked solid through the weekend. I can give you a call back, though, if something opens up.
It's time to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. The moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Indeed delivers 2.5 times more hires than the other branded job sites combined, according to Breezy HR 2019. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first job post. Terms and conditions apply.
I love the real estate business. This is Sheldon Rosengarten with Marks Bensdorf Realtors. I've been selling real estate a long time. What I love is having people ask me how some houses sell so quickly and others or sit? That's an easy answer. Any agent can sit and tell you what you want to hear. I tell you what you need to know. I give you options and alternatives. I'm a firm believer in preparation, presentation, and proper pricing. We discussed that in my unique Shell Bucks option. Beating your competition down the street or around the corner is the name of the game. So if you or someone you know is thinking of selling, talk to 2 to 3 real estate agents and make sure that I am one of them. Find out why my strategic marketing program with the Shell Bucks option can mean the difference in whether you sit or sell. You'll find out why people often say when you want the job done, call Shell Done. You can reach me at 483-0546 or memphisrelocate.com. That's Shell Done, Rosengarten. 483-0546 or memphisrelocate.com.
It's time to catch the falling prices at Gossett Kia South Mount Moriah during our Fallback Kia sales event. You'll find best mass market brand and initial quality 5 years running for Kia with J.D. Powers, and we Gossett all at Gossett Kia Mount Moriah. Get 2020 Forte $131 a month, 36-month lease. How about a 2020 Soul $148 a month, 36-month lease? And check out the all-new 2021 Kia K5, now just $189 a month, 36-month lease. And they're all just $3149 due at signing. And in these uncertain times, Gossett says rest assured with Kia's 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. So whether you live in Horn Lake, South Haven, Olive Branch, or Memphis, you'll be happy at Gossett Kia, 2680 Mount Moriah, or KiaMountMoriah.com.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 36-month leases, $3149 due at signing, 0 security deposit, excludes acquisition fee, 10,000 miles per year, 20 cents excess mileage, $650 acquisition fee, Forte LE 2249.63, Soul L7120906, warranty is a limited powertrain warranty, see Kia.com or retailer for details, includes all rebates and incentives, PF 598.75, excludes tax, title, and license, see dealer for complete details, not all customers will qualify.
It's fall, y'all, and Sports 56 is hitting the road. This Friday, Sports 56 Middays with Greg and me will be at Frontier Western Store at 5880 Goodman Road in Olive Branch. Family owned and operated since 1967, Frontier Western is your leader in selling Western apparel and footwear, as well as workwear and gear. Join us for food, prizes, and a chance to win Ole Miss Alabama football tickets. Lunch will be catered by Moe's Southwest Grill of Olive Branch. That's Sports 56 Middays at Frontier Western Store this Friday, October 2nd.
Now, back to Sports 56 Middays delivered by FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to see how to turn browsers into buyers. Learn how FedEx can help take your business to the next level. This hour is also brought to you by the Window Genie. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
And Elaine is in my ear and in my eye.
Reds and Braves are underway. Game 1 of 8 Major League Baseball playoff games. Reds' first 2 batters each got a base hit. They had first and third, nobody out, and they didn't score. So they're 0-0 as they move to the top of the second inning. Well, right now we need you to text in your list of songs if you have yet to do so via the First Bank text line at 67129. You can also, if you are watching us live, message us at Sports56 WHBQ and hit us up with your lists on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, and Instagram. It is time for our 5 favorite songs.
Five favorite songs.
All right, today we're talking musical instruments. So it's pretty wide open. Any musical instrument that is in the title of a song is eligible for your 5 favorite songs. Eli will be first, then Gabe, then myself, and then we'll get your list. So musical instrument, again, you can still text in those lists on the First Bank text line at 67129.
All right, there were actually 2 songs that fit this category that I've previously used as number ones. So I eliminated them.
Wow.
So those 2 got thrown out just to get some other stuff in there. Number 5, well, first of an honorable mention. Got to throw an honorable mention to T-Rex for Bang a Gong, Get It On. I mean, that's a classic. Got to get that one in there. Number 5, I did for you, Greg. This one's for you. This one, I had to get this one in there for you with Bang the Drum All Day by Todd Rundgren.
Eli gives in to Todd Rundgren.
Love that song. I had no idea that was a Todd Rundgren song until I saw that he did that. I was like, okay, well, cool. I'll get Todd Rundgren on my list for once. Number 4, Squeeze Box by The Who. Number 3, Play Guitar by John Mellencamp. Number 2, Mandolin Rain, Bruce Hornsby and the Range. And number 1,
sure how it goes, but it's sad and it's sweet, and I knew it complete when I wore a younger man's clothes. La 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 la. Sing us a song, you're the piano man.
One of the true classics.
Sing us a song tonight.
Piano Man, Billy Joel.
That is such a good song.
God, it's great. One of the great sing-along songs.
I can't.
You go to any piano bar, wait till it starts, and then everybody just sings along.
I can't wait to completely ruin the vibe of this song with my number one. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be so great.
Well,
oh gosh,
you get to do it next. So you're up, Dave
yes.
Kuhn.
This is gonna be fantastic.
All righty.
Oh, I don't think you guys are ready for this.
I know you're trying to brace us for this, man. I'm scared.
Number 5. Shout out to our loyal listener John, because we played this song for Drink, I believe. The Piano Has Been Drinking by Tom Waits. It was hilarious, so I ended up putting it on there. Didn't know about Tom Waits until John chimed in. 4, Mr. Tambourine Man, Bob Dylan. 3, I don't think you'll be familiar with this song, No Bells by Cousin Stiz.
Go
2,
Cousin Stiz.
Good old Cousin Stiz.
I've been wondering what Cousin Stiz has been up to. I did not know.
I got to be honest with you.
Lost track of Cousin Stiz.
I got to be honest with you. I own the album of Cousin, what is it?
Stiz?
I screwed the joke up. Cousin Stiz's greatest hits. I have the greatest hits album.
2, I agree with Eli, Piano Man. Shout out Jacob Karam. And number 1. Hell's Bells, AC/DC.
That's why you were at that.
Yeah, so that from Piano Man to Hell's Bells, I figured.
Slightly different
yeah,
vibe.
Yeah.
Yes, but a very good song, and that is why you were asking me yesterday if Bell is included. You already knew in your mind. Hell's Bells.
Definitely, easily my favorite AC/DC song.
We also had to have the bells included for was it Cousin Stiz that was the bell song? Was
No Bells. No Bells.
But you had to get Cousin Stiz in there. You knew you had Cousin Stiz song on hold.
Cousin Stiz. All right, my list, and I will throw
probably my favorite Cousin musical artist.
I like Cousin It from the Addams Family. Very good. I will give an honorable mention to a Memphian, Anita Ward, who sang in the 70s, a one-hit wonder, a song called Ring My Bell, which was a great disco song. And she's a teacher, or she was a teacher in Memphis. I bet there's somebody out there in our listening audience can give us an update on Anita Ward. And if she's here in Memphis still, if she's still alive, if she's still a teacher. But that was a really, really fun song. All right, number 5. This was tough because I had 6, and I was trying to eliminate the 1. And it's funny because Eli had them both on his list. But I'm going to go Squeezebox with The Who at number 5. Number 4.
Do a tie.
What's that?
Do a tie.
No, I'm not going to do a tie. And I won't even tell you who I eliminated but it was a battle between those two. Number 4, Mr. Tambourine Man, but the Byrds version of Mr. Tambourine Man. Number 3, yes, Bang on the Drum All Day by my man Todd Rundgren. Number 2, the great Billy Joel. It was Eli's number 1, Piano Man. But you guys both forgot about this one or just did not want to include it for some reason. Here is my number 1. greatest band ever assembled, the Beatles, with While My Guitar Gently Weeps. My number one.
Did not forget about it. Good song. Considered it. Didn't make my list.
We knew that it would get airtime.
By the way, why do you go with the Birds version of Mr. Tambourine Man?
I don't know. I like the Birds. I like a lot of their songs.
But I thought yesterday you told me that the original was always better.
No, but somebody texted in something. Let me see if I can find that. And it changed my mind.
Hypocrite.
And I think it was.
Again, yesterday it was all about the original's always better.
Yeah, I'm taking that back. Harden texted in.
So you're taking it back and saying Gloria Estefan did the better version.
No, I will not do that.
Well, then you're just
Vicky Sue Robinson.
Then you're just being dumb.
But I got to give some love to Vicky Sue because that was her only hit. She was a one-hit wonder. Harden comes back and he made a good point. He said, "So I will always love you," which was Dolly's song originally,
yes.
right? And she wrote it, if I'm not mistaken.
She did.
And then Whitney Houston's version, come on.
Whitney's better.
Whitney's is better. So I agreed with John. But then again, all right, Dolly's okay. You know, right? If I don't use Dolly's made it pretty well in her career. But nobody knows whatever happened to Vicky Sue Robinson. So that's why I'm giving her love, man.
If she would have done a better version of the song, maybe they would know.
Be quiet. All right. But,
these newer artists sometimes just take a song and make it better.
But your list without While My Guitar Gently Weeps puzzles me. But that's your prerogative. We move on to our listeners, rather.
That would have been that wouldn't even it would have if I did a top 5 list of guitar songs, it would have gotten in there.
I need award information, and we now need to listen to you talk about the lists from our listeners.
All right, Carolyn, number 5, All About That Bass, Meghan Trainor. I should have put that song on my list. I'm upset with myself. Number 4, Let the Trumpet Blow by Jay Baldwin. Did not know there was a trumpet song out there. Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy, Bette Midler. Good choice there, too. Anytime you get to say Boogie Woogie. Guitar Man by Bread. Mm-hmm. Let's see. And then While My Guitar Gently Weeps at number 1. Honorable mention to, if you're going to play at Texas, you got to have a fiddle in the band. That's one of the songs that's previously been a number 1 for me, so I left it off of this list. That along with Guitars Cadillacs by Dwight Yoakam. Downtown Leo. Number 5, Guitar Man, Bread. Number 4, Squeeze Box. Number 3, Piano Man. Number 2, Bang a Gong. And number 1, While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Let's see here. Lou in KC. If I Were a Bell by Tina Marie. Number 4, Come Blow Your Horn, Frank Sinatra. Number 3, Piano in the Dark, Brenda Russell. Number 2, While My Guitar Gently Weeps. The legendary Rock and Roll Hall of Fame performance by Prince for that one.
That was really good. Really, really good by Prince.
His number 1 is My Ding-a-Ling by Chuck Berry. He says, it's about a bell, people. So does My Ding-a-Ling count?
No, it's not what it's about. It's what about the word. You can't do ding-a-ling is not the instrument.
Well,
or some would say, yes. Some would say,
it depends.
Right, okay, yeah.
It depends what you're talking about.
That's true, huh? Yeah, maybe we have to accept that one.
All right. Zed, number 5, Bagpipes from Baghdad by Eminem. Number 4, Mandolin Rain. Number 3, While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Number 2, Guitars Cadillacs. There you go, Zed. Get a little Dwight Yoakam love. And number 1, Piano Man. Honorable mention to The Piano Has Been Drinking. Let's see.
That was the Y50 theme right there.
Because, this is Nico here. Because technically it's not specific to the instrument itself, I'm giving an honorable mention to All About That Bass by Meghan Trainor. Bass is an instrument.
Bass guitar. I know she's not talking about that, but I'll slide that one in as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that counts. I mean, bass is an instrument. Let's see. Number 5, The Piano's Been Drinking. Number 4, Drums of Odin, War of the Vikings by Paradox Industrial.
What?
I don't know. Nico's a Viking fan, so I'm assuming he must have something to do with that. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Number 3, Jail Guitar Doors by The Clash. Number 2, Concertina by Tori Amos. What is concertina? Is that an instrument?
Yeah, what's the instrument there? Concert doesn't count. Tina doesn't count.
It's all
that
one
would
word.
be a, that is a. It's,
Is it
the,
an
it's the
instrument?
one that you push together and you pull apart and it makes noises.
I thought that was an accordion.
Well, I guess it's a different type of accordion.
A concertina is an instrument.
Yes,
Okay,
it is
there
an
we go.
instrument. Yes.
Thus,
There
our
we go.
listeners being much smarter than us.
And number 1, Me and My Bass Guitar by Victor Wooten.
First mention of Victor Wooten, I think, since we
Looking
started
out
this.
for Victor Wooten.
Good old Victor Wooten.
Shout out, Vic. I call him Vic. I know him well. Vic Woo is what his friends call him. Ray and Cordova, number 5, Dueling Banjos, Eric Weisberg and Steve Mandel.
That is a good one. You know what that's from, right? Eli, Dueling Banjos?
Hee-haw?
No, Deliverance.
Oh, okay.
Dueling Banjos to the break. Can we get that, Gabe, maybe?
Number 4, Mandolin Rain. Number 3, Bang the Drum All Day. Number 2, While My Guitar Gently Weeps. And number 1, Piano Man. Bobby in Midtown, number 5, Guitar Town, Emmylou Harris version. Number 4, The Guitar Man by Gary Clark Jr. Number 3, Johnny Guitar by Johnny Winter.
Johnny Guitar. That's a cool name.
Number 2, Perfectly Good Guitar by John Hyatt. And number 1, Me and My Guitar by Freddie King. Let's see here. Number 5, Play Guitar, Mellencamp. Number 4, Guitar Town, Steve Earle. Number 3, Bang the Drum All Day, Todd Rundgren's best song ever. I would agree with that. Number 2, Jail Guitar Doors, The Clash. And number 1, Perfectly Good Guitar by John Hyatt. Let's see. Can't forget For Whom the Bell Tolls by Metallica, somebody says. Little Guitars, Van Halen. Green Tambourine.
Consider that by the Lemon Pipers.
Oh, the old Lemon Pipers. Who doesn't have a Lemon Piper guitar or album? Lemon Pipers. What else? Give me another Lemon Piper song.
That's it. That's all I know.
They're a no-hit wonder. They're the rare no-hit wonder. John on Facebook, Because I Play Guitar by Big and Rich, The Guitar Man by Bread, Anyone Can Play Guitar by Radiohead, Squeezebox, and back by popular demand, The Piano Has Been Drinking by Tom Waits. Tom Waits getting some love with that song today. Bobby, Guitars Cadillacs, Bang the Drum All Day, Boogie Woogie Fiddle Country Blues by Charlie Daniels. Another Boogie Woogie song. I did not know there were multiple Boogie Woogie songs out there. Number 2, Piano Man. Number 1, Guitar Town, Steve Earle. Honorable mention to, if you're going to play in Texas, got to have a fiddle in the band. And Little Drummer Boy by Lawrence Welk.
Bobby, did you read that one from Bobby about Cousin Stiz?
Yeah, Cousin Stiz is so good it went aluminum.
I would have something to say back, but that's good. Good job, Bobby. Good job.
Bobby also says, love the Cubs background. We'll be singing Go Cubs Go by the end of the day. Absolutely, Bobby. We certainly will be singing that all day long. Might even get Cousin Stiz to sing along with us. Or,
no, he wouldn't do that.
Or the Lemon
He knows
Pipers.
better.
Maybe the Lemon Pipers will join in for Go Cubs Go.
Did you hear yesterday?
The Lemon Pipers?
No.
Missed them.
On Sports Time, did you hear they played? I'm sure Drew played Go Cubs Go for Waldo when he comes back talking about the White Sox win. And I was thinking, my gosh, Eli's got to believe that's sacrilegious.
Rolled over in my grave. It's just it's so terrible.
All right,
so terrible.
So don't get mad at us, folks, please. But we will not be able to do 5 favorite songs tomorrow. We will get back on the train for Friday's show. We'll tell you the phrase that pays, the word of the day, tomorrow on the show. And that's because we don't have time tomorrow. We're full. We're completely full. The Tiger Football Report returning. Ryan Silverfield will join us, and we'll have Sonny Dykes on from SMU. And, Harold wouldn't like it if we put it on during the AutoZone Liberty Bowl Inside College Football Hour. So just for the one show, we will not have 5 favorite songs tomorrow. It will return on Friday, and again, we'll give you the topic tomorrow on the program.
Cousin Stiz also going to join us tomorrow.
Cousin Stiz, right off the bat.
The Lemon Pipers might be live in studio doing none of their hits.
And Eli has worn an earring in his past, which is just blowing me away to think about Savoy with an earring. We'll have the dueling banjos.
You never had an earring?
No.
I would have thought you would have been an ear back in your disco days. I could have, with your gold chains and your shirt unbuttoned. I thought maybe you threw in an earring in that mix.
I did have a gold horn one time for my necklace type thing.
How about a nose ring? Maybe a nose ring?
No nose ring, no regular
nipple
earring,
ring? Nipple ring?
No tattoos. None of that stuff. All right.
Thought maybe you had Mark Lindsay's name tattooed somewhere on you.
Let me look around.
He won't tell you about that one, Eli. He won't tell you where that one is.
Was Mark Lindsay
His
part of
face.
the Lemon Pipers? Was Mark Lindsay in the Lemon Pipers?
I don't believe you had any association with
Lindsay
the Lemon
and
Pipers.
the Lemon Pipers. I think it sounds good. I think they should have joined forces and maybe come up with a good song.
Dueling banjos to the break. We'll be right back.
Check out Dave Woloshin and Brett Norsworthy with Sports Time on Sports 56. Weekdays from 3 to 6 on Sports 56, 96.1 FM and 87.7 FM.
Farmers Insurance knows that there's a not-so-subtle difference between the sound of a car hitting your rear bumper and the sound of a clown car hitting your rear bumper.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Sorry about that.
We call that a 3-ring fender bender, and we covered it. Talk to a farmer's agent.
They know a thing or two because they've seen a thing or two.
Call Chad Gatlin at 901-235-1176 or get a fast quote at memphisfarmers.com.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
All 75 months at 2.99 APR. G4 LHFO 7472. Outlander LU 029957. Eclipse LZO 15617. Includes all rebates and incentives. PF 59875. Excludes tax, title, and license. Offer valid through end of the month with approved credit. Dealer stock only. See dealer for complete details.
Gossett's Mitsubishi Madness is in full swing at Gossett Mitsubishi on the Pike, and you'll find deals to get this party started. 2020 Mitsubishi Mirage G4 gets 41 MPG Highway. We Gossett at $139 a month or buy for $12,435. 2020 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport, built to handle any adventure at $229 a month or buy for $18,573. And take the 2020 Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross for a spin at $19,107 or $229 a month. Get confidence today, tomorrow, and long into the future with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Mirage G4, $139 a month. Outlander Sport, $229 a month. And Eclipse Cross, $229 a month. So get to Gossett Mitsubishi today, 1870 Covington Pike, or shop online at memphismitsubishi.com.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
Brian Elder's Roofing Solutions.
Chris Price here for Brian Elder Roofing. The storms we've had over the past several months have been devastating to our communities. The rainy season is ahead. You may have not even noticed the dripping in your attic, water stains throughout your home, or even worse, mold and mildew. Please call Brian Elder Roofing and we will send out our project managers to assess any damage. We will not try to sell you a roof if all you need is a repair. We will measure your roof from outer space. 0% for 60 months, even no payments till 2022 are available with approved credit. If you've noticed missing shingles, water stains, leaks in your roof, call us before you call your insurance company at 867-0303. That's 867-0303, and we will provide a free, thorough inspection of your roof's condition.
Call 867-0303. Brian Elder's Roofing Solutions.
Do you know one of the best things you can do for your employees or family's health? Provide Arctic Clear bottled water. Arctic Clear bottled water is your locally owned and operated bottled water provider. Arctic Clear is 100% natural spring water with free delivery and setup, dependable service, and no long-term contracts. What an easy choice. Call Jeff Manus today, 901-382-2363, or visit arctic-clear.com. Arctic Clear bottled water. Call now, 382-2363. That's 382-2363.
Bartlett Small Engine has been serving quality power equipment since 1970. They have a full line of power equipment, parts, and services for most makes and models. Bartlett Small Engines has the best brands in the power tool industry: Honda mowers, trimmers, and generators, Steel blowers, trimmers, and chainsaws, Echo trimmers, blowers, and chainsaws, plus quality products from Red Mat and Shindawa. And they're all American made. Bartlett Small Engine is your can-do store. 6780 Summer Avenue. Call 901-386-9779.
Family Leisure's done it again. We're talking about the world's biggest spa sale. Up to 30% off on spas and swim spas. Choose from hundreds of different spas from multiple manufacturers. There is special financing available, and if you are in the market, special pricing now as summer starts to dwindle on chemicals and accessories. Always professional delivery available. The spas are going crazy at Family Leisure, I-40 and Whidden Road.
Now, back to Sports 56 Middays delivered by FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to see how to turn browsers into buyers. Learn how FedEx can help take your business to the next level. This hour is also brought to you by the Window Genie. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
Once again, thanks to the Window Genie, second hour sponsor of Sports 56 Middays. Kate Robertson is the local owner and operator of Window Genie, a trusted name in window cleaning for over 25 years. Call her today at 901-424-4100. Ask about the Sports 56 special, and you could talk about early specials on your holiday lighting. Window Genie will customize your lighting, install it, maintain it, and store it away. If you order by November 1st, get 15% off. So call Kate, tell her you heard it here on Sports 56 Middays.
But we were talking earlier about Albert Hayesworth living in Franklin. Somebody texted and said Franklin is not as expensive as Brentwood. But yeah, Brentwood's the really nice area in Nashville, isn't it?
I guess so. I always thought Franklin was an affluent area. I don't know Nashville that well, but I would imagine that as long as he didn't squander away all his money, he made some pretty good money in the NFL.
Oh yeah, he had a couple of big contracts. I do know that the place, Hendersonville, was it Hendersonville that I went to for the game for Christian Brothers up at Pope John Paul II? Mm-hmm. Apparently that area, like that's where a lot of the like music stars live up in that area.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, like that's.
I always thought they lived in Franklin for some reason. That name.
I saw, like, I was looking up the city on like Wikipedia, and like they talked about various music stars who lived in Hendersonville. So apparently that is there's another area in Nashville that is like really, really nice, but I can't think of.
Maybe it's Brentwood, as the texter said.
I thought there was something else.
Like, where's Timberlake live?
Beyond Brentwood.
Looking at Spot Rack, I hope he has not run out of money.
Yes,
$57.3 million.
I was gonna say
is what he made over his career.
One really big contract.
Yeah, 7 years, $100 million. I remember that one. But
is that the one with the Redskins?
He didn't live out the whole contract.
He was with the Redskins.
He got cut in year 2.
Made a lot of money with the Redskins.
Cut in year 2 of a 7-year, $100 million contract.
Did he really?
Yeah.
And he ended up with the Titans, right? Is that the only two?
No,
teams
he started
played
with the Titans.
Oh, started with the Titans.
Ended with he had one half a year more or less with the Patriots. He had 2 years with the Redskins in 2009 and 2010.
Was he with the Titans when he kicked?
I'm pretty sure
the Cowboys player in the head.
I want to say he was. Kicked. I want to say he was with the Redskins then, but I'm not. I'm not.
I guess probably would have made sense it was the Redskins because they would have been playing more often.
Is that frowned upon, by the way?
Kicking somebody in the offensive lineman he kicked in the head.
No, actually, he was with the Titans.
Oh, was it with the Titans?
Yes, was with the Titans.
Who was? Does it say who the player was? The Cowboys player?
Andre Gerard.
Yep. Okay. I couldn't think of that one. That was I would have. You could have given me all day long. I would not have come up with Andre Gerard as the guy.
How about he does that in 2006? He stomps on his face and then gets his big contract in 2009. That's. Just goes to show you that character doesn't really matter in those situations.
So it was the Redskins that gave him the big contract?
Yes.
Well, that tells you a lot right there. Does that really surprise you? The Redskins hit him out of
No, but if you can produce, or at least they think you can produce, it doesn't matter what your character is, you're going to get a deal. Raiders owner Mark Davis said on Tuesday that the team is looking into why several players were not wearing masks while attending a charity event held by teammate Darren Waller that broke Nevada rules for the coronavirus pandemic and might have violated NFL regulations. And the NFL is very serious about this and other incidents where coaches have not had their masks on properly. The NFL threatens bans and lost draft picks if this continues. This is a story from Adam Schefter. The NFL has issued another strong warning to coaches who won't wear masks on the sideline, threatening suspensions and forfeiture of draft picks as punishment for failing to comply with COVID-19 game day protocols.
See, the thing to me, and I'm all for it if the NFL wants to do this, and they're obviously very serious about it with handing out the fines for the coaches and everything else, and if that's what, if college football wants to get really serious about the coaches wearing masks, which all these conferences have put out the rules saying they're supposed to, and pretty much none of them are, why don't they start handing out fines to the coaches?
Right.
I mean, if you're just going to if you're going to make the rules, but if people don't follow them, there is no punishment for it. Like if you just, sorry, didn't wear the mask, and you go, okay, well, we told you to, then they're not going to start doing it. Like the NFL, as soon as they handed out those fines this past week, if you watch the coaches, they were wearing masks. Like no matter how much money they make, they don't want to, and how much these franchises are worth, they don't want to be handing out or paying $350,000 every week for fines because they're not wearing their mask.
Coming up in hour number 3, we'll kick things off with Sigmund Bloom from FootballGuys.com. If you have any fantasy football questions, you can text in right now on the First Bank text line at 67129. Or if you want to talk directly with Sigmund, you can do that as well. First Bank phone lines 360-8255 will give us the latest with injuries. Speaking of injuries, the Atlanta Falcons, who again, I'm glad for Dan because he's a friend, Dan Quinn, but I am shocked that they didn't part ways. I thought they were going to do that this week after their third straight blown double-digit lead. But the Vikings make that the Falcons are, according to reports, looking at a new kicker because Younghoe Koo is expected to miss some time with a groin strain. They're working out these oldies but goodies, Elliott Fry and Kai Forbath. Maybe they'll work out Nick Nickemeyer or Gary Anderson. Speaking of kickers, Steven Hauschka signed by the Jacksonville Jaguars. The life of a kicker never ends in the National Football League. We'll take a break. Hour 3 coming up. This is Middays on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56, 96.1, 87.7, and now 98.5 FM.
All 75 months at 2.99 APR, G4, LHFO 7472, Outlander, LU02 9957, Eclipse, LZO 15617. Includes all rebates and incentives, PF 59875, excludes tax title and license, offer valid through end of the month with approved credit, dealer stock only. See dealer for complete details.
Gossett's Mitsubishi Madness is in full swing at Gossett Mitsubishi on the Pike, and you'll find deals to get this party started. 2020 Mitsubishi Mirage G4 gets 41 MPG Highway. We Gossett at $139 a month or buy for $12,435. 2020 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport, built to handle any adventure at $229 a month or buy for $18,573. And take the 2020 Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross for a spin at $19,107 or $229 a month. Get confidence today, tomorrow, and long into the future with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Mirage G4, $139 a month. Outlander Sport, $229 a month. And Eclipse Cross, $229 a month. So get to Gossett Mitsubishi today, 1870 Covington Pike, or shop online at memphismitsubishi.com.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this. 10. There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text BICEP to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BICEP to 42424. That's BICEP to 42424.
Have you thought about the holidays yet? Our friends at Window Genie not only clean windows, gutters, and concrete, they also hang holiday lights. Window Genie has a Christmas light rental program that includes custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage for your home or office. The best part, they're offering 15% off if you book by November 1st. Spend more time with friends and family this year and less time on the ladder. Call today for a free estimate, 901-424-4100. Window Genie, 901-424-4100.
Good news. Southland Casino is now back open. That's right. The most spacious casino floor in the Mid-South is ready to welcome you back to the action with live blackjack, roulette, craps, and all your favorite slots. The action kicks off every day at 9 a.m. and rolls all the way till 5 o'clock the next morning. So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and make the short drive to Southland. We're ready for you. Must be 21 plus. Play responsibly. For help quitting, call 800-522-4700.
Memphis, it's official. Crab Kings is where it's at. The best seafood with 7 flavors to choose from. Try the shrimp and chicken pasta. Now available is the salmon and fried lobster pasta. Snow crab, king crab, dungeons and more. Fish platter, $9.99. Lobster tail, $10.99. Jumbo wings, 99 cents each. Download the app or search Crab Kings on Google. Visit us at crabkingstn.com. Crab Kings Seafood and Pasta, Memphis favorites. Memphis, it's official. Crab Kings is where it's at. The best seafood with 7 flavors to choose from. Try the shrimp and chicken pasta. Now available is the salmon and fried lobster pasta. Snow crab, king crab, dungeons and more. Fish platter, $9.99. Lobster tail, $10.99. Jumbo wings, 99 cents each. Download the app or search Crab Kings on Google. Visit us at crabkingstn.com. Crab Kings Seafood and Pasta, Memphis favorites.
The day has come for huge savings at Gossett Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat with Jeep Adventure Days and Ram Power Days going strong on Covington Pike. Get 0% APR plus no payments for 90 days. New 2020 Jeep Cherokee Latitude IIHS Top Safety Pick, $21,740 or $275 a month. 2020 Dodge Challenger, a muscle car with best-in-class cargo volume, $24,690 or $318 a month. 2020 Dodge Charger, America's fastest 4-door muscle car, $24,990 or $329 a month. And 2020 Ram 1500 Tradesman Quad Cab, $366 a month. Drive past the rest. Come to the best. Gossett Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat, 1901 Covington Pike. Online, GossettMotorCars.net.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 75 months at 3.99 APR, 3,500 down. Must finance through Chrysler, Cherokee, LD 561583, Challenger, LH 214,740, Charger, LH 116,732, 1500, LS 139,171. See dealer for complete details. Offer valid through end of the month with approved credit. Dealer stock only.
It's fall, y'all, and Sports 56 is hitting the road. This Friday, Sports 56 Middays with Greg and me will be at Frontier Western Store at 5880 Goodman Road in Olive Branch. Family owned and operated since 1967, Frontier Western is your leader in selling Western apparel and footwear, as well as workwear and gear. Join us for food, prizes, and a chance to win Ole Miss Alabama football tickets. Lunch will be catered by Moe's Southwest Grill of Olive Branch. That's Sports 56 Middays at Frontier Western Store this Friday, October 2nd.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, W253DF Memphis, WPGFLP Memphis, and WIVG Tunica Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Now, back to Sports 56 Middays delivered by FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to see how FedEx can help you start, grow, and efficiently manage your business. This hour is also brought to you by East Memphis Ace Hardware at Quince and White Station. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
We welcome you back to Sports 56 Middays. Final hour for us today here on this Wednesday, September 30th, 2020 edition. Final day in the month of September. Looking forward to the best month of the year, October, starting tomorrow. Eli and yours truly, both celebrating birthdays in the 10th month of the calendar year. Sports 56 Middays delivered each and every day by our title and presenting sponsor, that's FedEx. Make the most out of your e-commerce experience by finding insights and inspiration from other small business owners. You can learn more at FedEx.com/e-commerce. We are in the Family Leisure Studios where family and fun come together. Family Leisure, 2120 Whitten Road, just north of I-40. And the third hour of the program is brought to you by East Memphis Ace Hardware at 5143 Quince Road, right next door to Billy Hardwick's All-Star Lanes. Look, it's simple. You want to go stand in line, go to those big box stores. You can't even find anybody to help you out. And when you do, they don't know because that's not their area of expertise, if they do have an area of expertise. At Ace, it's completely different. It's all about convenience and service. It's about that personal human touch. They have dynamic bilingual employees if you need that. Fast service, competitive prices. They have a state-of-the-art key center, including rekeying door locks. And they have exclusivity on the replacement Duracell key fobs program. They'll beat dealer prices hands down, sometimes by 30 to 50%. East Memphis Ace Hardware is designed for the homeowner. They have a full variety of Benjamin Moore paints and the experts to help you choose the right colors. Ace can help take care of your plumbing challenges. They can cut glass, including plexiglass, sharpen your lawnmower blades. They have a terrific garden center. They have the latest models on the Weber and Traeger grills and the popular Big Green Egg. If it's air filters you need, light bulbs, you need screen repairs done, they can do it for you at East Memphis Ace Hardware. Come to Ace for your home maintenance projects, your neighborhood Ace in East Memphis for convenience, service, knowledge, and price, and online at acehardware.com where they offer free shipping. Call them at 901-683-8688. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 7, Sunday 10 to 4. It's East Memphis Ace Hardware, 5143 Quince Road, the third-hour sponsor of Sports 56 Middays. It is Wednesday. It's time for Sigmund Blue.
Time to get all your fantasy football questions answered. Joining Greg and Eli is fantasy football expert Sigmund Bloom of FootballGuys.com. Get your questions in by calling 360-8255 or texting 67129. Here are Greg, Eli, and Sigmund.
He is the man with the plan. He's the man with all the answers. Sigmund Bloom, footballguys.com. You can follow him on Twitter at Sigmund Bloom. If you want to call in right now, we have open lines at 360-8255, First Bank phone lines, or you can text in your questions for Sig at 67129. We welcome Sigmund Bloom to the show. Sig, how are you?
Good. We're on that conveyor belt of the NFL schedule. A little bit of uncertainty, I know, as your listeners know well. And leveling off. Some turbulence in week 2, especially with those injuries. Week 3, kind of back to normal in that category, so we didn't have too much mourning. And even if you're 0-3, you're still very much in it in your fantasy league.
All right, as we have to do each and every week, we got to start off with some injury updates, and they just continue to grow, it seems like, more and more every week. What's the situation with Chris Carson?
1 or 2 weeks. The Seahawks have a bye week coming up in week 6, so it might be best for them to just let him sit. They've got Carlos Hyde, who they signed to be a solid backup. I think you're happy to play Carlos Hyde this week as your running back 2 or flex play against Miami. Travis Homer, we'll see a little more action. And again, that was sorry to your Cowboys, Eli. It was a dirty play. I mean, it was a dirty play when he got hurt, so don't think of this as, oh no, Chris Carson's hurt again, here we go again. It had nothing to do with him being injury prone.
I absolutely 100% agree that was a dirty play. Chris Godwin down in Tampa Bay, what's the situation? Is there anybody that replaces him that could have value?
We'll see. I mean, it could give you a little bit of a nudge to play Rob Gronkowski or O.J. Howard as your tight end if you don't like your options there. I think that we're going to see the snaps behind Godwin at wide receiver split between Justin Watson, who looks like he's going to return from a shoulder injury, and Scott Miller, who you made up for his drop in week 2 with a big catch last week. I do think you're going to see more Mike Evans, and this team's going to run the ball. I don't know who. It's unpredictable week to week. If they can control the game against the Chargers, though, it might really just be Mike Evans as the one safe play in this passing game.
How bad is this second injury? Came back, played a little, and got hurt again.
Right.
How bad is it?
For Godwin?
Yes.
It's like 2 weeks, I think, maybe 3 weeks. He had an MRI, which is never a good sign with a hamstring injury.
Right.
But, they think 2 weeks, probably not more than that. Their bye week's not until week 13, so they're not going to be doing anything where they're planning on taking advantage of a bye week. With hamstrings and wide receivers, you always want to err on the side of bringing them back a week after they're ready instead of a week before they're ready. So I would expect 2 to 3 weeks.
What about John Brown?
This one I'm waiting for some news on. It was a calf injury. He left the game pretty early. He's not known as a quick healer. So I think you're going to see Gabriel Davis continue to start, and everything that Josh Allen touches turns to gold in fantasy. So Gabriel Davis is real interesting this week against the Raiders if you're going to the waiver wire for a wide receiver. And I think it also helps the tight ends. I'm just not sure if Dawson Knox is going to be back from his concussion. Maybe it'll be more Tyler Croft. And it makes Cole Beasley a better play, too, as long as Allen stays red hot. And I think the Raiders' defense will allow that to happen.
With Tariq Cohen's ACL injury, does that give more value to Montgomery?
Yeah, I think that this is the time that they say, okay, how much work can you handle? Because Montgomery's good in the passing game. I think it also could help the case of Anthony Miller or Jimmy Graham to get a few more targets. We're mainly watching to see how revived this offense is with Nick Foles, if there's a weight lifted from this team's shoulders, knowing that they don't have to go out there and play for Mitchell Trubisky anymore.
And with Dallas Goedert's injury, does that make Zach Ertz more valuable than he already was?
Yeah, you would think that Ertz is going to be the number one target with Wentz really struggling. I mean, it's almost uncomfortable to watch Wentz play right now. You can tell that he's having problems. I think Ertz is that calming security blanket for him, and maybe Greg Ward also out of the slot while we wait for Alshon Jeffrey to come back, while we see about Deshaun Jackson's hamstring. It's going to see that one on Sunday night against San Francisco, and Ertz should get all the work he can handle.
All right, let's get to the questions for Sigmund Bloom from footballguys.com. You can call in at 360-8255. First Bank phone lines are open. First Bank text line always open at 67129. We'll begin on the lines. The phone lines with Bobby. Hey, Bobby.
Hey, guys.
How's it going?
All right. Well,
all right.
I lost by 5 points. I would have been the only undefeated team in our league if Metcalf hadn't had a Leon Lett flashback. Sigmund, I'm looking at, I saw Le'Veon Bell is going to come off the IR next week probably. Not that that's big news, but I've got him stashed on my IR. When he comes back, I'm going to have too many running backs. I've got Gurley, David Johnson, Robinson, McKinnon, Gaskin, and then I'll have Bell. Instead of dropping one, I figure somebody might want one of those guys. Who should I try to trade for maybe a tight end or wide receiver? Which one of those would you try to put on the trade block? PPR.
All right. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate it. What do you got?
Yeah, Bobby. And I think that Bell could, it's the Jets. We have to watch the Jets tomorrow night. We don't have to watch every football game that's on. We don't have to. Okay? I'm talking to myself right now because it's about the worst matchup I could imagine.
But you don't think Brett Rippon has a bunch of fantasy value?
Right. Well, I'm mainly watching this game, guys, just to check on Sam Darnold's mental and emotional health. Like, are you doing okay, Sam? Because we still believe in you. There's still hope. But Bell was the clear lead running back. It wasn't as much Frank Gore as we expected before he got hurt in week one, so there's some value there. I think James Robinson is the guy to try to trade right now, coming off of that really big performance with everybody watching last Thursday night. And absolutely, you want to trade him for a clear upgrade at your weakest position. Is hopefully the team that needs a running back matches up with that, Bobby.
I got a tweet from our friend Raider Corey. 2 questions for you. DFS salary cap league, which duo, Minshew or Tyreek Hill or Kyler Murray and T.Y. Hilton? And then tight end flex, pick 2 of the 3, Andrews, Waller, or Henry.
Okay. I think that DJ Chark is going to be back this week, which should absolutely help Gardner Minshew, although Tyreek Hill you would think is the player that Bill Belichick's going to try to take away. That being said, I still don't trust T.Y. Hilton. I still don't trust Indianapolis to throw the ball a lot. So I'd go with Minshew and Hill on that first question. Tight end-wise, I think that you have to put in Mark Andrews. I think it's going to be a get-right week for Baltimore against Washington. They're down 2 of their defensive linemen, including the number 2 pick, Chase Young. And then between Waller and Henry, Henry's the safer play this week against Tampa Bay. Waller maybe has a higher ceiling against Buffalo, and we all saw what he could do 2 weeks ago, but he has a lower floor against Buffalo. So I'm probably more inclined to go with Andrews and Waller here, but I wouldn't talk anyone out of going Henry over Waller just because even though he's the only game in town right now with all those receivers banged up, I guess Hunter Renfrow would be the other guy to get a lot of targets. That also means that Buffalo is going to focus on him the same way that Belichick did last week.
Okay.
On the First Bank text line here, 67129. You can text in your questions. Somebody said, do I bench Hollywood Brown and start Sammy Watkins, Nyheim Hines, and Justin Jefferson? Are those better options than Brown this week?
I would. Remember, if Lamar Jackson had just got that ball up a little bit on the one where Brown beat his guy, Brown would have had a long touchdown, and we still would have been okay with what Brown did for us against Kansas City in a miserable night for the Ravens offense. It's not going to be a miserable game for them this time around. I don't know if I trust Watkins enough to play him over the upside of Brown. Jefferson's interesting, and by the way, the Pittsburgh-Tennessee game, it's looking like Monday or Tuesday, but set your lineups without your Pittsburgh-Tennessee players just in case. It does look like the Houston-Minnesota game. There's no positive tests on Minnesota's roster. That one's going to go forward. So certainly Jefferson's interesting against Texans secondary that we don't trust. I would probably still leave him on the bench for this week against Brown, but if Jefferson outscores Brown this week, then it might be time to make a change.
I got another one here. Wondering about the season-long hold value of some of my bench players. J.K. Dobbins, Darrell Henderson, Devontae Freeman, and Robbie Anderson. Who should I drop if I need to make some bye-week moves soon? I'm loaded at running back in my starting lineup.
Yeah, you cannot drop Dobbins. Don't drop Dobbins. Dobbins, just every time the ball's in his hands, it seems like something good's going to happen. And I think as the season goes on, you're going to see more of him, maybe more of Gus Edwards, too. The guy to drop is Devontae Freeman. Now, I know that Devontae Freeman at one time was a reliable fantasy player for us when he was with the Falcons. I think the Giants' offense, nothing good can come from that offense this year where they're at. Sometimes you just lose key players, and instead of the production getting spread around, it just doesn't materialize anywhere because the offense is so challenged without Saquon Barkley and Sterling Shepard. So even though Freeman's going to get some more work going forward, I don't think he's an essential hold.
Backup tight end for the rest of the year, PPR, Ali Cox, Tanyan, or Ebron. Schultz is my starter for now.
As soon as you said that question, Eli, I was saying to myself, I hope Ali Cox is an option. I hope Ali Cox is an option. I want him to be an option. I just love this guy. And I think that, this is going to test some of our theories because he only ran 8 routes last week. Actually, Jack Doyle ran twice as many routes as him, but he still had a 45-yard catch and a touchdown. Now, doesn't it seem like that's the kind of guy that rational coaches would get more involved going forward? Wouldn't you think?
You would think.
They lost Michael Pittman. I'm going to hold Ali Cox because of the high ceiling that he has going forward. I would love to see his role grow because what little he got last week, he did a lot with.
1 week fill-in for Godwin and Deontay Johnson, PPR. Renfro, Higgins, Anthony Miller, Ward, Preston Williams, Beasley, or Cooks?
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting names there. I think that Renfro is probably the safest just because Buffalo has been giving up some pretty big numbers to players out of the slot. He's going to be running out of the slot, and I think that Derek Carr's going to have to target him a lot. Higgins is interesting because he scored 2 touchdowns last week. Beasley's interesting because of Josh Allen and that Josh Allen effect. But I also think that Auden Tate could get those goal line looks. He got 3 last week. So maybe it's him scoring a touchdown instead of Higgins. Long story short, I'd go Renfro.
PPR, McCole Hardman, Corey Davis, Emmanuel Sanders.
I don't think Sanders. He just hasn't shown us that much of a ceiling to fear putting him on the bench anyway. With Davis, hopefully the game we play Monday or Tuesday. Steelers defense, when the rush gets home, it's ugly for the opposing quarterback, but there's openings in the secondary when it doesn't. And Hardman, you're dealing with someone who's getting about half the snaps. That being said, I do think that Bill Belichick's going to focus more on Tyreek Hill. I think that means Hardman is a natural target for Patrick Mahomes. I don't think New England's going to slow down the Kansas City offense that much, so I'd go with Hardman.
James White or Jeff Wilson if Mostert doesn't play?
I don't know that James White's going to play. That's the thing. I mean, maybe we should say Rex Burkhead here. So that uncertainty, heart goes out to him with what he's dealing with. It means I think it's got to be Wilson at this point, just because we may have to wait until game time to know if White is playing. I think the team's going to give him plenty of time because not that he's not a good player, but they really didn't miss him with what Rex Burkhead is doing in this offense right now.
Defense, Bears, Colts, or Saints?
Got to be the Colts. I mean, the Colts look like the Colts are the Bucks right now. I think if we were drafting defenses today, one of those two would be the first pick. So I'm not putting the Colts on the bench until they let me down.
Quarterback, Rodgers, Allen, or Goff?
How can you put Allen on the bench right now? I mean, Rodgers looked great, and he has an easy matchup against Atlanta on Monday night. I just don't know how. Josh Allen and Russell Wilson are so far ahead of the pack right now that I don't know how you can put him on the bench.
PPR, would you trade Thielen for McLaurin?
That's a good one. That's a really good one because I think with Thielen, he's barely staying afloat right now, but you wonder if the Vikings are going to have to throw more going forward because their defense is so bad. With McLaurin, the exciting development is that I think Dwayne Haskins is going to get pulled in the next game or two unless things change greatly, and I don't expect that to happen. And we saw what Kyle Allen did last year. I think it'll be Kyle Allen and not Alex Smith. And I love the Alex Smith story, but if he plays, I'm going to be watching that game like it's a horror movie. My fingers. I feel for the guy. I think it's a really stirring, inspirational story for him to get as far back as he has, but it's rough out there. So Kyle Allen really made DJ Moore a strong play all year, even though he wasn't playing all that well. So that's really exciting. I think this is a moment maybe to get out ahead of a value bump coming for McLaurin. Thielen's more exciting with Justin Jefferson giving them a legitimate number 2 option. But I think McLaurin is playing much better than his numbers show, and I want him.
That leads us right into the next one. Justin Jefferson or Robbie Anderson?
Ooh. Wow, Jefferson's so hot coming out of this game. With Robbie Anderson, you like him in the games when Carolina's going to trail. I think that this week, Carolina certainly is, we're not going to expect them to have a big game this week. I would probably stick with the hot hand here with Jefferson, even though Anderson is safer.
Safe to say Jefferson is moving on up on those boards.
Yeah, well played.
Very nice. I got a text about the Ravens. Is there any Ravens running backs that you feel confident in?
Confident is a hard word. I'm confident that the Ravens offense is going to put up 35-plus points this week. Now, I don't know how that's going to be distributed. I know that Dobbins doesn't seem like he needs many touches to be relevant. I know that Gus Edwards looks like he's the best downhill runner right now. And then Ingram's going to get veteran deference and maybe get a goal line carrier too, as the goal line carriers should be plentiful in this one. So no, I'm not confident in any of them, but I think they all have 20 or 25 point ceilings. And generally when I set my lineup, I prefer ceiling over floor. So I'm still looking at my Ravens running backs as viable options, even though it's uncertain how the work is going to be split up.
This could be history this week in fantasy football. Could have your first Tuesday night heartbreaking loss in fantasy football.
Yeah, well, there's 10 years ago, Philadelphia and Minnesota, because of a snowstorm. I think Joe Webb was the winning quarterback in that one. And it looks like, by the way, most of the league software are saying Tuesday game would count towards week 4. So I think we'll be able to handle that. That being said, we still have to wait for the test results to know what's going to happen.
Former UAB quarterback Joe Webb.
Yeah, that was very, very well done there. Sigmund, thank you so much. The website, footballguys.com. There's no better site, there's no better guy to have on than Sigmund himself for us each and every week. Sigmund, thank you so much. Enjoy the football this week.
Thank you, Sig.
Always cool to do. Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Golfers, are you looking to play like a pro without traveling the world? Well, head on over to Golf and Games Family Park. You can play courses like Pebble Beach, St. Andrews, Spyglass, many more with their Top Tracer range system. And that's just a small part of what you could do with the Top Tracer range system. Great way to work on your game because Top Tracer gives you feedback on every single shot, distance, carry, ball speed, and more. Saves those information for you as well. So the next time you go, you can compare, say, your 9-iron to the last time you were there hitting your 9-iron or whatever club it might be. It keeps all of that information for you. The Top Tracer range system over at Golf and Games Family Park. It's a great way to work on your game. It's a great way to just go have some fun, bring some friends and family over there, play contests. You can do you can hit at targets. You can play long drive, closest to the pin. So many different things you can do. And again, play those great courses virtually there with Pebble Beach, St. Andrews, and more. They're at 5484 Summer Avenue. That is Golf and Games Family Park with a Top Tracer range system. Go check them out.
Sad news from Nashville and the music world, specifically the country music world. Mac Davis has passed away at the age of 78. Mac Davis not only had his own hits, but he wrote a lot of songs for one Elvis Presley, including, and I didn't know this, A Little Less Conversation and In the Ghetto. Did you know that Mac Davis wrote those songs for the King?
I did not know that.
He also had a big hit himself, Baby Don't Get Hooked on Me. He was named the 1974 Entertainer of the Year. by the Academy of Country Music and is a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. He's in a lot of movies and TV shows and things of that nature. Mac Davis, dead at the age of 78.
By the way, Belle Meade was the thing and was the area in Nashville that I was thinking of as the real glitzy thing. I don't know if that's true or not, but I feel like I remember that from the television show Nashville.
Okay, I remember always driving by that section of Nashville, Belle Meade.
I might be completely wrong, but I felt like in the show Nashville, Belle Meade was the really nice area, but I could be completely wrong. I don't know.
When we come back, what is the latest with Memphis Tigers basketball recruiting? We will find out. We'll talk to our friend Brooks Hanson from 24/7 Sports and CBS Sports. That's next. This is Middays on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56, 96.1, and 87.7.
Search Sports 56 on Facebook and give us a like. And follow us on Twitter at Sports 56 WHBQ.
It's time to catch the falling prices at Gossett Kia South Mount Moriah during our Fallback Kia sales event. You'll find best mass market brand and initial quality 5 years running for Kia with J.D. Powers, and we Gossett all at Gossett Kia Mount Moriah. Get 2020 Forte $131 a month, 36-month lease. How about a 2020 Soul $148 a month, 36-month lease? And check out the all-new 2021 Kia K5, now just $189 a month, 36-month lease. And they're all just $3149 due at signing. And in these uncertain times, Gossett says rest assured with Kia's 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. So whether you live in Horn Lake, South Haven, Olive Branch, or Memphis, you'll be happy at Gossett Kia, 2680 Mount Moriah or KiaMountMoriah.com.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 36-month leases, $3149 due at signing, 0 security deposit, excludes acquisition fee, 10,000 miles per year, 20 cents excess mileage, $650 acquisition fee, Forte LE 2249.63, sold L7120906, warranty is a limited powertrain warranty, see Kia.com or retailer for details, includes all rebates and incentives, PF 598.75, excludes tax title and license, see dealer for complete details, not all customers will qualify.
Hi, this is Troy Five-Ash, owner of Five-Ash Roof Services. You've heard me talk about how we offer the best products, the best warranties, and the best services for years. Now let's talk about pricing. Pricing should never be the only reason you hire a contractor, but in today's world, pricing is always a consideration. So we suggest you get 2 or 3 estimates for your roof replacement from a reputable, licensed, and insured company, and then give us a call. If we can't beat your best price for a comparable roof system by more than $100, we'll give you $100. It's that simple. We are so sure we can offer you the best price, beating all other qualified companies, we will hand you $100 if we can't, and thank you for the opportunity. So give us a call. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? Make $100? Five-Ash Roof Services, a proud supporter of Tiger Athletics and the official roofer of the Tigers home team. Five-Ash Roof Services, fair, honest, and ethical. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
Five-Ash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
Family Leisure's done it again. We're talking about the world's biggest spa sale. Up to 30% off on spas and swim spas. Choose from hundreds of different spas from multiple manufacturers. There is special financing available, and if you are in the market, special pricing now as summer starts to dwindle on chemicals and accessories. Always professional delivery available. The spas are going crazy at Family Leisure, I-40 and Whidden Road.
You know what sounds good? Fresh sandwiches and salads, homemade soups and desserts. And you know where to find all this delicious food? Paradise Cafe at Poplar and Ridgeway in the Regalia Shopping Center. The name says it all. Paradise Cafe makes their food fresh. Salads, sandwiches, cookies, and brownies. Hand-selected fruit, pimento cheese, even 4 kinds of chicken salad. The homemade soups change daily. They're said to be the best in the city. Try the signature turkey burger on ciabatta or shrimp salad on a croissant. Then top it off with a low-fat shake. Paradise Cafe has 11 kinds. Paradise Cafe, open Monday through Saturday, 10:30 to 2:30. Observing current social distancing guidelines with patio seating. Curbside pickup and delivery are also available. Fresh and homemade for you. That's Paradise Cafe in the heart of East Memphis at Poplar and Ridgeway inside the Regalia Shopping Center. You know what sounds good? Paradise Cafe.
All 75 months at 2.99 APR, G4, LHFO 7472, Outlander, LU 029957, Eclipse, LZO 15617. Includes all rebates and incentives, PF 59875, excludes tax title and license, offer valid through end of the month with approved credit, dealer stock only, see dealer for complete details.
Gossett's Mitsubishi Madness is in full swing at Gossett Mitsubishi on the Pike, and you'll find deals to get this party started. 2020 Mitsubishi Mirage G4 gets 41 MPG Highway. We Gossett at $139 a month or buy for $12,435. 2020 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport, built to handle any adventure at $229 a month or buy for $18,573. And take the 2020 Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross for a spin at $19,107 or $229 a month. Get confidence today, tomorrow, and long into the future with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Mirage G4, $139 a month. Outlander Sport, $229 a month. And Eclipse Cross, $229 a month. So get to Gossett Mitsubishi today, 1870 Covington Pike, or shop online at memphismitsubishi.com.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
Now, back to Sports 56 Middays delivered by FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to see how FedEx can help you start, grow, and efficiently manage your business. This hour is also brought to you by East Memphis Ace Hardware at Quince and White Station. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
I was a highwayman. Along the coach roads I did ride.
Welcome back, everybody. Final half hour for us today here on Sports 56 Middays. And it's pretty obvious with sports, really with life, that we're not only day to day, we're hour to hour. We don't know if games that are on the schedule right now will all be played. We know that the Titans game will not be played Sunday, and they're looking at Monday or Tuesday with the Titans and the Steelers. Obviously, college football has been very affected by COVID-19, games that have been postponed, rescheduled, or canceled. So basketball seems so far away, so distant. We talked to Jeff Crane yesterday about scheduling, and again, he didn't have all the answers because you just don't know right now. But really, before too long, we're going to have basketball season. And right around Thanksgiving, it's going to start. That's the game plan. And tomorrow begins the month of October. So it is time to really start seriously looking into this Memphis Tigers team for this season, but also about the future of the University of Memphis. And Brooks Hansen, who's a buddy of ours and does an outstanding job, covers the Tigers and has been doing it for years and years. And there's not too many people, if any, that know more about what's happening with the Tiger basketball program unless they work for the Tiger basketball program or work inside Penny Hardaway's bubble than Brooks does. Brooks is with 24/7 Sports, covering the Tigers, also with CBS Sports, and you can follow him on Twitter at Brooks Hansen 24/7. But not only do we want to talk to Brooks about the upcoming season, this week, starting today, I believe, could be a very banner week for the University of Memphis as far as basketball recruiting, and it's always a pleasure to bring on our friend Brooks Hansen. Brooks, how are you today?
Greg, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Look, it's tough. It's tough all around. We know that. Before we dive into recruiting news, I mean, here we are again, ready to kick off October. Penny still has not made his decision yet on the assistant coaching opening that became available when Mike Miller left. Do you have any more on that? I know you had thought that Nolan Smith was going to be the guy, and it looked like he offered, but Nolan Smith said no. So where do we stand with that?
Yeah, so from what I was told with that position is that Penny Hardaway was given kind of permission for what was called an emergency hire. This is not really out there, but University of Memphis is actually under a hiring freeze right now, in which you could gather as much from the recent cuts that were made at the University of Memphis and some of the layoffs that were announced by the school. Extremely unfortunate. So, you can tell, obviously, there's a lot up in the air with football not being played in a couple weeks now, with so much uncertainty around the future of college athletics in general. So I was told that Penny was given permission for an emergency hire by the Board of Regents. And, the hire that he felt like would have been a good hire, obviously it did not work out. So it's a little bit back to the drawing board, but it's also about, is an emergency hire needed for that specific guy if he has a candidate now? So, I do think that we'll see this stretch on a little bit longer now that initial possibility has passed. But, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad thing. There's a ton of competent people that have stepped up into the spotlight for Penny Hardaway in the absence of a third assistant. Hamilton has done a tremendous job filling the role and kind of stepping into that role temporarily, and trying to make a case for even him being a candidate for that spot. So, there's a lot at play here, and finances is a big part of it.
The recruiting news here over the next couple of days, a lot of people, I guess, think it should be good news for Memphis. You've got, is it Camden that announces today and Nesbitt tomorrow?
Yeah, John Camden announces tonight at 6 p.m. Central Time. Jordan Nesbitt announces tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central.
And do you believe they'll both be Memphis?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Memphis is in an extremely, extremely good spot with both guys. I do think that that odds are very much in Memphis' favor. You never say 100% in recruiting ever, but Memphis should feel very good about where they stand with the class of 2021 at the end of this week.
All right, tell everybody about Camden and Nesbitt.
Yeah, so John Camden, he's 6'8", almost 6'9" now. Team final kid from up in the Philly area, and he's actually at Brewster Academy underneath Jason Smith right now for his senior year. He's extremely long, can shoot it deep, out to 24, 25 feet, but can make plays off the bounce too. He's not just a three-point shooter. Can finish with his left and right hand in the mid-range and at the rim. Tremendous passer for his size and position. Extremely unselfish. Team Final had a kind of a team camp not long ago and streamed that. Watched all three of those games with John Camden, and he's just an extremely unselfish player. Not the kind of guy that's going to come in and expect or demand the spotlight from day one. So for him, it's not only about what he brings to the table for this staff, because he does fill a niche and a role, but he's a good piece because he fits. He's not going to be a chemistry guy that's going to throw things off or anything like that. So great kid, smart player, comes from a really good family, athletic family. His dad played for Virginia Tech. His sister is at Penn State right now, has a younger sister who's an extremely good lacrosse player, I believe. So really good get. The other schools that were deeply in there were Nebraska and Virginia Tech, but had offers all over the board. And with Jordan Nesbitt, you have a 6'6" guard who can play multiple positions, the 1 through the 3, skilled enough and good enough of a defender to be able to even roll out as a point guard, but tough enough and big enough that you can even play him at the small forward. But I think Memphis will just throw him out on the floor on the wing, let him make plays, both defensively and offensively. But he's really, really good. I think he's ranked somewhere around 70 right now in the 247 Sports Composite. And personally, I feel like he's criminally underrated in our rankings. But really, really tough, hard-nosed type of player. Compare him to kind of a Tony Allen defensive guy in terms of toughness, a little bit of Donovan Mitchell in his game. Maybe even some Jimmy Butler. So he's really, really good. I'm not saying he's at that level yet, but has that kind of ceiling.
Another name that's out there, I believe there was a Zoom meeting with Sky Clark. What is his situation?
Yeah, so Sky Clark announces, as of today, his plan is to announce on the 22nd of October. He's got a Final Four of Memphis, UNC, Kentucky, and UCLA. And, Memphis has put in the work there. They're really, really trying. It's going to be a tough one. Obviously you've got 3 Blue Bloods and then Memphis. For the longest time, most of the assumption was that Sky Clark was headed to Kentucky, and I think things have shifted there. I do think that North Carolina, from everything I'm hearing, is the team to beat. But I do know that Memphis is not going to go down without a fight. So him, and then there's another big name, and he's big for more than one reason. And that's 6'11" Sam Ayamide, who actually lives up in the Philly area as well. He's actually lives with the Camdens. He is not at Brewster with John, but he is another guy that Memphis is prioritizing. That he has not set a commitment date yet, but Memphis is extremely involved with Ayamide, and he is a tremendous option for Memphis at the 5 spot in the class of 2021 that they will be involved with down to the wire.
Brooks, local guys, do you believe that Jonathan Lawson is seriously considering Memphis? I know Memphis is on his list, and I know the history there with the Lawsons, but it seems like it's been repaired. Do you think there's a chance they can get him?
No. I'll just leave it at that.
Is there anybody else locally that Memphis is going after, that they're targeting, that you think could end up coming to Memphis?
In the class of 2021, no, I do not believe so. I think the most logical and obvious choice would be the possibility of Memphis dabbling with TJ Madlock. But I personally just don't see that happening. I think TJ can go to a mid-major plus. I think he's a high major level player long term, but I think he's the type of kid who can go to a mid-major plus school and really make some noise almost right away. Right now I'd say from the things I've heard, the two schools that have the most headway with TJ Madlock are FAU and Little Rock. And Little Rock obviously being the closest to home, being able to stay close to the family, and play for an NBA head coach in Darrell Walker. Two good options for TJ Madlock. It's just going to be about what he feels like is the best fit for him. But overall, in 2021, the cupboard isn't exactly stocked in Memphis, and that's not to be a hater. But you already have Kennedy Chandler off the board to Tennessee, and there's not a ton of depth there in terms of high major prospects within the city for 21.
If they were to get both Camden and Nesbitt, where would that put them in the class of 21 rankings?
Yeah, so if you were to add them to the 247 Sports class calculator, that would put Memphis 9th overall in the class of 2021, and that's with their class being incomplete. And right now, that's really good company. That would actually put them ahead of Duke as of today, and I do think that they'll end up with somewhere, 5 spots being filled. Now, will all 5 be, true class of 2021 guys? We don't know. It could be a reclass from 2022. It could be, if they get the 4 guys that they hope to get, if they miss on Sky Clark, they can then be extremely selective. They can go out and get an elite level grad transfer. They can be more careful about who they take in that last spot.
I'm going to ask you to dive into the crystal ball. Who of the underclassmen on this roster for this upcoming season will be gone after this upcoming season?
Ooh, man. So that's tough because you've got a lot of guys with an extremely high ceiling. You've got a lot of guys with potential. You've got Boogie Ellis, who came in with a ton of buzz as a freshman and somewhat underperformed. I think there was almost an expectation for Boogie Ellis to be the potential of a one and done.
Yep.
And obviously, if you paid attention to our 15 years of number 15, where Precious Achiuwa was ranked, it's even hard for a top 15 guy to be one and done. So those expectations on Boogie Ellis were slightly unfair, but he still got that ceiling. He still got the ability to be a pro-level guard. DJ Jeffries has the potential to be a pro-level wing. Lester Quinones shoots it well enough and has the size to be an NBA wing. So all of them, though, have things that they need to work on. All of them have to have big sophomore years, and the assumption would be we have a long enough season for them to get the looks needed to move up draft boards. That's not even including a guy like Musa Cisse, who's a top 10 recruit, who's not on draft boards today. So, as of today, Musa Cisse is not on any mock draft that you see in first or second round.
Yeah, so this isn't Wiseman. This isn't Wiseman. This is one of those deals where he could be back for a second year.
Theoretically, he could be. The big thing for all of these guys is they've got to come out, perform, and they've got to have the opportunity to be seen. If James Wiseman had played 3 games, never had been seen before, and had been in the same situation as Musa Cisse, I can almost guarantee you that James Wiseman would have been back again. Instead of that playing out, James Wiseman is already a surefire lottery pick, and he decides to leave. He has no incentive to stay and be seen at the University of Memphis. But every one of these guys has that incentive this year.
Yeah. Well, we'll look out for John Camden today, Jordan Nesbitt tomorrow. We'll see how it turns out for Memphis. Make sure to follow Brooks on Twitter at Brooks Hansen 24/7, and of course Tigers 24/7 Sports. It's terrific. They do everything with not only basketball but football as well. Brooks, always a pleasure, man. Thank you so much. Stay well. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Greg. Y'all too.
Take care. There are more ways to win than ever before on the FanDuel Fantasy to season-long contest. You can play for free or join paid games to compete for real cash prizes. Right now, FanDuel is giving new players 20% on their first deposit up to $500 in bonus credit. That's added instantly into your new account. Use your bonus to try partial season best ball, FanDuel's newest way to play fantasy football. Best ball contests are the simplest way to play season-long fantasy. There's no lineups to set, no waivers to claim, and no trades to make. Just draft your team, and FanDuel will do the rest. Enter now by October 1st or before October 1st to get in before this round of best balls ends. So that's today, right? Tomorrow's October 1st. You need to register today. Your old favorites are still available as well, including Gridiron Pick'em. Just pick the winners of Sunday's NFL matchups correctly for your chance to win up to $5,000 every week, and that's absolutely free. And when you win, FanDuel pays out your winnings in as little as 24 hours. If you haven't tried FanDuel yet, what the heck are you waiting for? Simply download the FanDuel Fantasy app today to get started and claim your deposit bonus of up to $500. Again, you got to be 21 years of age. Location-based restrictions apply. See terms at FanDuel.com. One final timeout. We will take it, come back, and wrap it up with a few final notes. We'll update you on the baseball. And one final thing before we hand things over to John Harden. This is Middays on Real Sports Talk, Sports 56, 96.1, 87.7, and now 98.5 FM.
We are Sports 56 WHBQ. Listen to us daily on AM 560, 96.1 FM, or 87.7 FM.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? So you've got an oil change coming up? We're here to help you get it done. Right now, you can get 5 quarts of Castrol GTX conventional motor oil and an STP oil filter for just $27.99. And with our next day delivery and free same-day store pickup, you can get it fast, your way. Getting the job done just got easier. Restrictions and details at AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Farmers Insurance knows that when you're in the car and that song comes on, yes, that's the one, you have no choice but to pull out your imaginary drumsticks and smash those cymbals and stomp on that kick pedal, which unfortunately is the accelerator pedal. And we covered it. Talk to a farmer's agent who knows a thing or two because they've seen a thing or two.
Call Chad Gatlin at 901-235-1176 or get a fast quote at memphisfarmers.com.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Hey everybody, this fall is going to be the best, and I am loving these new All-Star Chevys. You will not find more Silverados anywhere, and for a lot less. If it's a new Chevy you want, Olive Branch is where you want to be. Come drive one of these new Tahoes. I just did it, and I'm telling you, I want to go on a road trip right now. Drive a new Traverse or a new Camaro. Wait, here is the new Chevy car to drive. One of these Impalas that has all the awards. All-Star wins on the low prices. We're talking 20-something. You could even get thousands in cash back. And don't forget to check out the certified pre-owned Chevy deals. The lot is full. Tahoes, Malibus, Impalas, Suburbans. Just don't forget, it's not the Pike, it's not South Haven, not Mount Moriah or Collierville. It's got to be Olive Branch, people. And everyone at All-Star has one job, just one job, to make sure you get the best deal and have more fun and in record time. So find new roads to Kraft Goodman Road in Olive Branch or go to allstarautogroup.com.
When the idea of divorce becomes a reality, you need someone on your side. If you are a man in this situation, you should consider contacting Cordell & Cordell, who has helped men navigate complex family legal issues for 30 years. Visit us at CordellCordell.com to learn more.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's Memphis attorneys. Online at CordellCordell.com. Office in Memphis, 6000 Poplar Avenue, Suite 225, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119.
Have you thought about the holidays yet? Our friends at Window Genie not only clean windows, gutters, and concrete, they also hang holiday lights. Window Genie has a Christmas light rental program that includes custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage for your home or office. The best part, they're offering 15% off if you book by November 1st. Spend more time with friends and family this year and less time on the ladder. Call today for a free estimate, 901-424-4100. Window Genie, 901-424-4100.
Now, back to Sports 56 Middays delivered by FedEx. Visit FedEx.com/e-commerce to see how FedEx can help you start, grow, and efficiently manage your business. This hour is also brought to you by East Memphis Ace Hardware at Quince and White Station. Here once again are Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy.
He was a hard-headed man. He was brutally handsome. She was terminally pretty.
If you like pitching, you got to love what's going on so far today in the Major League Baseball playoffs. Again, all 8 playoff series in action today. The Reds and the Braves, they were the first game on tap today, starting at 11 a.m., and they are now in the bottom of the 6th in Atlanta, 0-0. Meanwhile, Houston and Minnesota underway, top of the 3rd from Minnesota. They are 0-0. That's game 2 of that series, with Houston leading and Minnesota having to win.
That's the normal thing in postseason baseball. You see a lot of low-scoring games, and we saw a lot yesterday other than the one, and these two today. The Braves-Reds, with those two pitchers on the mound, it's going to be a tough day for offense for those against those two guys.
Well, that's correct. Although, as I said earlier in the show, and I was watching, the very first inning, the Reds' first 2 hitters got base hits. They had runners on first and third, no outs, and they could not push a run across.
Fried was the favorite to win the Cy Young Award before he got hurt, and now Bauer is the favorite for the Cy Young Award in the National League. So it's a pretty good pitching matchup.
Yeah, not too shabby.
The 2 ERAs there, neither one of those guys has allowed a whole lot of runs this year. That Astros-Twins game, maybe a little more surprising, but yeah, that Reds-Braves, that's probably going to come down to the bullpens and whoever can hold up.
And again, 8 total games. Again, all the series will be in action today, and the NBA Finals begin tonight from the bubble with the Miami Heat and the Los Angeles Lakers. And I haven't seen odds. I know the Lakers are a heavy favorite. I just don't know how heavy of a favorite they are, Eli. Do you know by any chance?
Yes, I gave it to you early in the show.
I'm sorry. Are
you talking about for tonight's game or for the series?
No, for the series.
The Lakers are a minus 325 for the series. Heat plus 270.
Minus 325. And then how about for tonight? Because LeBron's 1-8 in first games of the NBA Finals.
Tonight, as of last check before the show, they are a 4.5-point favorite in tonight's game.
How much pressure do you think is on Los Angeles? Not LeBron necessarily, but on the Lakers as opposed to the freewheeling Miami Heat.
Well, certainly when you're the overwhelming favorite, there's got to be some pressure on you. And while the Heat have a number of good players playing well together, the Lakers have what everybody would say are the 2 best players in the series. And if you have the 2 best players in the series, you, more times than not, will win that series. So it makes sense. Fleet Feet is the place to go to get all your running gear. You want to get shoes just right for you based on the way you run or walk? Well, head on over to either one of the 2 locations. East Memphis, Laurelwood Shopping Center next to Panera Bread Company, and out in Collierville at Poplar and Houston Levy next door to the Hueys. That's where you'll find Fleet Feet locations, and you can go on in there, let them take a look at the way you run or walk and fit you in shoes just right for you. Plus, they have everything else that you could possibly need for your workouts, for running, walking, whatever it is. They've got it all for you. Go see them at Fleet Feet. Time now for one final thing.
Before Greg and Eli get out of here for the day, they each have one final thing they think you should know to make it through the rest of your day. So here are Greg and Eli with one final thing.
We had all the controversy 2 weeks ago when the 49ers played the Jets at the Meadowlands. And then they came back and they played the Giants this past weekend. That first game, they had all these injuries, and they were looking at the turf and putting the blame on the turf. I don't think they had any injuries, if my memory serves me correctly, from the game this past Sunday. But nevertheless, the 49ers have been inundated with injuries. Well, the NFL Players Association president, J.C. Tretter, is calling for NFL teams to change all field surfaces to natural grass to reduce the risk of injury to players. So not only at the Meadowlands, but in all other stadiums that have the field turf. Tretter, the starting center for the Cleveland Browns, wrote in a newsletter that players have a 28% higher rate of non-contact lower extremity injuries when playing on artificial turf compared with grass. Tretter added that those rates are even higher for non-contact knee injuries, 32%, and non-contact foot and ankle injuries, 69% on turf compared with grass. He said the data stands out. Those numbers are staggering. The difference in injury rate in turf and natural grass. It's possible to get grass in every location, and it's about pushing for that.
Some interesting numbers. I'm stunned that it's that high of a difference between the two with kind of the old turf. I get it, but with the advancements they've made in the turf.
But I will tell you. Well, you got to understand this is, concrete that's under it. This is still very hard surfaces under it, whereas grass, it's like dirt and everything.
So even,
it's very
even with the field turf?
Yes, it's incredibly noticeable. You notice the difference. In college, Coach Norvell used to take us onto our grass fields, to take it off of our joints and everything like that.
Yeah, see, I'm with Eli. I thought with the field turf, it took away all that stuff. Well, obviously it didn't. Those numbers are alarming.
By the way, we did have a couple people text in and mention, you were talking about Mac Davis, the death of Mac Davis, and him in North Dallas 40, which is a great
That's
sports movie.
Right. Yeah. He went into Hollywood for some part of his career there.
But for one final thing, I don't need to say anything.
Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today. They're singing, go Cubs, go! Go Cubs, go! Hey, Chicago, what do you say? The Cubs are gonna win today.
Just about to get underway at Wrigley.
Good luck.
About 8 minutes, or no, it's about 10 minutes. I think it's 1:08 first pitch.
Cubbies and Marlins, game 1 of the best-of-3 series. Our thanks to Pete Medhurst, Jerry Palm, Sigmund Bloom, and Brooks Hansen for joining us on the program today. Tomorrow, again, we are loaded, and we apologize. We're not going to be able to do 5 favorite songs tomorrow, but it will return on Friday, and we'll tell you about the topic tomorrow. But Brandon Lang's going to join us. Sonny Dykes, the head coach at SMU. Ryan Silverfield, of course, Tigers head coach. The Tiger Football Report, the AutoZone Liberty Bowl Inside College Football Hour with Harold Grader. We'll squeeze in 2.5 questions somewhere, and then we'll have our world-famous Pick 6 in that final hour. So stay tuned for a busy show tomorrow. But right now, stay tuned for Sports 56 Happy Hour with Johnny Radio. It's coming up next. For Eli Savoy and Gabe Kuhn, I'm Greg Gaston. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, everybody.
All of the whiskey in Lynchburg, Tennessee just couldn't hit the spot.
Hour with Johnny Radio.
If you like pina coladas.
On AM 560, 96.1 FM, and 87.7 FM. This hour of Sports 56 Happy Hour is brought to you by MemphisFarmers.com. Insurance coverage backed by a local agent and a brand trusted nationwide. We are farmers. MemphisFarmers.com.
Check it out right here. Ladies and gentlemen. And now?
Now, the only man to give death a near Johnny experience. Johnny Harden.
Yo, 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 welcome into a little Sports 56 Happy Hour. It's your good buddy Johnny Radio, who's a little bit hyped today. And then you know how good it felt this morning? It's my off day for Honey, by the way, everybody out there. She was like, oh, it's my off day. And I was like, baby, well, guess what? You get to watch baseball at 11 o'clock in the morning. We're watching MLB Network at 7 a.m. Good morning. She's like, I'm leaving. So she took the dogs and didn't come back till like 11 o'clock. I'm like, hey, you came back when the game started. Good job. So everybody, I hope you're watching. We got Braves. We got Reds. We got baseball all over the place. We got 16 teams, 8 games. It's an MLB record. Couple teams, that played, 4 teams played yesterday. 8 teams played yesterday, 4 games. 4 teams are facing elimination today. You got the Braves and... that's right, the Reds, who are already in the top of the 7th. It has been an unbelievably well-pitched matchup. You didn't get that from one side of the Cleveland Yankees game. Holy cow, Bieber got lit up like a Christmas tree, but Garrett Cole was flat out nasty. I guess that's why Garrett Cole gets 200 to start, and Bieber gets 200,000. Bieber will be your Cy Young Award winner, but oh my goodness, that was not a very good first start. But hey, when you start up 2 pitches, base hit and a home run, that's not a good way to go, brother. Like I got to feel like Cleveland fans were like, this is not really happening. It's like a nightmare all over again. But anyway, we have baseball. I'm in the best mood I could possibly be in. I love watching baseball. I'm a big baseball fan. So if you have any baseball questions, hit me up. 901-360-8255. Check us out on the text line at 67129. That's 67129. And don't forget, we got a new FM station, 98.5. And Gabe, it is crystal clear. And now all the way downtown is beautiful. I love it. Check it out. You'll love it. And also don't forget Sports 56 WHBQ on Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Periscope, and Instagram. And don't forget my big buddy G_Coon71 on the Twitter.
What up?
Dude, I'm in a baseball mood. Like
I figured you would be. You came in hyperventilating, bouncing off the walls. It's exactly what I expected you to do.
I got my red shirt on for my Reds. I got my black socks and my black pants on for the White Sox today.
What, you got your black socks on for the White Sox?
Yeah, because I know I wore my white ones yesterday. You can't go back. You can't go back to the same one. I
would like to see you wear some high white socks with some black stirrups. That would be,
dude. If they make it to the next,
that would be fun.
If they make it to the pennant, I will. I promise you, I will. I mean, if they win this sucker, if they get to the dance, I'll be dancing crazy on just a little $50 bet. But anyway, point is, I hope everybody's doing extremely well out there. We've got football to talk about. The Titans, the Steelers game has been postponed. We're going to talk about this stuff in the leadoff. We got, by the way, you know that the finals is tonight? Oh, my goodness. Do y'all, I mean, with all this baseball, you're going to get drunk on baseball, and then you're going to get super high and woke again on a little NBA Finals. LeBron James, I got to say this, and I'm being dead serious. In one of the worst years ever, and let's just be real, and what a play by the deadgum Braves. That was unbelievable. And I'm sorry, I just had to stop in the middle of that because deadgummit, they are making some good defensive plays. But anyway, point is, what was I even talking about? After seeing that, I shouldn't be watching this baseball game. What was I talking about, Gabe? Oh, yeah. I don't remember. Are you going to help me or not?
Hey, man, you're on your own on this one.
Oh, I really don't even remember what I was talking about until I saw that. But I will tell you. No, I'm dead serious. That one
talking about maybe football news?
Oh, no. This is the one thing.
You got a little stuff going on in the leadoff?
This is what I want to tell you, though, very seriously. This is important. 2020 has stunk. But the one constant that we do have, that at least this makes this year's feel normal in some way, LeBron James is back in the finals for the 10th deadgum year. Like, that's something that's normal for at least, I mean, heck, whoever's been in this, last decade, dude's been a baller shot caller, 10th finals, going for his 4th ring. I don't know where this is going to put him. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know, but I can't believe I'm about to tell this to Gabe Kuhn, but I heard something that was said today, and I actually have to agree with this, and I wanted to ask this to the texters if you agree. From a guy who's gone to bat for Michael Jordan, who loved the deadgum Jordan, I heard something that made so much sense today. Michael Jordan's peak will be the highest peak of all times. 6 finals, never to a game 7, 6 for 6, defensive player, all those MVPs, be like Mike. He is Michael Jordan. He is the greatest. But, man, if you look at all the numbers and the times he's made it to the finals, if you talk about career and longevity, doesn't that have to go to either Kareem or LeBron James? And, I mean, Kareem's the all-time points leader. You got to think about his career and how much it was. I'd even still say that, Kareem was probably more had a better complete career than Michael Jordan. Yes, and he did take away for baseball and all that stuff. Or you could say he didn't want to get suspended for gambling, because I don't know how many people remember that he was going to face a suspension by the NBA from gambling. It was after his father died. And I also think that the fact that his dad was, passed, and then they were going to suspend Michael Jordan, the 3-time NBA, champion, for going to like a casino or whatever, or gambling or whatever they were talking about. He was ticked off, so he just went and did his little own thing for a few years and came back. We all know the story. But if you look at what LeBron James's career arc is, if he gets his 4th title, which I honestly think is going to happen, he'll be 4 for 10. But to make it to 10 finals, to get 4 rings, and if you look, he's 1 or 2 in every single statistical category for the greats who've made it to the finals. Did you know that? Points, assists, rebounds. It's like, dude, he's right there. Number 2, number 2, number 2, number 2. He's eventually going to be number 1. And I don't know. I can't believe I'm saying this, but LeBron James, as much as I can't stand 2020, it does kind of feel good to see you in the finals because it does kind of feel like chicken noodle soup. You know what I'm saying? Like normal. I'm used to this. I can see, and plus the fact that you got it going against Jimmy Butler and Riles and his own team. He's trying to become a player who wins 3 titles with 3 different teams. I don't know, man. I'm not the biggest LeBron James fan. I wasn't also, by the way, I don't know if you know this, Gabe. I was a anti-Michael Jordan guy too when it was going on. I always root against the best.
So it's interesting though that you bring this up because I did not expect you to go LeBron James love here early in the show. You usually don't go that direction.
No, I don't. But I have to
but when you compare him to other superstars at 35.
Ridiculous.
Michael Jordan was not in the league at 35.
Nope.
He was retired.
When
you look at Shaquille O'Neal, for example, at 35, he was moving from Miami to Phoenix.
He was playing with the Celtics at that time. What?
No, it was Miami, and then he was dealt to Phoenix later in that season, and he was only averaging 12 points a game at that point. So the longevity, without question, favors LeBron James. No question.
I've always wanted to be able to see green just because the Jolly Green Giant and the Shaquille O'Neal in the Celtics uniform, because I don't get to laugh at that. It doesn't look all as funny to me. I'm like, I don't get it. But I wish I could. But anyway, point is, LeBron James, I wasn't going to do this, but today some of the things, and after looking at all this stuff, and I've been breaking down this finals, because plus 370, you don't think I want to pull the trigger on the Heat? I'm looking at every reason why the Heat are going to win this joint. You know what I mean? But then I started looking at this other factor, and this is what I wanted to ask. And this is the last question before we get to the leadoff. We got Coach Lowe from Fayette Ware, who's playing Millington this Friday. We're going high school football locally for the district championship. We'll talk about some of the problems with COVID. Then we got, of course, Russell Copeland. It is Wednesday, 2 o'clock. We're going to get you prepared for this NFL slate. I'll keep you locked and loaded what's going on with baseball in this world. I can promise you that. And we're just going to have a fun day. So hit us at 67129. That's 67129. Oh, my goodness. Gabe Kuhn, did you hear what Scottie Pippen had to say, though?
I did not. Was this morning?
No, this was yesterday.
Okay.
It is fascinating to me. And this is the last thing I'm going to say. I promise you I'm going to let you get to the leadoff. Okay, he said that he doesn't consider this finals a real championship. He says, now I'm going to read the whole quote a little bit later, but I'm getting basically to, I can do it now, but I don't want to take too much time, but I'll just give you a little bit. He says, well, I'm going to be honest. It's not NBA basketball. It's not the hard grind. It's not the travel. It's not the fans. It's not the distractions. Really, to me, it's pickup basketball. It's going to the gym. Yeah, you already got your team. Y'all are practicing together, but it's more of a pickup type of basketball game because there's no fans in the stands. There is no distractions. There's no real noise. There's no pressure on the players. Prime example. I looked at Rajon Rondo. Rondo ain't made a three-pointer in his whole NBA career. Now all of a sudden he's shooting 50% in the bubble. I haven't ever. And then he says, I haven't even checked his stats, but I'm watching him, bury threes. Then he says, but that's just something that I consider making that I consider making the game so easy because Rondo can't score inside of an arena when you got depth perception. There's a whole lot of things that make the NBA hard. The bubble makes the NBA easy to me. There's no travel. That's the killer itself. So you're sleeping in the same bed every night. You're walking to the gym. You're not having to go on a 25 to 55-minute bus ride to an arena. You're not having to probably sit in the arena for 2 hours before warm-ups, talk to the media, deal with all the outside stuff. You're right there. You don't have to deal with any distractions. throw the team in a loop. You don't have to deal with any of the distractions that throw the team in a loop. So it's different. It's a different game, but it's damn entertaining. So that's Scottie Pippen's quote. And you know what? I mean, I don't know. Like, do you think the answer, do you know what they're doing tonight in the arena?
He's got a point, and I'm surprised there hasn't been more people saying this. But I will say this about Scottie Pippen.
He's always.
I want to say this. I want to say this though,
because he's always the red.
Every single team that has been in the bubble has had to deal with the same thing.
True that.
So that's where, when you start going after the championship, saying it's not real, I don't know how much that holds because everyone has dealt with the same thing.
Now, he went on to, he said he did, I just cut that down drastically, by the way. This was a whole interview. I promise you can go back and look at Google, whatever, but don't do it now because you got me right now, okay? That's the main points that he was trying to make. But he brought up certain instances, like when the Bulls were traveling, girls coming to, your room at 3 o'clock in the morning, or them sending you stuff, all kind, just the distractions and all that things. And like he said, he's like, man, we had a championship of the, what's that dead gum stupid, it was on the show, but that show, Space Jam. He's like, remember when Michael Jordan was playing Space Jam? He had all those people down there practicing. They had like a little championship out of that. They didn't give him a damn NBA title, was basically what Scotty was saying. But this year they're going to give the Larry O'Brien to a pickup basketball team. And I thought that was a little bit harsh. But you know what? If you think about it, it makes a little bit sense. But because it's Scottie Pippen, he's kind of like the red you-know-what. You're like, I can't stand it. But give me the lead off.
Again, I do have to say, it is surprising that it took this long for somebody to be very outspoken about, put an asterisk next to this championship season. But I guess Scottie Pippen had to be the guy. I guess Scottie Pippen had to be the guy.
I guess he did.
But I'm going to start in the NFL because it looks like the Titans-Steelers game is going to be postponed. Adam Schefter reports that it's likely going to be played on Monday or Tuesday. So not a very long postponement, right? Monday or Tuesday are the dates they're going to look at. But in your perfect world, how should they go about rescheduling this game?
All right, so I looked at the the NFL schedule, and I checked everything out. And you go at the Pro Bowl before, the week of the Super Bowl. And they have the Super Bowl date set. They got the Pro Bowl date set. They're planning to march through this. Right now, they have really one team that's got an issue, and it happens to be our Tennessee Titans. And let me tell you a little secret.
One more player tested positive today, by the way. The Vikings are clear, who they played on Sunday.
They are clear, and that is right now, I think, the most important part. Now, going throughout the week, if we get to Sunday and the Vikings are still clear, no players, I think this is perfect. And moving it back to Tuesday, I heard that the players that now have 3 negative tests will be back in the facility on Friday. Possibly. Not 100%. But if they can open back the facility late Friday, they have it Saturday, Sunday, they travel Monday, your game plan's getting in, bing, bang, boom, you got all Tuesday, you play football Tuesday. That's kind of like a Thursday night game. We've seen teams play on Monday and have to play on Thursday, and we thought that was cheap. But you know what? This is COVID 2020, and I think this is the only answer. And I think this is only the only fair thing to do. And, dude, I want some Tuesday football, bro.
Right? I'd only have one day off. One day off of NFL football? Wednesday. I can handle that.
Oh, only day
I can handle that.
Oh, that I will love it. So
and then Friday and Saturday, but then you have college football Saturday and college football Friday. So whatever, man. Like I'll take my day off on Wednesday and then get back Thursday. I'm cool with Tuesday night football. But then the 2 Monday night, that would complicate things.
I do have to say, I do enjoy getting drunk on baseball, crazy on some basketball, and then have some football as well. I mean, the fact that they're all going right now, this is just whack.
It's interesting. But more NFL news. The NFL issued a strong, and I mean strong warning today about accountability for not wearing a mask. And this one is wildly interesting to me.
Me too.
And they basically this morning have threatened that they might, quote, address lack of compliance with measures that may include suspensions and or forfeiture of draft picks.
Yes.
Is that too much?
Nope. COVID-19, COVID-19 in the year 2020, people are not playing. They're trying to make you take this serious. They fined John Gruden $100,000 in week 2. They fined the team even more. Do you know what happened just yesterday? No, I'm sorry, Monday. Do you know what happened Monday? In Nevada, well, it's actually technically Henderson, just outside of Nevada. I'm guessing like Germantown or Carterville to Memphis. Darren Waller Foundation had like some party. Well, it had over 100 people, including Waller, Derek Carr, Nathan Peterman, Jason Witten, Hunter
Renfrow. It was a fundraising event for a good cause.
It was for a good cause. But did you see the pictures?
No masks in sight.
Not one.
Not one. Honestly,
there was at least, I'd say, 200 people. It's against the law in Nevada to have over 100 people. They can actually get sued by the government for like $14,000, according to this article.
That was honest. I will say that right there shows that this may not be too much, because that was very eye-opening. The fact that there was not a single mask worn by anybody in that building.
They know that there was 150 people at the event, at least a minimum, because that's how many, not including workers. That's how many. Whatever.
Signed in.
Yeah. Hit the books is what they call it. Is what it says here. I just didn't. I was like, I didn't know what that meant. Anyway. But listen to this. You know the club that hosted them? I just found this. They have been fined as of this morning by the state $2,000 for hosting the event. Okay, it's not like NFL money, but do you know what they're also now saying? It looks like the NFL is about to slap a $14,650 fine on every single player that was at the event as well. NFL doesn't want COVID to become a problem. They are losing. I didn't realize this. I know that the TV revenue, and when you look at a $9 billion TV, when you look at $9 billion, you think to yourself, damn, they're still also losing like $6 million. You ain't got people in stands in most states. If you do, it's at 20% capacity. In fact, there was only one team, I think it was Jacksonville, that they got in trouble because they had 30% capacity, and they got in trouble by the NFL. What I'm saying is they're taking this serious, because if we want to have a Super Bowl, if the NFL is going to make it, they went and spent all the money on the test. They got all the protocols. In fact, they're traveling across the country. So, you're actually still living a normal life. So you have to keep, I'm just saying, this is stupid, and I don't think the NFL threatening draft picks does anything other than grab their attention, because they got too much damn money to worry about a fine, is what I'm trying to get at.
And also, when I bring this up, it was suspensions and draft picks. Suspensions is fine. I get that. I completely understand. I just would hate to see a franchise, lose a draft pick over a certain player, a certain coach, a certain staff member deciding that they're not going to wear a mask, or wear a mask correctly. That would be a pain, and that would be tough to see.
That's not going to be they did say that it wasn't going to be just a mask wearing incident. It would be more of a, if John Gruden does 2 weeks in a row and doesn't, who cares? Here's my $100,000. Here's my $100,000. Okay, you're not answering the $100,000 call. We'll take a draft
strike
from
system, more or less.
Yeah, it's kind of they're using it as basically like a baseball as a strike system. I like that.
Now you ready to talk LeBron? Get back to LeBron, because he had a quote yesterday that I found. I don't know if you found it crazy,
Dude,
but I found it crazy.
I didn't read this today.
This was LeBron. What he had to say on possibly beating the Heat. He said, "It's no extra meaning to winning a championship, no matter who you're playing against. It's already hard enough to even reach the finals to be in this position. If you're able to become victorious out of the finals, it doesn't matter who it's against." Do you buy for a second that beating his former team holds no extra meaning?
Absolutely not. But I don't expect him to say that publicly. He never went out and called Pat Riley out publicly. But I think everybody understands the inference. Who rubbed him the wrong way out the door in Miami? He still hangs out with D. Wade. He still hangs out with Eric Spoelstra. I don't see him dapping up Riley a bunch. And him and Riles were tight. It's pretty obvious, especially from the, what's that great writer for ESPN who writes those long form? Dude, I can't, man, I kind of heavy set, long hair.
Brian Windhorst.
No, not Wendy. It's the other dude. He's kind of like Wendy, but he only does writing. He only comes on TV. He's got a deep voice. Oh, never mind. He's in the magazine. It doesn't even matter. He's just a feature guy. But anyway, he did a great article on this a few years back. I actually probably still have it because I keep all those stupid things. And it basically talked about never did LeBron James ever say anything publicly about Pat Riley. Never did anything, was anything ever able to be substantiated? But there were many people inside of his circle, but he could never get LeBron James to confirm it, that said that Pat Riley really rubbed him the wrong way because you know what he said? Do you know what? This is what, according to this story, and I got to look it up. It's not, I want to say Hunter S. Thompson, but he's the dude who I like in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. I think it's Hunter something, or maybe Thompson something. Anyway, I'm going to find this during break, deadgummit. 67129 and help me out. But the point is, Pat Riley is a living legend. He's played at the Lakers. I mean, he won with the Lakers as the coach with Magic Johnson. Now LeBron's with the Lakers. It's almost like he could punch him with his former team and his own. I don't know. It's just like, I think this means a heck of a lot to LeBron James. And the fact that he would get his third championship with the Lakers, beating his former squad, the one he won his first championship with, I just think that would mean a lot to me. Wouldn't it mean something to you?
Without question, which is why I don't buy what he has to say. But I didn't expect him to come out and say that it was going to hold extra meaning, because LeBron James tries to keep it close to the vest and not sort of divulge his inner feelings about a lot of things. But this year has been a little different. It's been a little different, no question. So I didn't want to say that fully, but he tries to keep those type of things in regards to how he feels about certain people in the NBA. He tries to keep those somewhat close to the vest. Now, politically, he's been very outspoken. Let's not act like that. But I didn't expect him to say that the Heat winning a finals over the Heat would hold more value.
And plus, by the way, I've had Jackie McMullen, I've had Nick Friedel. Thank y'all for hitting me up. We're missing it still. I'm going to look during the break and find out who this writer is, because for some reason y'all are hitting me up on that one. I did ask for help. Thank you very much. But I think this means a lot to LeBron, and that's why I think they finish this junt off in 5 games. Do you think they get started tonight with a big fat W?
I don't know.
Ooh,
I
wow.
do not know.
You haven't even thought about that
Because
one?
here's the thing, man. They lost 2 game ones.
Yes, they
leading
did.
up to the Western Conference Finals. So I don't know how they will look in game ones. The Heat have been streaking. They've been playing incredibly well. So I would not count out a Heat win, although I do think the Lakers ought to take game one.
I think game one, Lakers come out, Anthony Davis, LeBron James, Rajon Rondo, all those boys, Kuzma, and just pop them in the mouth. Speaking of popping somebody in the mouth, we got championship football, Fayette Ware, Millington, happening this Friday. Coach Lowe, he's next. Sports 56, 98.5, 96.1 FM.
It's R&R on sports.
The word is out about R&R on sports, where you've heard interviews from Ken Griffith Jr., Dr. J, Hank Aaron, and many, many more. R&R on sports, Saturday mornings, 10 a.m., Sports 56, 87.7, and 96.1. Don't miss us.
Looking for a great place to deposit your money? Try First Bank. Competitive CD rates, a money market that moves with Wall Street prime and interest-bearing checking account options. Not to mention their friendly bankers who make decisions locally. To find out more, stop by one of First Bank's 3 local branches. 6482 Poplar Avenue, just east of International Paper. 8398 Highway 64 across from Wolf Chase. And 6280 Highway 64 in Oakland. Or visit firstbankonline.com. Member FDIC.
Chris Price here for Brian Elder Roofing. The storms we've had over the past several months have been devastating to our communities. The rainy season is ahead. You may have not even noticed the dripping in your attic, water stains throughout your home, or even worse, mold and mildew. Please call Brian Elder Roofing and we will send out our project managers to assess any damage. We will not try to sell you a roof if all you need is a repair. We will measure your roof from outer space. 0% for 60 months, even no payments till 2022 are available with approved credit. If you've noticed missing shingles, water stains, leaks in your roof, call us before you call your insurance company at 867-0303. That's 867-0303, and we will provide a free, thorough inspection of your roof's condition.
Call 867-0303. Brian Elder's Roofing Solutions.
If ever there was a time for comfort food, this is it. And there's no comfort food like Sunrise on Jefferson. Fresh-made breakfast featuring Sunrise's signature homemade square biscuits or the huge selection of hot, fresh, and fast lunch items are all part of what has always made Sunrise the most comforting of comfort foods in Memphis. Of course, everything that can be done to keep you and the staff safe at Sunrise is a top priority. And you can always order ahead and get delicious Sunrise to go. At a time this confusing, it's good to know there's one thing you can count on: Sunrise.
Fox tonight on the blockbuster new season of The Masked Singer. Be there for the shocking moment.
Don't do it!
That's a first in Masked Singer history.
It's gonna change the show forever!
Then, can you identify real singers from fake ones before you hear them sing?
You think he's gonna sound like Mariah Carey?
Ken Jeong hosts the new hit mystery music show, I Can See Your Voice.
I knew it!
After a shocking new Masked Singer, Fox tonight.
It's fall, y'all, and Sports 56 is hitting the road. This Friday, Sports 56 Middays with Greg and me will be at Frontier Western Store at 5880 Goodman Road in Olive Branch. Family owned and operated since 1967, Frontier Western is your leader in selling Western apparel and footwear, as well as workwear and gear. Join us for food, prizes, and a chance to win Ole Miss Alabama football tickets. Lunch will be catered by Moe's Southwest Grill of Olive Branch. That's Sports 56 Middays at Frontier Western Store this Friday, October 2nd.
Welcome back to Sports 56 Happy Hour with Johnny Radio. This hour is brought to you by MemphisFarmers.com. Insurance coverage backed by a local agent and a brand trusted nationwide. We are farmers. MemphisFarmers.com.
Show me the way to the next whiskey bar.
How? Don't ask why. Man, right now I ain't going to the whiskey bar. I'm going to watch me tons of baseball. Oh my goodness, we got finals on tonight. And don't forget, guess what? We got football going on all over the place, from pros to college. And that's right, all the way down to high school. And Friday night, Millington Central Trojans head out to Fayette Ware to face the Wildcats. The 3-1 Wildcats are going to face the Trojans. This is going to be huge. This is October 2nd, this Friday night, and it's for the, basically, this is for the championship, man. This is it, man. This is for the division, for the district. You got to get this bad boy, bing, bang, boom. Everybody gets a win. Everybody dances. We all going to party. So we're going to talk with Coach Lowe in just a minute. We're going to talk about how hard was getting to this point. They made it through September. Their first game is going to be in October, on October 2nd, this Friday. What was it like? I mean, they're 4-1, I believe, actually, maybe. But they're 4-1. They play Millington for the championship. I'm so fired up, and I can't wait to talk with Coach Lowe. But before I do that, I got to remind you, we are nothing without our sponsors. You know my man Chad Gatlin at MemphisFarmers.com. He's the best in the business. You get the personalized, like, when you go to a website and you just get insurance on, like, online, bing, bang, boom, and you don't use an actual agent, you just basically, whenever you have an accident or need somebody, you call into the whatever number and you get whoever answers the phone. By getting an actual insurance agent, it doesn't cost you $1 more, but you actually can call somebody and talk to them and actually have somebody who's going to make sure they know you and they're going to take your case and they're going to hold people accountable. Before I got Chad Gatlin, I dealt with a nightmare. So trust me, you want to have an insurance agent. Auto, home, life, business, whatever, and nobody's better than Chad Gatlin at MemphisFarmers.com. That's MemphisFarmers.com. Give him a call, 901-235-1176. That's 901-235-1176. Or get a fast quote at MemphisFarmers.com. It's time to talk with my good friend, Coach Lowe. Coach, Mr. Woodrow Lowe, how are you doing, my friend?
All right, how are you?
Man, I'm fired up. I know you got to be fired up. It's the last day of September, so I'm not going to say you made it through September, but you have made it through September. You're playing this Friday at home, October 2nd, 7 p.m., and this is for the district championship. I don't know if you expected to be here. I don't know if you expected to be playing an entire season. I don't know exactly what you expected because when we talked way back yonder before y'all even played a game, we didn't know exactly what was going to happen. Y'all were just getting together and starting practicing. Now where you're at from like right now, did you expect to be here when you got all the guys together and you actually saw the strengths of your team?
I didn't know. Like I said, it's when we talked earlier, I didn't know if we'd have a season or not. But basically, it's been week by week. You just never know. Day by day. Actually,
day by day.
You
It's
just
a
don't
great
know.
point.
You don't know what's going to happen the next day. Anything could happen. So we're trying to take it day by day and just trying to keep our kids focused.
And by the way,
being in the moment.
Is how many years you been there?
This is year one.
That's what I thought. And if you win this weekend, in your year one, you could give them their first district championship in 50 years?
I'm pretty much the record books. That's what pretty much it said. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
but
that's
I
what
think
they
this
say.
is
I'm
first,
looking at them.
Yeah. But I don't think they've ever won a district championship in football. So this would be the first one. Now, I'm just preaching that to the kids. So have an opportunity to do something a lot of people hadn't been able to do.
Now, how hard is it for basically, how hard realistically? I know that you had, there was limitations on practice. You had certain situations that you had to deal with because of COVID. How hard was it to get to this point? Like, do you already feel like you've accomplished something great? And do y'all feel like y'all now have a grapple on everything that y'all need to do and to make sure that y'all can finish out the season?
Well, we don't feel like we've done anything great just as yet. Like I said, I'm focusing the kids on day by day, trying to get everything going. I've always said, you work and you grind every day, and you look back on your accomplishments when the last game is over with. That's the only thing you can do. You can't focus on anything other than that. The next game, the next practice, the next moment. So, it was challenging. They told us that we could play. The TWSA told us we could play, and they gave us 3 weeks to practice. So we practiced 3 weeks, and we played our first game. And that's hard, very hard, when you coming into a new situation as a new coach with kids who you basically just met. So it's been challenging.
Man, that's what I was. That has got to be the hardest thing. I don't know how you can come in as a new coach, get a whole bunch of new kids, and in 3 weeks implement your philosophy, your style, your offense, your defense, along with the philosophy and style, and then get it all together and go out there and play competent football. But your kids obviously are extremely, you're a hard worker. They obviously open up their ears and listen to you, take directions very well. Who are some of the guys out there that are standing out this year that you want to give a little credit to?
Well, we got a great senior group. Probably our biggest players are at Atlantis Lax. He's just picked up his first offer the Bethel, and another young man, Tyler Walton, who's also another tremendous talent who can play both sides of the ball.
Linebacker, man, is he getting looked at for defense?
He's getting looked at for defense, and he plays a sniffer position, like a fullback position, which he's getting looks there as well. So
yeah, I had somebody tell me Tyler Walton is a thumper.
Oh yeah, he's real deal now. So those two guys, as far as seniors go, are really standing out. And they're doing a good job.
Now that's awesome, and I noticed you got you got a freshman, you got sophomores, you got some juniors in there, and you do have a very heavy senior class, which is obviously a big help. But do you think, for those seniors, they had to get to know you? How long, within that 3 weeks, when did you feel like you had a handle on your team? How long, when you got there, that practice, and then before that first game, when you went into that first game, did you have any clue what the kids were going to do?
I had a clue because I did a lot of homework, researching. But I think when we counted, we only had 3 kids who actually started last year on the team. So we had a lot of new faces. Yeah. So we had a lot of new faces, and when you have that, you just have to just try to start building relationships and and go from there. But the kids have been great. They seem to be buying in. That's my seniors especially, and that's hard to get when you first taking over a position. But they've done a great job. They really have.
It's going to be an interesting one this week. Coach Lowe's on the phone. It's going to be the Wildcats and the Trojans for the district championship. If they get the win, it'll be the first in 50 years. I just want to ask you, because I know I did a game last week with, we had Harding County come up and replace a team due to COVID. Have you had to have any replacement games?
No, we have not.
Y'all been lucky as can be.
Yeah, we actually moved the Millington game up. It was scheduled for 2 weeks later during our fall break, but it's one of them things where, like I said earlier, you're trying to get in what you can when you know you can.
That
so
makes
I'd rather
sense.
go ahead and play that game.
So y'all both had the week off.
Yeah, we both had the week off. This is actually a makeup game. I think we were scheduled to play Bolton this week, but since the COVID and stuff, so we kind of got on the same page and we said, well, let's go ahead and play it, and we'll try to get replace some games at the end of the year. So we had a bye and we lost. I think we lost the game against Kingsbury. So, but that's pretty much it right now.
Dude, I'm telling you, Coach, you're getting me fired up for a little Fayetteville. I'm ready for some football this Friday. I got to ask you, though, are any of the kids, do they understand the 50-year history of, not having a championship, or am I just bringing that out, or did you know that? Or, I'm just wondering, is it on these young kids' mind? Because usually kids don't think about anything like that unless they're told.
Well, we told them because last week was the opportunity to beat Bolivar, and we hadn't beaten Bolivar Central in 12 years. And,
whoa.
We preached that, And, we've traditionally lost to Bolivar, but we were able to get that win last week. And, that kind of fired up the kids, and they starting to realize, okay, you guys have an opportunity to do things that, very few classes here have been able to do. And they stepped it up. So hopefully they'll take that same approach and try to do something, that's big.
Man, that would be a heck of a senior night. Somerville, Tennessee will be going banana sandwiches. I don't even know what to say. That would be awesome. Coach Lowe, congratulations on year one. I wish you the best of luck this weekend. I did want to ask you, last but not least, fans who want to come to that game, how is what's the protocol if people want to come out there, family members, people who are listening right now, if they want to come out to Somerville, Tennessee, watch the Wildcats play for the district champion against the Millington Trojans, what do they need to know?
Well, we have certain protocols in place. We will take temperatures at the door. We have limited space, so we can't let everybody in, but we'll let approximately the first 500 into the game. Just come and be supportive and cheer on your Wildcats.
Cheer on the Wildcats, Coach Lowe, man. I'm so happy for you, man. Congratulations in year one. Year one, taking on a job in 2020 already sounds like a nightmare. Only be able to have 3 weeks with the kids, that's crazy in itself. Makes me feel like the Titans playing the Steelers. If they play on Tuesday, these are pro athletes, man. They should have no problem dealing with this. What you had to overcome was crazy. But also it makes me feel good that these young kids are being able to play football. I'm in Memphis, Tennessee right here, Shelby County. Yeah. There's a lot of young men who aren't being able to play, who just aren't going to play football this year. They're going to miss their senior year, and that's heart-wrenching. So to see your senior class have success, I'm just very happy for the young kids. I'm happy for you, Coach, and good luck to the Wildcats.
All right, I appreciate you for having us on.
Hey, man, take care, Coach Lowe, and go get that win, man.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. That's Coach Lowe, Fayetteville Wildcats, and let me tell you something, Millington, it's going to be an interesting and a very tough game, but I'm not I got a couple people who are seriously high school football junkies, and I can't believe I knew he was going to mention actually Tyler Walton, because I had a couple people talk to me about this young kid who plays wide receiver, and then they said there's a thumper named Tyler Walton that they need to be playing in Memphis next year. So throwing that out there, Memphis. Check that out. Now, I'm going to be back in 2 shakes because we got some baseball updates. We also got football information. And don't forget, yes, that's right, Russell Copeland is going to join us at 2 o'clock today in Hardenwood. Oh, my goodness. If Scottie Pippen makes you chuckle, I'm just going to flat out make you laugh. Don't touch that dial. Sports 56, 98.5, 96.1 FM.
Want to get your voice heard? Hit us up on the First Bank phone line or First Bank text line.
I want to do some bragging rights. Hey, I was just the other day overhearing a conversation with Big Mike, the manager of DeSoto Auto Sales. They've got people buying cars all all over the country. North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Arkansas, Texas. People from all over the country buy cars at DeSoto Auto Sales in Olive Branch, Mississippi. Why? DeSoto Auto Sales has the most stringent car inspection in America. They get it right the first time. Quality and low mileage. Factory warranty on most vehicles. My favorite part is the people who work there. Big Mike. All the employees are professional, friendly, and go that extra mile. Expect as you walk in the door, you're treated like family. DeSoto Auto Sales understands your time matters. We can help you find your dream car and get all the paperwork finished in less than an hour. Come see us at DeSoto Auto Sales and be part of our family. Have a great buying experience every time. 662-890-7184.
I'm John Conway with Conway Services. When was the last time you had your air conditioning system tuned up? What about your heating system safety check? Good news, you can get both at the same time this month. Call Conway Services for our 16-point Energy Saver Super Tune-Up on your air conditioning system for only $69. We'll remove years of dirt, grime, and leaves from your air conditioning system. It's like taking your air conditioner to a car wash, all for only $69. And we'll include a heating system safety check at no charge. That's right, Conway Services 16-point Energy Saver Super Tune-Up for only $69, and we'll include a heating system safety check at no charge, making sure your heating system is ready for this winter. If that's not enough, we'll include a carbon monoxide test, all for only $69. So call Conway Services, the Mid-South's premier heating, cooling, plumbing, and electric service company at 384-3511. And call this week, and we'll perform your super tune-up for only $57 with a free heating system safety check.
Call 384-3511. Conway Services. Call Conway today.
DQuil Pure Z's all-night bilayer tablets help you fall asleep naturally and regulate your sleep cycle so that you can take on your tomorrow. Designed with extended-release melatonin, which slowly releases up to 6 hours to help you fall asleep and stay asleep longer through the night. ZQuil Pure Z's botanical blend is made with lavender, chamomile, valerian root, and lemon balm botanicals, which have been used for centuries. ZQuil Pure Z's all night. Simple tablets with simple ingredients that are 100% drug-free and non-habit forming.
You know what sounds good? Fresh sandwiches and salads, homemade soups and desserts. And you know where to find all this delicious food? Paradise Cafe at Poplar and Ridgeway in the Regalia Shopping Center. The name says it all. Paradise Cafe makes their food fresh. Salads, sandwiches, cookies, and brownies. Hand-selected fruit, pimento cheese, even 4 kinds of chicken salad. The homemade soups change daily. They're said to be the best in the city. Try the signature turkey burger on ciabatta or shrimp salad on a croissant. Then top it off with a low-fat shake. Paradise Cafe has 11 kinds. Paradise Cafe, open Monday through Saturday, 10:30 to 2:30. Observing current social distancing guidelines with patio seating. Curbside pickup and delivery are also available. Fresh and homemade for you. That's Paradise Cafe in the heart of East Memphis at Poplar and Ridgeway inside the Regalia Shopping Center. You know what sounds good? Paradise Cafe.
Pros today have to do whatever the job calls for, and the Home Depot is here to help make that easier. With a wide range of delivery options, you can get what you need, from job lot quantities to small supply runs, delivered where and when you need it. Don't want to buy the tool? Rent it. We've got the most innovative products and more ways for pros to find them, in-store and online. Pros are changing, so are we. The Home Depot, how doers get more done.
Get ready to fall in love with driving again in your new Kia from Gossett Kia on the Pike. Get everything you want with the 2020 Forte, just $131 a month. Or hit the road in 2020 Soul, $148 a month. And transform your driving experience this fall in the all-new 2021 K5, now $189 a month. All 36-month leases in just $31.49 due at signing. And you'll get peace of mind you can trust with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. It's time to get your Kia on it.
You know what I'm going to push on you? A little Sports 56 happy hour. We're having a great day. We had the NBA Finals tonight. LeBron James makes it feel like the year's almost normal. He's back in the finals for the 10th time, going for his 4th ring against his old team, the Miami Heat. What's up, Riles? What's up, Spoelstra? He's coming for you. And he's got Anthony Davis, 2 best players by far. I know that the Heat look good, but, man, I'm telling you, LBJ, I think he gets his 4th ring. This thing goes 5 games. I think they go and punch him in the mouth tonight. But right now, though, You got the Reds and the Braves in the bottom of the ninth inning, 0-0. The Braves have, like, the first inning, there was runners on first and third, no out. Max Fried got out of it. Joey Votto rolled over to first base. This dude stepped on first base and looked the dude back to third. Next dude, I can't think, was Senzel, hits the ball to second. And then there's a little pop out, and the inning was over, and Max Fried was great today. Trevor Bauer, though, he did the Conor McGregor stroke after 5 straight strikeouts.
The other
Struck
game,
out 5 straight batters between 2 innings.
The other game going on is Houston, Minnesota. But the one thing I want to mention about that is when is Minnesota ever going to win a postseason game?
They're going to be 18-0 after this one.
Oh, and 18.
Right?
Oh, and 18.
I mean, 8.
Yeah.
No. The people that play them are 18-0 is what I'm saying.
Oh, yes. The people that play them
That's
are
what
18.
I was saying. Come on, Gabe.
17 straight as of right this second. They're down right now in the bottom of the 5th to the Astros, 1-0. That surpasses the Blackhawks out of the NHL. For those that don't watch the NHL, that surpasses the 16-game postseason losing streak they had from 75 to 79. So now, of all the major American sports, this is the longest postseason losing streak of all time. MLB, NFL, NBA, NHL history.
And that's since the Chicago Blackhawks?
Yes. Nice.
Dude, did you like that?
There you go.
Look at me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so
yeah.
strong.
You talk about sports for a living.
Let me tell you something. Hockey expert right here.
Right, yeah.
Hey, did you see the little thing? J.J. Watt was a good little hockey player when he was a kid now. Don't play no games. I'm all over this hockey thing. Now, hey, Nashville team got a team. They're called the Predators. And the Lightning won the Stanley Cup.
You're doing it, man.
Man, I'm doing it. And you know, the Blues won it last year.
I'm impressed.
You know how come I know that? Because you're a St. Louis Blues fan. Dude, I think my brain is working today. I'm on fire, y'all. And guess what? We got my man, Russell Copeland, who's going to join us today. And we got a lot of NFL stuff to talk about. And again, I'm fired up. But before we do that, I do want to talk for just a moment about some playoff baseball and just ask a couple questions. Ask Gabe a couple questions, tell y'all a couple things that I think, because I think a lot of people out there are probably going to want to play some of these games today. The White Sox at 2 o'clock with Dallas Keuchel, if you're like getting ready to place a wager, a lot of people are like, whoa, Chris Bassett, been one of the best pitchers in baseball over the last, his last 5 starts, and I agree with you. So is Dallas Keuchel. But the key here is, do you know who hits the changeup worst? Like, who has the worst batting average against the changeup in all of baseball? It happens to be the Athletics, who hit a paltry 158 against the changeup. Think about that. What's Dallas Keuchel do? He does a little cutter in, changeup away. Cutter in, changeup away. Stays in the very low half. He never throws the ball up. You're not going to get overpowered for him. You know what the Athletics are the best at, by the way? Did you know this? This is going to mess you up. Do you know what they're absolutely number 1 at, though? Number uno, even higher than the Dodgers and the Braves, which was shocking because did you know the Dodgers led the league in home runs and runs? Braves were second in home runs and runs. But guess who hits the best on fastballs? The Oakland Athletics. Guess who didn't have to throw his fastball yesterday? It was Lucas Giolito. I told you he was going to ball out. Change up all day long, all day strong. Guess who even has a nastier changeup? He don't have the fire, but he takes a 17-inch plate, and he makes that jump 24 inches. When you stretch it out like that, you mess a batter up big time. Dude's thinking that ball that's inside that he's swinging at, and he's starting to back off, and then that ball that is actually on the outside part of the plate by the 3rd or 4th inning, that thing looks like it's 10 feet off the plate because you backed off so much because of that cutter coming in and then that change up away. I think Dallas Keuchel, this is the easiest play of the day. Plus 25. I know Chris Bassett is a very good pitcher, but have you seen the White Sox lineup, brother? It ain't no joke. I told you to take Giolito yesterday. I'm telling you to back Dallas today. That is Dallas Keuchel and the Chicago White Sox. Now, one other thing. Did you know that the best pitcher for Toronto was saved for Game 2? But it really doesn't matter because they were scared of Blake Snell. But Tyler Glasnow is pitching for Tampa Bay. I know they were trying to do something because the Blue Jays manager said, to win this series, we're going to have to win it in the 3rd game. Like, heck, if he was, why didn't he tell me this yesterday? I would have put the house on Tampa Bay. Basically was throwing in the towel. Do you think that Kevin and Bo and Vladdy Dottie, who likes to potty, do they come out and start blowing up on the ball today and Toronto get some runs? And do they beat the Rays?
What do you think?
Heck no, dude. I think Look, I like Rue. He's the best pitcher for Toronto, extremely the best pitcher. The Blue Jays are very young, but Tyler Glasnow is over-bleeping powering. I'll tell you one thing I like about this game. I don't know who's going to win, but you know what I'd love? Under 7. Take the under in this baseball game that goes at 3. You'll love me. And then the Cardinals and Padres. Kang Hoon Kim. This dude has been the best pitcher over like the last month. He has been flat out Cardinals dope. You can get the Cardinals plus 150 against the Padres. Yeah, Mike Clevenger's got all messed up. Lament's messed up. Chris Paddock's going today. Padres, I know Trevor Rosenthal is dope, but I'm taking plus 150 in the Cardinals. And then tonight, I ain't touching the Yankees. Indians game with a 10-foot pole and Gabe pushing. But, dude, you'd have to lay 235 to take the Dodgers. That's a big total. So the last game of the day to play, 4 o'clock, your Cardinals. You're very welcome. That's your baseball play from your buddy Johnny. We're coming next with Russell Copeland. Thank you to Chad Gallen on Sports 56, 98.5, 96.1 FM.
It's time to catch the falling prices at Gossett Kia South Mount Moriah during our Fallback Kia sales event. You'll find best mass market brand and initial quality 5 years running for Kia with J.D. Powers, and we Gossett all at Gossett Kia Mount Moriah. Get 2020 Forte $131 a month, 36-month lease. How about a 2020 Soul $148 a month, 36-month lease? And check out the all-new 2021 Kia K5, now just $189 a month, 36-month lease. And they're all just $3149 due at signing. And in these uncertain times, Gossett says rest assured with Kia's 10-year 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. So whether you live in Horn Lake, South Haven, Olive Branch, or Memphis, you'll be happy at Gossett Kia, 2680 Mount Moriah, or KiaMountMoriah.com.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 36-month leases, $3149 due at signing, 0 security deposit, excludes acquisition fee, 10,000 miles per year, 20 cents excess mileage, $650 acquisition fee, Forte LE 2249.63, sold L7120906, warranty is a limited powertrain warranty, see Kia.com or retailer for details, includes all rebates and incentives, PF 598.75, excludes tax line and license, see dealer for complete details, not all customers will qualify.
You'll see the dedication in every single step. You'll see it in the smiles when smiles are hard to get. You'll see it in the little things that add up to success. The caring and passion are the things that we love best.
Wolf Chase Lemon Brace is your Mid-South provider for orthotics and prosthetics. They are an ABC accredited facility, and their practitioners are ABC certified. At Wolf Chase Lemon Brace, their services include artificial limbs, legs and arms, braces of all kinds, and custom molded inserts. You can call them today at 901-507-7821 for their location on Highway 64 in between Germantown Parkway and Appling Road, or visit them at their new location in Jackson, Tennessee. That number is 731-660-5900, or visit them on the web at wolfchaselemonbrace.com.
Our life to yours. Wolf Chase Limb and Brace.
Have you been back to Burlington lately? Your store is now restocked, so hurry in for more unbelievable deals on amazing brands and styles at up to 60% off other retailers' prices every day. Stop back in to see the fabulous values you've come to love, with more arriving all the time. Whether it's back to school, work, or just back, head back into your Burlington today and start getting more value for less again. Burlington, love the deals.
Hi, this is Troy Fiveash, owner of Fiveash Roof Services. You've heard me talk about how we offer the best products, the best warranties, and the best services for years. Now let's talk about pricing. Pricing should never be the only reason you hire a contractor, but in today's world, pricing is always a consideration. So we suggest you get 2 or 3 estimates for your roof replacement from a reputable, licensed, and insured company, and then give us a call. If we can't beat your best price for a comparable roof system by more than $100, we'll give you $100. It's that simple. We are so sure we can offer you the best price, beating all other qualified companies, we will hand you $100 if we can't, and thank you for the opportunity. So give us a call. What's the worst thing that's going to happen? Make $100? Fiveash Roof Services, a proud supporter of Tiger Athletics and the official roofer of the Tigers home team. Fiveash Roof Services, fair, honest, and ethical. 367-0050 or memphisroofer.com.
Fiveash Roofing, it's what we do. We're here for you.
The day has come for huge savings at Gossett Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat with Jeep Adventure Days and Ram Power Days going strong on Covington Pike. Get 0% APR plus no payments for 90 days. New 2020 Jeep Cherokee Latitude IIHS top safety pick, $21,740 or $275 a month. 2020 Dodge Challenger, a muscle car with best-in-class cargo volume, $24,690 or $318 a month. 2020 Dodge Charger, America's fastest four-door muscle car, $24,990 or $329 a month. And 2020 Ram 1500 Tradesman Quad Cab, $366 a month. Drive past the rest. Come to the best. Gossett Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat, 1901 Covington Pike. Online, GossettMotorCars.net.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 75 months at 3.99 APR, 3,500 down. Must finance through Chrysler, Cherokee, LD 561583, Challenger, LH 214,740, Charger, LH 116,732, 1500, LS 139,171. See dealer for complete details. Offer valid through end of the month with approved credit. Dealer stock only.
It's fall, y'all, and Sports 56 is hitting the road. This Friday, Sports 56 Middays with Greg and me will be at Frontier Western Store at 5880 Goodman Road in Olive Branch. Family owned and operated since 1967, Frontier Western is your leader in selling Western apparel and footwear, as well as workwear and gear. Join us for food, prizes, and a chance to win Ole Miss Alabama football tickets. Lunch will be catered by Moe's Southwest Grill of Olive Branch. That's Sports 56 Middays at Frontier Western Store this Friday, October 2nd.
Listen Sundays at 11 a.m. to join Idlewild Presbyterian Church for worship. Idlewild is a PCUSA church located in Midtown Memphis. We are Sports 56 WHBQ Memphis, W253DF Memphis, WPGFLP Memphis, and WIVG Tunica Memphis, Flynn Broadcasting Stations.
Now, back to Johnny Radio's Happy Hour. On Sports 56 and 87.7 FM.
By the way, it's going to be so hot in Los Angeles tonight. You know why? Because they got a heat advisory going out in L.A. They're also burning out there. Not in L.A., but, man, it's California fires and Washington, Oregon. They're everywhere. Fires are burning out on the left coast. But right now, believe it or not, everybody's got a little chill temperature except for down in Atlanta. It's nice and toasty this morning. But down in Los Angeles, did you know that the game could be at triple digits at first pitch? Triple digits, 100 degrees. I'm kind of wondering, Milwaukee, dude, they go out to L.A., they're going to melt away. I think that's why it's 225. It's not just the heat. Milwaukee, only team to make it to the playoffs with a losing record since I can't even remember that other loser team. But you don't think of loser teams. Brewers are going to go down really fast. This is a year the Dodgers are going to do pretty good. But I'm still sticking with my Reds, baby. Come on, let's go Reds. But by the way, welcome back to Sports 56 Happy Hour. You know me, Johnny Radio. You know Gabe Kuhn. And you know it's 2 o'clock, so you know what that means. It's going to be Russell Copeland. That's right, the Tiger legend, the man that tore it up with the Bills. And it's such a great day that I'm having him on because I'm going to talk about some bills with him. But before I do, I got to remind him, and I'm not talking about like bills that you have to pay. I'm talking about the Buffalo Bills who are balling right now. And Josh Allen is no joke. But we're about to get to Russell Copeland, but I always wanted to remind you, you like food, right? Because I love food. You know where to go, don't you? EatCBQ.com. EatCBQ.com. Central Barbecue, 4 locations in Memphis, downtown. Central Summer, the bad boy on Poplar. It's brand new and beautiful. That's right, anybody and everybody. You got baseball on all day. You got NBA Finals tonight. Go get your smoke on. Go get you some smoked pork. Go get you some smoked chicken. Go get you some smoked turkey. Get some ribs. Get some wings. And don't forget to get the banana pudding. Central Barbecue, it's simply the best. And guess what? Heat and smoke give you Central Barbecue and Russell Copeland. What's up, Cope?
Johnny, how you doing, man?
Man, I'm fired up, dude. Are you fired up that you're going to get to go do some work this weekend?
Man, excited, excited to get a chance to broadcast these very two exciting offensive teams when you look at SMU and you look at the Tigers. But for the past weekend, it really felt like football was back in season. You had outstanding football. SEC was opening up. It was some great matchups in the NFL, and now we're coming into this week and just looking forward to seeing what the Tigers can do on the road against SMU.
Man, I'm ready to hear you and Wolo this weekend. It's going to be awesome. I'm stoked. And Shane Buechele, SMU, they're going to toss that thing all over the yard. I expect you'll be loving to watch it. I'm sure Brady White's going to do a whole lot of tossing. Sean Dykes was awesome, if you can remember, all the way back to the Arkansas State game. But I'm fired up that we're going to get some Tiger football again this Saturday, 2:30, SMU on ESPN2. Russell Copeland will be on the call with our great Dave Woloshin, who follows me. Now, this is very important also. We're going to go NFL today, by the way, Mr. Copeland. And everybody knows Russell Copeland. If you don't, I don't know where you've been. But me and Cope, we're about to talk about something very, very serious. And the one thing that I got to know from Copeland is about his team, the Buffalo Bills. You were in Buffalo for a long time. That was where you spent most of your career. And you know that it's been a long time since Jim Kelly has been to the Super Bowl. But the last time that the Bills started 3-0, it was one of those years they made it to the Super Bowl with Jim Kelly. They're 3-0 right now. Josh Allen is playing out of his mind. Is this team for real? And just tell me what you think about your old team.
Well, I said, Johnny, at the beginning of the season that I thought this Buffalo Bills team were probably the best offensively and defensively as far as talent-wise since the K-Gon offense with Jim Kelly, and I was a member of that team. As a rookie in '93. I love what Josh Allen is doing, and I think the most important thing, he is not self-imploding. He's protecting the football. He's completing 71% of his passes. He's got 10 touchdowns and 1 pick. So that alone right there puts him in a position to win football games because he's protecting the football. But I think overall, when you look at them offensively, they're very balanced as far as running the football and throwing the football. When you look at pass receptions, I think when you brought Diggs in, I think that was huge, Johnny, for him. He's got 288 yards, 2 touchdowns, but Beasley is 228. You got Singletary coming out of the back, and you know who their second leading rusher is? It's Josh Allen. So when you put all that together, man, with their outstanding defense, they have an outstanding team, and it hasn't even gotten cold yet. And they can run the football, and they can stop the run, and Josh Allen is protecting the football. They look very good.
Now that's one of the keys. And when you say protect the football, I mean he was fumbling the ball, throwing some stupid picks, did a lot of different things. And now, like you said, 10 touchdowns, 1 interception. He's running the ball. He's throwing one of the best deep balls in football, and that's what Diggs can do is go and get that dead gum football. And I'll tell you one thing, that scares the heck out of cornerbacks and safeties because Allen is also scrambling all over the place. He's a big boy. He's a big runner, and I've never seen him thrown down like a rag doll. He kind of reminds me of Big Ben Roethlisberger with a little bit more wheels. Kind of like more like actually Cam Newton. Sorry. Cam Newton's a better comparison in my opinion right now. Except for, did you see Aaron Donald grab him last week?
Aaron Donald is a beast.
Holy cow. I've never seen anybody throw Josh Allen around and cause the fumble and he grabbed it. That might be the strongest man in the NFL, huh?
Yeah, hey, he's a beast. It's just a matter of time when you're looking at the Rams before he, has his will on the game. He's double team, he's triple team, but he can line up outside, he can line up inside. And once he gets to the quarterback, very seldomly do you see him miss a quarterback sack. When he gets you, he's pretty much going to tackle you and bring you to the ground. But he's an outstanding player.
Now, last week, a lot of people did not believe in the Bills. They thought that, this Rams team, Sean McVay, is calling a heck of a, he's back to calling great offense from the year they went to the Super Bowl. Jared Goff is playing great football again. They're getting the ball out to the receivers. They're doing everything. And again, you got Patrick Ramsey at a cornerback, and you got, Aaron Donald. You're going to build a nasty defense, so they're playing good defense. But the Buffalo Bills still went out there and just, they had control of the game. They did let, the Rams come all the way back in the second half. You can't really let that happen, but they got the all-important W, and that's what matters. Pass interference call did help, but there was pass interference, so it was the right call. I don't care if it was on fourth down. You can't just, hold your whistle just because it was on fourth down. But this Bills team, who is 3-0, They go on the road. They are facing the Raiders. This is a Raiders team who is also 2-1 and pretty dead gum good, who beat a New Orleans team in New Orleans. But I'm kind of curious. Can they go on the road to Las Vegas, and are they going to start off the year 4-0? Uh-oh, did I lose you, Russ? I lost Mr. Copeland, I think. Mr. Copeland, I will put you on hold, and once we get you back, just go ahead and hit me back. But I was talking with Russell Copeland. We're going to get back to talking with Cope, and I will tell you, oh, well, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you right now, Josh Allen is the real deal, but the one thing I want to know, and when Copeland comes back on, I'm going to ask him, the 2018 draft class. Josh Allen was picked. Baker, Mayfield was picked. When you rank the 2018 draft class, everybody and their grandmother, after year one, had put Baker Mayfield as the king. They had him as the king, and he was the man, the myth, the living legend. And guess what? He's done nothing but go down, while my man Josh Allen has ascended. Lamar Jackson was the last player taken in the first round. Look what he's done. This dude, Lamar Jackson, was the 32nd pick in the first round of 2018. Actually, Josh Allen was even picked before him. But Baker Mayfield, was taken first. But when you look at that draft class, it's kind of crazy, and it's just all weird to me. But the one thing that I kind of compare Josh Allen to, and he reminds me, heck, Mason Rudolph was in that draft class. Sam Darnold was in that draft class. There were so many people who were ready to tear it up. But, man, it's just kind of crazy. I got Cope back. What's up, Copeland? Sorry about that.
Johnny, can you hear me?
I got you, my friend. All right, you ready to rock?
Let's go, man.
All right, so we were talking about your Bills team and how they've been tearing it up, and I was talking about your 2018 and, the draft class of 2018. Baker Mayfield came out in year one, was balling. We've seen what Lamar Jackson's done. Josh Rosen has been an absolute joke. Sam Darnold is playing with the Jets. Ugh. I can't take it. Mason Rudolph, we know that story. And the one who actually looks like he's going to end up being the best outside of Lamar Jackson, it is Josh Allen, isn't it?
Yes, Josh is playing incredible football. I think it'll be another tough task for them to be able to travel, even though there's not a whole lot of crowds. There's no crowds that's there. But the Raiders are playing very well. John Gruden has them playing the type of football that he wants to play. He has the offensive weapons that he wants. He has the speed guy and Henry Ruggs. He's got a lot of receivers. He's got Jay Jones. He's got Brian Edwards. Hunter Renfrow is outstanding in the slot. But Derek Carr is playing good football. I think the difference to me is going to be their offense going against a Bills defense. I think Josh Allen will be able to move the football against their defense, but I think they may have some struggles against the Bills defense. I think that's going to be the difference. And I'm going to see how Josh Allen protects the football on the road if they can continue to have this balance. But I think the Bills go 4-0.
Whoa, I love it. I think you're absolutely right. And I talked about that 2018 draft class. Now I got to talk about another guy. He looked really good when he was coming out of school, didn't he? And he had a great year. He looked like an MVP candidate. Has Doug Peterson undercut Carson Wentz's mind? And how in the heck has Josh Allen elevated himself to where he's now looked at as a superior quarterback than Carson Wentz? Basically, how the heck did Carson Wentz turn into this?
When I look at Carson, it's really mind-boggling to me. I know he had the knee injury a couple of years ago. Last year he came back. He didn't have a whole lot of receivers, and I think he did an outstanding job. But when I look at him now, it's just when I see him play the game in his face and his mannerism and the way he's throwing the football, he doesn't have a lot of confidence. And when I say taking a step backwards, his decision-making, he's not making good decisions. Even though, he could have incompletions and he may throw the football that's not on target. But when you're not reading coverages and you've been in the league for 5 years and you've been arguably an MVP candidate before he hurt his knee a couple of years ago, it just wonders, is he healthy? Like exactly what's going on? So I can't put my finger on it. But one thing that I can say is that he's not playing the type of football that he needs to play at the quarterback position, especially with a $130-some million contract. He's going to have to be able to get it together if this team is going to win any football games at all this year.
Yeah, and, he went in the 2016 draft, the one that Paxton Lynch was drafted by the Denver Broncos. He was taken second after Jared Goff by, the Philadelphia Eagles. And when you look at, basically that draft class, he's 2 years in front of Josh Allen, but he looks like he's almost 3 years now mentally behind. And this is a guy who came out and was almost an MVP candidate till he got hurt. And then I thought he played well at the end of the year with no receivers. They couldn't catch the ball. It was horrible. So, like where he's at now, I almost feel like this. I heard this the other day. It was on the Good Morning Football. Frank Wright, he found success with Carson Wentz. Frank Wright isn't going to get, Phillip Rivers forever over in Indianapolis. If you're Philadelphia, do you get rid of his contract and just, basically almost dump him off to the Colts and his old coach, Frank Wright, and try to restart Carson Wentz's career?
I think that question will be answered to see how long they go over. It depends on how do they look offensively each week. And if they're losing the game, when do you put Jalen Hurts in? Because I'm going to tell you, Philadelphia is one of those cities that, listen, you either win or they're going to boo you. They're going to talk bad to you. You're going to see it in the press, and the pressure is going to start mounting on that organization, on Doug Peterson. So they're going to have to make a decision. And if Jalen Hurts come in and they win some games, then I think you can answer that question later on down the road. Right now, it's a little bit too early, but you can begin to hear the whispers right now that he's overpaid, and you got Jalen Hurts that you drafted in the second round. When you're going to implement him into that offensive scheme.
Man, and now you understand why he was taken. Everybody was shocked why the Eagles took him in, that high, and maybe they kind of saw this coming. I don't know. It's just I'm mind-boggled at the situation. I thought he was going to be an unbelievable talent, and he's gone completely the opposite direction. Sticking on quarterbacks, did the Bears make the right decision? And yes, the man who replaced Carson Wentz went all the way and got a Super Bowl ring, Nick Foles. Dude seems so brittle because he has that clavicle and collarbone. He's broke his collarbone a few times, or whatever you call the dead gum thing. You know that, and it seems like him coming in this early is, for me, almost dangerous. I expected him to come in and take over the Bears later on in the season. That way you could have him for the playoffs and everything, because I don't see Nick Foles making it through this many weeks and taking you far into the playoffs. And the Bears got the type of defense. They got the type of talent. So did they make the right decision?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
They made the right decision. I think the question remains is that they were 2-0. I think you say, well, a team is 2-0. Why do you make a quarterback change? Because you have to look at the teams that they were able to beat and how they were able to beat their team. Yeah, they were able to beat them with their defense. But if you look at Mitchell Trubisky and you ask yourself, we're 2-0, and look at the division that we're in, and you look at where the Packers are, it's just a matter of time where we could be 2-1, we could be 2-2. So before we start going backwards, I think the way this football game is going, when they played their last game against Atlanta, they could have easily been 2-1 because he wasn't moving the football. He threw a late interception. So you say to yourself, it's time for me to make this move. And Johnny, the biggest thing is when you make a move from a starter and you put a backup quarterback in, that's a move that you have to go to. You don't pull your starter out and then all of a sudden
put him back in the next
your
week.
Backup quarterback, and then the next week you have rotating cheers. That's not the way it works in the National Football League. I think he gives them the best opportunity to win the football game. I know he's had some health issues, but he's been in this offense. He's been in this offense before. He knows this offense before. He is a Super Bowl winning quarterback, and I think he can take advantage of the weapons that they have. They have a lot of wide receivers that they play. I think he can spread the football around, and he can put the ball where it's supposed to go on time. And I think that'll be the difference between the Chicago Bears team offensively.
Now, last thing I want to ask you about the Bears, though, because they play the Colts this week at home. The Colts are actually a 2.5-point favorite, kind of shocking. They're 2-1. Lost to, Jacksonville or somebody horrible in week 1. I can't even remember. It was so embarrassing. I think it was Gardner Minshew. It might not. I don't. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think it was. Anyway, point is, they're playing the Colts. Colts defense is bad to the bone. Phillip Rivers is playing decent. They got some weapons. Bears defense, though, is bad to the bone. Nick Foles coming in, does he make that offense more consistent? And mainly, Anthony Miller. I have seen him make the spectacular play. We have watched him make diving touchdown catches. But I think maybe, and I'm kind of asking you, has Mitchell Trubisky taken away the normal, the consistency? You don't get a consistent Anthony Miller like you should. And I want to know how truly good is he, because I think he's one of the best number 2s in all of football behind Allen Robinson.
I think it's a mixture, Johnny, and this is the reason why I say it's a mixture. I don't think he solidified himself as the number 2 wide receiver alongside Allen Robinson. I think he had to go through a learning curve. And I think him understanding how the offense works in the West Coast, I think he had to get an understanding of that, knowing where to line up, knowing what to do on site adjustments, things of that nature. I think he does understand now how the offense is supposed to work in his third season, but it does go back to the quarterback position. I think inconsistency at the quarterback position, he does not get the opportunities that he should have gotten. I think now he'll have his opportunity to be able to catch some passes and be able to get into a hot zone. When I mean a hot zone, when a quarterback looks at a receiver and he's getting open and he's hitting big passes, he'll continue to go to that quarterback, to that wide receiver. And I think Anthony Miller is the type of receiver that you need to get him the football and need to get him involved early. And he's an emotional type of guy. I think we'll see his production go up since you've had the quarterback switch with Nick Foles.
Dude, I am so with you on that one. I think Nick Foles is going to make Anthony Miller a fun player to watch for the Bears. Now, we've been talking a whole lot about quarterbacks, wide receivers, and offenses, and I love doing that, and I'm going to stick to it right now because I want to know who's playing better, Rodgers or Wilson, because we already know the best right now is Patrick Mahomes, right?
Exactly. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback. There's no question about that. When you look at Russell Wilson, you look at Aaron Rodgers, I think you can flip a coin. I think Russell Wilson has a whole lot of pressure on him. I think he does it or it does not happen. It doesn't happen. Aaron Rodgers is looking like the MVP. So I think both of these guys are playing at a very high level. But I'm just going to go with Russell Wilson simply because he's been doing it for so long. He hasn't had a bad season. He's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Actually, he should have had 2 Super Bowls. And for him not to have been one vote in the MVP because he's been overshadowed by the Drew Brees, he's been overshadowed by the Peyton Manning, he's been overshadowed by the Tom Brady. I'm going to go with him. He's been so consistent in the things that he does with what he has to work with offensive line, and he's just now getting a receiver core. I give it to Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I'll always blame Darrell Bevell for not having that second Super Bowl ring for us, man. Just give the ball to Lynch, man. Marshawn, beast mode. You're on the 1-yard line. Now, speaking of like beast mode, we talked about it. Patrick Mahomes, he is a beast. Now, Calais Campbell is a beast of a man, and he says he knows how good that defense is. He said Monday night, he looked around, he says, the best defense. I mean, he looked so defeated, I thought he was about to cry. He literally just said, I know how good this defense is. One of the best defenses I ever played on. And then he just dropped his head and he says, I guess I know why they pay him $500 million. Is now Patrick Mahomes in Baltimore Ravens' head? He's 3-0 versus them. And they're 21-1 in the regular season against the league outside of the Chiefs. Something crazy.
I think, Johnny, when you look at the Chiefs have explosive players. They've got the best quarterback in the league with leads to fireworks. Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, they are outstanding play callers. And I think when you look at them at the skill position, it creates matchups all over the field. They've got a tight end matchup. You know, they've got Tyreek Hill. You got McCole Hardman. I mean, you got Sammy Watkins. You got DeMarcus Robinson. And now you draft a first-rounder running back and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He runs a 4.3 as well, and he's not the fastest player on the team. You got 2 players that run 4.2 and Tyreek Hill and McCole Hardman. So basically what I'm saying is that even when you line up on defensively, you got Patrick Mahomes that can get outside of the pocket and give you a first down. Okay, say you double the receivers and you have linebackers that can run inside the slot. Well, who's going to cover your tight end in Travis Kelce? Well, if you cover Travis Kelce, who's going to cover the back that's coming out of the backfield? It's so many different weapons to have to cover. And unless they self-implode or one of their main players get hurt, it's going to be hard to beat them when they're playing like this. And I tell you what, the biggest surprise to me is how their defense is playing. They're playing outstanding football early. Let's just see if they can continue to play. But if you don't have the personnel to be able to run the football and keep the football out of the hands of Patrick Mahomes, or you can't get to him and cause a fumble or interception, it's hard to beat them.
And also, do we need to give Chris Jones some serious love? Because, boy, he was all up. He caused Lamar Jackson, I think. Lamar Jackson was miserable because every time on third down when they needed a money down, Chris Jones was up in his grill.
That's why they gave him the extension. He deserved the extension.
Yeah, he did.
Yes, man. But going to the last thing, when you look at Lamar Jackson, I love Lamar Jackson, but I think he still has to be consistent with throws down the field. And you look at the football game, the football game is a game of inches, and I think he missed 2 deep passes to Hollywood Brown. One was earlier in the game. It was a deep pass. He connects that. The game is tied. Then later on, if he connects the one later on with like 3 or 4 minutes left in the football game, they're down by 7. And instead, you have 2 plays later where they get sacked twice, and he's back at the 50 when he was in the red area. So these type of plays here, Lamar Jackson has to be able to hit, because that's what big-time quarterbacks is. When a wide receiver's open and he's open deep, you have to make that connection. So
That's
if he can
the
get
money
better in
down.
that, yeah. And, if he can get better in that, then he just adds another dimensions to his game. But as you mentioned with the defensive end, they did a great job. What they were doing later on in the game, they were corralling him. They were making him stay inside the pocket. And if you stay inside the pocket, now you have a chance to bring him inside, and your defensive tackles can make the tackle because he can't get outside of the pocket. If he gets outside of the pocket, he throws the football a lot better, and also he can run for 15, 20 yards and sometimes take the distance. So he's definitely going to have to work on those passes deep.
And it was, I thought one of the things that was genius. They were rushing for, keeping him in the pocket, and they had the Honey Badger basically spying Lamar Jackson. It was a very good defensive game plan for the Kansas City Chiefs. And then Patrick Mahomes does Patrick Mahomes. And remember, Lamar Jackson, he is 21-1 against the entire NFL in the regular season when not playing the Chiefs. 0-3 versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Man, 21-4, by the way, ain't a bad record either.
Yes, and then something else, Johnny. When you look at matchups is everything, how you match up. And when you look at the Baltimore Ravens, they're simply not built to come from behind. So you're playing a team in the Kansas City Chiefs that can score a lot of points. So therefore, you have to capitalize on every red area, meaning that you need to score touchdowns inside the red area. You need to protect the football because you cannot afford to miss opportunities. And once you miss opportunities and get behind for the Baltimore Ravens, they're simply not built to come from behind. They're built to hit you in the mouth to get a lead, and then they can run the football, and Lamar Jackson is dynamic. But if they have to come from behind and they have to throw the football 25, 30, 35 times, they're not the same football team.
Man, I can't believe it. Now, last but not least, give me your top 5 real quick because I got mine out here, and I'm going to keep track of ours. I know Kansas City's got to be number 1.
Okay, my power rankings first is going to be the Chiefs. 2 is going to be Green Bay Packers. 3 is going to be the Seattle Seahawks. And the reason why I flipped those because Seattle struggled a little bit against Dallas. Green Bay played New Orleans, and they looked great. 4 is going to be the Buffalo Bills.
Ooh, I like it.
5 is going to be the Steelers. And then I go with Baltimore, Tennessee, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Bucks.
I love it. I'm close to you. We're just a little bit off. I got Kansas City, Seattle, Green Bay, Pitt, and Tennessee, and then Tampa Bay, Baltimore, and Buffalo rounding it out. Buffalo goes to 4-0. I'm going to be moving them up for sure. Russell Copeland, thank you so much. Make sure you check out the Tigers 230, WREC 600. It's going to be Dave. It's going to be Copeland. They're going to be having some fun. Have a great, safe trip and enjoy life, my friend.
Thanks, John.
Thank you. That's Russell Copeland, who joins me every single Wednesday at 2 o'clock. It's a hump day with Mr. Copeland. Now, I got to take a break, but never forget, MemphisFarmers.com. Get a fast quote. And always remember, you love Chad Gatlin. I do too. Sports 56, 98.5, 96.1 FM.
Greg Gaston and Eli Savoy get you through the midday with Sports 56 Middays. Delivered by FedEx. Weekdays from 10 till 1 on Sports 56, 96.1 and 87.7.
All 75 months at 2.99 APR. G4, LH, FO 7472, Outlander, LU 029957, Eclipse, LZO 15617. Includes all rebates and incentives. PF 59875. Excludes tax, title, and license. Offer valid through end of the month with approved credit. Dealer stock only. See dealer for complete details.
Gossett's Mitsubishi Madness is in full swing at Gossett Mitsubishi on the Pike, and you'll find deals to get this party started. 2020 Mitsubishi Mirage G4 gets 41 MPG Highway. We Gossett at $139 a month or buy for $12,435. 2020 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport built to handle any adventure at $229 a month or buy for $18,573. And take the 2020 Mitsubishi Eclipse Cross for a spin at $19,107 or $229 a month. Get confidence today, tomorrow, and long into the future with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Mirage G4, $139 a month. Outlander Sport, $229 a month. And Eclipse Cross, $229 a month. So get to Gossett Mitsubishi today, 1870 Covington Pike, or shop online at memphismitsubishi.com.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
It's time to catch the falling prices at Gossett Kia South Mount Moriah during our Fallback Kia sales event. You'll find best mass market brand and initial quality 5 years running for Kia with J.D. Powers, and we Gossett all at Gossett Kia Mount Moriah. Get 2020 Forte $131 a month, 36-month lease. How about a 2020 Soul $148 a month, 36-month lease? And check out the all-new 2021 Kia K5, now just $189 a month, 36
36-month lease, and they're all just $31.49 due at signing. And in these uncertain times, Gossett says rest assured with Kia's 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. So whether you live in Horn Lake, South Haven, Olive Branch, or Memphis, you'll be happy at Gossett Kia, 2680 Mount Moriah, or KiaMountMoriah.com.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 36-month leases, $31.49 due at signing, 0 security deposit, excludes acquisition fee, 10,000 miles per year, 20 cents excess mileage, $650 acquisition fee, Forte LE 2249.63, sold L7120906, warranty is a limited powertrain warranty, see Kia.com or retailer for details, includes all rebates and incentives, PF 598.75, excludes tax title and license, see dealer for complete details, not all customers will qualify.
Hi, this is Jay Farner, CEO of Rocket Mortgage. Making the right financial decisions has never been more important. We can help guide you to those right decisions now, when they matter most. Mortgage rates are near historic lows, so when you call 8338-ROCKET or visit us at rocketmortgage.com to start your refinance, you'll be well on your way to saving money every month. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.375%, APR 3.59%. Right now could be a great time for you to take some positive financial steps forward with a cash-out refinance from Rocket Mortgage, which could give you the boost that you're looking for. In addition, we may be able to help you refinance with little or no out-of-pocket costs. At Rocket Mortgage, we're committed to every client, every time, no exceptions, no excuses, giving you the best mortgage experience. Call us today at 8338-ROCKET or go to rocketmortgage.com to learn more.
Rates subject to change. Pay 1.875% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
You know what sounds good? Fresh sandwiches and salads, homemade soups and desserts. And you know where to find all this delicious food? Paradise Cafe at Poplar and Ridgeway in the Regalia Shopping Center. The name says it all. Paradise Cafe makes their food fresh. Salads, sandwiches, cookies, and brownies. Hand-selected fruit, pimento cheese, even 4 kinds of chicken salad. The homemade soups change daily. They're said to be the best in the city. Try the signature turkey burger on ciabatta or shrimp salad on a croissant. Then top it off with a low-fat shake. Paradise Cafe has 11 kinds. Paradise Cafe, open Monday through Saturday, 10:30 to 2:30. Observing current social distancing guidelines with patio seating. Curbside pickup and delivery are also available. Fresh and homemade for you. That's Paradise Cafe in the heart of East Memphis at Poplar and Ridgeway inside the Regalia Shopping Center. You know what sounds good? Paradise Cafe.
The day has come for huge savings at Gossett Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat with Jeep Adventure Days and Ram Power Days going strong on Covington Pike. Get 0% APR plus no payments for 90 days. New 2020 Jeep Cherokee Latitude IIHS Top Safety Pick, $21,740 or $275 a month. 2020 Dodge Challenger, a muscle car with best-in-class cargo volume, $24,690 or $318 a month. 2020 Dodge Charger, America's fastest 4-door muscle car, $24,990 or $329 a month. And 2020 Ram 1500 Tradesman Quad Cab, $366 a month. Drive past the rest. Come to the best. Gossett Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat, 1901 Covington Pike. Online, GossettMotorCars.net.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 75 months at 3.99 APR, 3,500 down. Must finance through Chrysler, Cherokee, LD 561583, Challenger LH 214-740, Charger LH 116-732, 1500 LS 139-171. See dealer for complete details. Offer valid through end of the month with approved credit. Dealer stock only.
Hi, this is Rob Brown. Join Pete Cordelli and me for Sidelines Saturday mornings, 8 to 10 a.m. on Sports 56, 87.7, and 96.1 FM. We'll cover the Memphis Tigers, the SEC, recruiting. Hey, if they keep score, we're covering it. Check us out on the website at sports56whbq.com and sidelines.live. Sidelines is brought to you by Duncan Williams Asset Management. Saturday mornings, 8 to 10 a.m. Get up and give us a call.
Now, back to Johnny Radio's Happy Hour.
Kick it over here. Kick it.
On Sports 56 and 87.7 FM. Here's your host, John Harden.
Gold and shackles, ball and chain. Listen to the whistle of the evening train. You know you about to wind up dead. You don't head back to Tennessee yet.
Bases loaded. Cincinnati, Atlanta, playoff baseball. It doesn't get any better than this. It's the last day of September. October is tomorrow, and we got playoff baseball. We got the NFL. We got high school football, the SEC, college football. All the Power Fives are back, and guess what? The Tigers are back as well. And they're going to hop on a little plane, head on down to Texas to SMU and play Shane Buechele. And let me tell you something. My buddy Russell Copeland, who joined me in the last segment, he's going to head on down there with Wolo. They're going to be on the call. But guess what? We were talking a lot of NFL last segment, and then Gabe Kuhn found something I found very interesting. And Brady White, he was asked about something about his motivation for the week.
I think, it doesn't matter if we're playing our moms. We better be fired up and ready to go kick their ass.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's what I'm talking about, Brady.
Brady's getting himself a nice personality, man.
Yeah, he is. He's getting a little
fun.
swag
That's
in it.
fun. Even if we're playing our moms, we better go kick their tails.
I loved it. He's getting a little personality. He's getting a little cocky. And you know what? I don't care what anybody says. Watch Danby Swanson for the Braves. Why he's, I don't want to say that because I got the Reds. Let's use somebody else that's got a lot of swag. Like Patrick Ramsey. He's got a lot of swag. You know what I'm saying? He's a good cornerback. A lot of guys.
Jalen Ramsey.
I mean,
Patrick. Who the hell is Patrick Ramsey?
Dude, you don't.
Gordon Ramsay.
No.
Gordon Ramsay, the quarterback for the Rams.
No, Patrick Ramsey's a former quarterback. You don't even want to know.
No, I know
about him.
Patrick. Actually, I know Patrick Ramsey. But I thought it was Gordon Ramsay that played corner for the Rams.
And he's a Emerald guy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
By the way,
he's Gordon Ramsay. He's a cook. He's a chef.
I think I brought up Patrick because bases loaded 2 outs. I think the Reds just got out because I looked back up.
I just need to turn that TV off on the studio.
If you do,
off in the
it's gonna be
studio.
the first time we actually fight.
Look,
No,
man,
just kidding.
you are off the walls today. I've never. This is rare form. Rare form. 8 playoff games, though. It is a rare day.
It is a rare day.
It's a historical day.
It's a history-making day today. We got 8 baseball games. We got the NBA Finals. We got football. The whole world's going crazy. By the way, no.
Do we get a 30 for 30 about this?
Nah.
No, you don't think so?
Well, we'll get it'll be, I think, a whole COVID
Well, I think
situation.
certainly, yeah, the COVID-19
we'll have, the
pandemic
2020
will be a
season.
serious 30 for 30.
Yeah, they'll talk about the bubble.
How many years after, though? 5 years, 10 years? 1 year?
When the vaccine, a year after.
The vaccine.
A year after the vaccine and everybody's
cool.
cool.
We're getting the 30 for 30 in 2021.
Well, man, I hope so then. I really do hope so. We need this thing bad. But, man, I can't believe I brought up Patrick Ramsey. By the way, did you know what football teams he played for?
I don't know, the Redskins?
Tulane, Washington. He went from Tulane to Washington and then Jets in Denver, right? Now, who cares? You know what I do care about? Let's have some fun. It's time to go to Hardinwood.
This is Access Hardinwood.
Oh, my goodness. And
Can I start it off real quick?
Whoa, yes, of course.
Congrats to Patrick Mahomes and his fiancée, Brittany Matthews. They're having a child. They announced yesterday that they will be having a child.
Dude, that's a $500 million baby of joy.
You think that baby's going to be taken care of?
Dude, if you call him Patrick Mahomes, just don't call him Pat.
You think it'll be a Pat? Well, hold up.
It better be a
I don't think they know if it's a male or female yet.
I don't
right?
think they do either.
But if it's a male, you think you go, oh, well, it could be Patrick or Patricia.
Well,
right?
dude, no.
Patrick Jr.?
If it's a girl, you just got to go back to work. This man has to have a baby, and it has to be a son. Because his dad has a heck of an arm, his son has a heck of an arm, and whatever son he has is going to have a golden arm. It's like that he's got the Peyton Manning gene. I can play quarterback. His dad just has the gunslinger gene. I can throw anything from baseballs to footballs, and Pat's just a smart kid. So congratulations to them. That's really awesome, man. But you know what else is really awesome and really weird? Dude, when I saw this, I thought I was like going back in time to when I was a child. I'm like, DeJuan Wagner? DeJuan Wagner, what's going on? Why are they talking about DeJuan Wagner? DeJuan Wagner Jr. and Bronny James, by the way, 15-year-old sons. They're both the ballers. Do you know that they're the leading 2 people in the class of 2023?
Well, Bronny's 30, right? DeJuan Wagner Jr. is number 1.
He's number 1, yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay, but in this
I had to make sure I got it right.
Here's what it says. Okay, well, here's what it says in the article. It basically says, by 2023, it is expected that the number 1 and 2 players will be either Bronny James, LeBron James' son, or DeJuan Wagner Jr., DeJuan Wagner's son. And it's basically saying 2 guys who have played at very high levels, blah, blah, blah. It's going to be kind of wild to see the class of 23 that they project them to be there. I think Bronny's going to keep climbing, don't you?
You would think.
I mean,
think.
he's
I don't know how
LeBron
tall he
James
is. He's probably about 6'3". He's going to hit a growth spurt. Dad's about 6'9".
Dude, he's 15, yeah. And I think,
Once he swells up a little bit and gets some muscle, gets some grown man muscle, he might be a heck of a player. And
Dude,
I think he is already. I'm not
he's
saying he's not, but
he's 6'4".
about to be a sophomore, right?
He's currently, it says, this is what it says.
About to be a sophomore,
No,
correct?
No,
I'm right on that, right?
He's a 15-year-old sophomore.
Yes.
Yes, he's a 15-year-old sophomore. And it says he's 6'3". Sorry. He's 6'3" already at 15 years old. Yeah, he's going to be, dude, yeah, he's a baller. All I have to say, though, is how crazy is that to see those names? And the thing that kind of messes you up is, I don't know, man. Do you know about DeJuan Wagner in Memphis? D-Wag? Man, I don't even want to talk about that, to be honest with you. I'm moving on. Those are some tough times. Now, I have to ask you a question. Please tell me you heard about this. Zeke Elliott, have you heard about this stuff?
It's the Feed Me trademark, correct?
Yep.
Right? Some wrestler that I've never heard of.
I've never heard of him. That's what I wanted to. I almost called Dustin Starr this morning, but I was like, nah. I'm sure he's a little too busy in the world.
And also, he wants to trademark the Feed Me thing. Like,
yep.
And then the funny thing, he's like, be original. I was like, wait, so you're saying I don't know, like, Feed Me is not original.
No, it is not.
What are we doing here?
But
and not to mention, how much money is Zeke making off of Feed Me?
I have no idea, but I'm going to tell you what I find very, very stupid. He has feed on his stomach.
Who's the wrestler, by the way? Can we get his name? Do you have a name for me?
Yeah, I can tell you his name. It is Ryback. I don't know who that is. I've never
Ryback, like R-Y-B-A-C.
R-Y-B-A-C-K.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Put the it's the silent K.
Yeah, he looks like he looks like the crazy Polish dude.
Oh, he is swole though.
He is swole.
I would not want to. Okay, I would not want to get into it with him though.
I mean, but by the way, can I just ask y'all this? Like, do y'all like that tat on Zeke Elliott's? Like that whole Feed Me thing, Zeke, and always wanting to show, like, wearing shirts to show your little tummy and everything, and then you go and tat up your six-pack, and you put feed on it?
Dude.
If you feed it, it's going to be fat. When you get older, it's going to say feed.
Hey, they always say, look, O-linemen slim down, running backs beef up when they retire.
Bro, have you seen...
The trend follows.
Look at Earl Campbell. Dude, I've seen so many players.
Right.
You are so right about that.
Think about Joe Thomas. You seen Joe Thomas since he retired?
Dude,
He's
think
tiny.
about my man for
Marshall
Burke.
Yonda from the Ravens.
Who was the center?
Tiny.
Matt Burke. Have you seen him?
Oh my God, he's
like
like
a $195
yeah,
or something.
They're
He's
tiny.
He's like now running marathons.
And I say tiny, relatively compared to
they're
all 6'4", 6'5", 6'6", but they're now like in their either 200, 180 to about 200.
Holy
They're
cow.
skinny. But
you won't believe this.
No, but also, but along the lines of the Zeke Elliott thing, like Zeke Elliott, it doesn't surprise me he gets a belly tat given. Like you see, he wears a bull ring during the games, right?
Yes.
Like in his nose, he's got the nose piercings and everything else. He has changed a lot since getting into the league. Since he was at Ohio State.
You won't even believe this. Did you know Matt Burke's lost over 100 pounds?
I do believe that. Actually, I've seen it. I have absolutely
by the way,
seen that.
Do you know that Matt Burke currently has a better stomach than Zeke Elliott? The one I'm looking at. This dude.
I wonder what they do. What do you think they take? A ridiculous amount of fat burners?
Ball?
I don't know.
That's fat burning steroid.
I guess. It sounds like you know way more about it than me.
Dude, when I was growing up, everybody was doing steroids. I mean, I know about what is it? Test Prop, Cypionate, Deca, D-Ball, Winstraw. Never mind. I don't know why I'm telling you all this stuff. But I'm just saying, if you're going to cut that much, you got to do something, right? Or did these guys literally eat that much?
No. Time out. No.
How do you go from 300?
I will tell you, as a former lineman, you eat a lot.
This is what I'm trying to ask you, though.
Yeah.
How in 1 year? This is how many calories was Matt Burke eating to stay at 330 pounds?
A lot. I mean, a ridiculous amount of food. Like, once you get to about that 275 mark, I know from experience, like, you have to eat a ridiculous amount. Like, your calorie intake per day has to be insane. You have to eat like 5-6 meals a day plus shakes, everything else to get up to 315.
To keep bulking up.
And also, I wanted to point this out. Marshall Yonda, you know him from the Ravens?
Yes.
All-Pro, probably going to be a future Hall of Famer at guard. He was 315 as of last year, right? He played. It was his last year playing. He just retired in 2020. He weighs 245. You have to be taking some serious fat burners to get down like that.
And by the way, I just got a text that says it's Tren. It's Trenbolene. And yes, that's the fat cutting steroid that you take. So thank you very much, one of my old kids that I grew up with. Thank you for listening, by the way. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, you didn't know a whole lot about steroids, really?
No, look, I don't know about steroids. Never took them, right?
I never took them either. I was scared. You know I never took steroids.
I know why you never took them.
Yeah,
Why were you?
You know why. I can't talk really about that because I was scared about something else. And plus, I'm scared. I couldn't have stuck myself with a needle. Are you kidding me? Oh, my Lord. But I'm just glad that kids aren't taking steroids. Like that era is past and gone. But, man, I'm glad you didn't even have it.
No, like by the time I came around, like by the time, well, people still took them. Like I'm not saying like it was not happening at all, but it was few and far in between. Like this is something that by the time I got into like high school, trying to beef up and get to that college weight, get that college scholarship, no one was really into it. Like it was a scary thing.
Wow.
Like it had been vilified for good reason. You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
it was great reason it was vilified.
people were not into trying to beef up with steroids at that point. Now, when you were in high school,
when I was a kid in the 80s and 90s, let me tell you a little secret.
I bet it was about 80% of the football team.
I was getting ready to say, I was one of the only dudes on my team. Dude, I don't want to say that. Never mind. Never mind. Just that. Nobody took steroids on my team. But I know a lot of people that took steroids on other teams. We'll say that. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Right.
No, I'm just saying, like it was just very rampant when I was growing up, and I saw them everywhere.
Well, that was before all the studies. That was before all the with the MLB, the steroid
stuff.
era.
Yeah,
like, well, actually, it's probably not before. It's probably the start of it.
It was
probably the start of it, though. Right?
Yeah. I mean, I remember they started talking about Andro a little bit when I was like a senior because Mark McGuire had it in his, up in his. Dude, I think I was actually already out. No, I think that was my senior year. But yeah, dude, that was.
But again, it was the start of it before everyone knew the long-term effects.
By the way, GNC used to sell stuff that you couldn't sell today. They used to sell testosterone boosters, HGH. And I used to get this other stuff like that had nitrogen.
They still sell they still sell things that are illegal by
really?
A lot of the sports leagues, especially in college football.
Oh, so
you can't just go
to GNC and get your stuff.
And that's how you remember Will Greer
Yep.
and all those situations. You can't just walk into a GNC nowadays if you're a college athlete and buy something off the shelf without checking with your sports medicine person, whoever it may be.
Man, that is great news, by the way. And by the way, how many y'all get all the shakes from your school, right?
What?
Like protein shakes and all. I mean, how many supplements?
Yeah, I mean, the truth of the matter, they have muscle milk and everything else in regards to the college athletes now. But if you want something that's going to work and have serious results, you have to probably go elsewhere for it. But there's legal things you can take.
Yeah, they're
no
clean. Yeah, they're even for an old man. I think it's don't get old, man. Or something like that. Or don't even worry about it. But I'm going to say this. Tonight we got the NBA Finals, and I'm going to ask you this, Mr. Gabe Kuhn. Did you see the list of the virtual fans that are going to be in tonight's attendance?
I did not. Who is it?
It is going to be, and you know why they're doing this? I think because of what Scottie Pippen said, they're trying to make at least them feel like there's people looking at them, which I don't understand. They're going to be virtual, but they're going to put Bill Walton, Clyde Drexler, Dirk Nowitzki, Dwayne Wade, Isaiah Thomas, James Worthy, Dr. J, Julius Erving, Manu Ginobili's going to be in, Robert Parrish. Man, this, by the way,
it's a heck of a crowd.
I was going to say, this is a long damn list. I'm not going to sit here and read all these names. It's going to be all the greats, probably the top 50 or whatever, how many people. But tonight we got NBA. Today we got baseball. It's 0-0. We're in the top of the 12th. Let's go Reds. Beat them Braves. We'll be right back. Sports 56, 98.5. And yep, never forget Chad Gatlin, MemphisFarmers.com, 96.1 FM.
Take Sports 56 with you on your phone or tablet. Download our official Sports 56 app today.
The day has come for huge savings at Gossett Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat with Jeep Adventure Days and Ram Power Days going strong on Covington Pike. Get 0% APR plus no payments for 90 days. New 2020 Jeep Cherokee Latitude IIHS top safety pick, $21,740 or $275 a month. 2020 Dodge Challenger, a muscle car with best-in-class cargo volume, $24,690 or $318 a month. 2020 Dodge Charger, America's fastest four-door muscle car, $24,990 or $329 a month. And 2020 Ram 1500 Tradesman Quad Cab, $366 a month. Drive past the rest. Come to the best. Gossett Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram Fiat, 1901 Covington Pike. Online, GossettMotorCars.net.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 75 months at 3.99 APR, $3,500 down. Must finance through Chrysler, Cherokee, LD 561583, Challenger, LH 214-740, Charger, LH 116-732, 1500 LS 139-171. See dealer for complete details. Offer valid through end of the month with approved credit. Dealer stock only.
Eli Savoy here from Sports 56 Middays. I love to play golf, and one of my favorite places to play is Stonebridge Golf Course. Living out in Lakeland, it's very convenient for me, but it's also easy to get to from anywhere in the area. I love the layout out at Stonebridge, and the course is in great shape. You can visit stonebridgegolf.com to book a tee time and see what I'm talking about for yourself. Along with the great course, they've got a nice driving range for you to work on your game. And if you mention Sports 56, you'll get a free bucket of balls with a round of golf. That's right, just mention Sports 56. They also invite you to book any event you've got coming up in their beautiful clubhouse. With the weather cooling down, it's a great time of year to play golf, and the place to play is Stonebridge Golf Course in Lakeland, the premier course of the Mid-South. Visit stonebridgegolf.com or call 901-382-1886 to make a tee time, and don't forget to mention Sports 56 for a free bucket of balls with your round of golf. Get out, play golf, have some fun, and do it at Stonebridge Golf Course.
Get ready to fall in love with driving again in your new Kia from Gossett Kia on the Pike. Get everything you want with the 2020 Forte, just $131 a month. Or hit the road in 2020 Soul, $148 a month. And transform your driving experience this fall in the all-new 2021 K5, now $189 a month. All 36-month leases in just $3149 due at signing. And you'll get peace of mind you can trust with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. It's time to get your Kia on at Gossett Kia 1900 Covington Pike, or shop 24/7 at KiaCovingtonPike.com. Ask for Bobby J. He'll put you in a new Kia today.
If you want it, we got it at Gossett Motor Cars.
All 36-month leases, $3149 due at signing, 0 security deposit, excludes acquisition fee, 10,000 miles per year, 20 cents excess mileage, $650 acquisition fee, Forte, LE 224963, Soul, L7120906, K5MG 0031199. Warranty is a limited powertrain warranty. See Kia.com or retailer for details. Includes all rebates and incentives. PF 598.75. Excludes tax title and license. See dealer for complete details. Not all customers will qualify.
Have you thought about the holidays yet? Our friends at Window Genie not only clean windows, gutters, and concrete, they also hang holiday lights. Window Genie has a Christmas light rental program that includes custom design, installation, maintenance, takedown, and storage for your home or office. The best part, they're offering 15% off if you book by November 1st. Spend more time with friends and family this year and less time on the ladder. Call today for a free estimate, 901-424-4100. Window Genie, 901-424-4100.
I Buy Houses, 901-406-1101. That's 901-406-1101. I Buy Houses. I Buy Houses will buy a house in any area, in any condition, and yes, it's guaranteed to close in 5 days. If you need to sell your home quickly, call 901-406-1101. If you've been through a divorce, if you lost your job, if you're tired of renters, I Buy Houses can get you your money quickly. I Buy Houses will buy your home in Shelby County, DeSoto County, Memphis, Bartlett, South Haven, Horn Lake, Olive Branch, anywhere and everywhere in between in any condition. And yes, they're open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I Buy Houses, 901-406-1101. That's 901-406-1101. Grab that pen, 901-406-1101. I Buy Houses.
Now back to Johnny Radio's Happy Hour.
Let's go!
On Sports 56 and 87.7 FM. Here's your host, John Harden.
Many a hand has scaled the grand old face of the plateau. Some belong to strangers and some to folks you know. Holy Ghost and talk show hosts are planted in the sand. The beautiful defy the foothills, shake the many hands. There's nothing on the top but a bucket and a mop and an illustrated book about birds. You see a lot up there, but don't be scared. Who needs Jackson when
You got words. Welcome back into a little Johnny Radio's Happy Hour. I'm about to hand this bad boy off to the man himself, the men themselves, Dave Woloshin, Brett Norsworthy, for a little sports time. Now, let me tell you before I go, we got the Reds and the Braves. They're in the top of the 12th, 0-0. The Reds have 9 hits. Runners on first and third. Come on, Reds. Push a run across, baby. Let's go, Reds. If you can't tell, it's my biggest play of the day. Now, the Astros are up 2-1 on the Twins in the middle of the 8th. You also have the top of the 6th. Miami is trailing the Cubs. They're singing, "Go, Cubs, go." I hope Eli's having a really good day today with his Cubbies up on top of the Marlins 1-0 in the top of the 6th. The Athletics, I'm sorry. I hope you didn't take my advice. Dallas Keuchel, you look like a bum. A bum, I say. The A's are running him out of town. They've already gotten 5 hits off of him. 4-0 Athletics. Boy, the White Sox bats are really going to have to mash. And against Chris Bassett, don't think it's going to happen, yo. But you know what? I got to also say things that I don't think is going to happen. Like, if you ever have an issue, I don't think you really have an issue because you got a phone number, and I'm going to give it to you, 901-406-1101. That'll fix your problems. If you own a house in any area, like anywhere you can hear me, any house, anywhere, any area as is, it's literally as simple as that. All you have to do is call the number 901-406-1101. That's my buddy Bill at I Buy Houses, and I promise you, he'll buy your house, guaranteed to close in 5 days. It is literally easy as that. He's been doing this with me for 5 years it feels like. I've known him. I like him. He is honest, ethical, and he is awesome. 901-406-1101. That's 901-406-1101. Grab that pen, 901-406-1101, and call my buddy Bill at I Buy Houses. Now, I got to say goodbye. I'm just going to say one other thing. I'm glad I ain't DJ Fluker. His mama got only 30 days. He had to beef up security because he's scared of his mama kidnapping his kid. Everybody get out there and do the right thing. I'll see y'all on the flip side. Peace!